Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1 Roy Amos, Just Your Average Marine Captain. Chapter 1 Roy Amos, Just Your Average Marine Captain. Sea Calendar, Year 1517. Grand Line, on a certain stretch of sea. 2 marine warships were anchored, their flags, a seagull clasping scales, flapping in the ocean breeze. One of the warships bore the standard marine insignia. It was a normal vessel. The other warship, however, was also marked with DT-31. This insignia represented a special logistics team within the Marines, the detention unit, responsible for transporting captured criminals. Bounty, 47 million berries. The Gladiator, Antoria, custody transfer complete. The arresting vessel is T-14551, under the command of Headquarters Major Gushel. At this moment, Roy Amos spoke into the recording transponder snail in his hand, his eyes fixed on the massive brute being escorted onto his ship. After finishing the recording, he looked over to the Marine officer on the other warship. Good work, Major Gushel. All for the sake of justice. The Marine Major named Gushel grinned, then offered a piece of advice. But I've got to warn you, Captain Roy, this guy is a real piece of work. You'd better make sure those seastone cuffs stay on him for the entire trip. I mean, I don't mind catching him again, but I'd hate to hear news that your ship was sunk by a prisoner out at sea. Ha ha ha. He let out a boisterous laugh. Hearing this, the Marines of the detention unit standing behind Roy scowled. But Roy himself didn't seem to mind the teasing in the Major's tone. He just smiled and nodded. Thanks for the warning. With that, he turned and leaped back onto his own warship. Set course. We're heading back to Marineford. Yes, Captain Roy. His Marines saluted in unison, then scrambled to set the ship on its return course. However, seriously, what's that guy so proud of? I mean, Fal, aren't we all Marines? He gets lucky and catches one 40 million berry guy and he's this smug. Admiral Cusin caught that 300 million berry pirate last time and he wasn't half as cocky. One of the detention unit officers couldn't help but mutter to his partner as they escorted the prisoner into the ship's specialized, temporary brig. Keep it down, Hans. It can't be helped. We're the detention unit, after all. The Marine named Fal shook his head, resigned. It was clear this wasn't the first time they'd been treated this way. The reason was simple, their detention unit was a special case in the Marines. Their main duty was to transport criminals who had already been captured, and they typically didn't participate in frontline combat. However, upon safely delivering the prisoners, they were still allotted a portion of the corresponding military merit. Because of this, in the eyes of many combat Marines, the detention unit was seen as a bunch of slackers, cowards who avoided the fight but still showed up to leech a share of the glory. What's wrong with the detention unit? Hans, the officer, got even more annoyed. It's not like we don't face danger on these transport runs. Besides, the cut of the merit we get is never that much. He angrily mimicked Major Gushel's tone. I don't mind catching him again, but you'd better be careful. But what a load of crap. But before he could continue his rant, a sharp voice cut him off. Sergeant Hans. Yes, Captain Roy. Hans snapped to attention, instinctively saluting the man who had appeared behind him. The black-haired, blue-eyed captain was standing there, a faint, unreadable smile on his face. What have I told you before? Roy asked. Less complaining, more working. Hans mumbled, looking sheepish. I can't hear you. Less complaining, more working, sir. Good. That's the spirit. Roy waved his hand dismissively. Now get to the helm. And as per procedure, I'll take the first watch on the prisoner tonight. Sir. Hans looked relieved, as if granted amnesty. He quickly shot Fal a look. The 2 Marines hurried out of the temporary brig, but before leaving, Hans remembered to ask, Sir, should we bring you something when dinner's ready? Pizza and a cola, thanks, Roy replied with a wave. And make sure the cola is ice cold. Yes, sir. The Marines left the hold. Now, the only ones left were Roy and the massive gladiator, Antoria, who was leaning against the bars of his cell, still wearing his seastone cuffs. Sounds like you and your men aren't very popular around here, Antoria chuckled, his voice a low rumble. You could say that. Roy sat down on a sofa in the hold, casually pulling an hourglass from his coat and placing it on the table. The sand began to flow. He turned his head to look at Antoria. Though I hear Fleet Admiral Sengoku is already considering elevating the status of the detention unit. What? You got something to say? He seemed perfectly fine with chatting with the prisoner. No, it's not about that. Antoria said in a low voice. It's because you're weak. If you were strong, no one would dare look down on you. Status, money, power, you need to have the strength to take them. He struggled, managing to sit up a little straighter. If it weren't for these cuffs. His eyes darted to a huge slab of iron nearby, a massive object with a protrusion that looked like a handle. It was his weapon, confiscated along with him. With my iron maul, one full power blow would be enough to kill you and smash this cage to pieces, Antoria sneered. But he noticed that Roy didn't seem to react to his provocation at all. Oh, yeah, you're right, totally. Roy just nodded with a serious expression. And then, but. His tone shifted. Your full power blow can only break this little cage. You're a muscle man who ate the strong fruit. That's it. Pathetic. Huh. Antoria was completely stunned. It took a long moment for him to process what Roy had just said. When he did, a visible rage burned in his eyes. This Marine, this Roy, how dare he humiliate him like this? What did you just? But before Antoria's angry shout could leave his throat, the words died in his throat. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He was watching as Roy casually walked over and picked up the giant iron slab, the iron maul. That impossibly heavy block of iron, whose sheer weight alone could crush a small building, was now being lifted by Roy as if it were a balloon. Judging by the weight of the weapon you use, you can only multiply your muscle strength by about 20 times? Your development of your fruit ability is pretty weak, isn't it? Roy offered this sharp critique. You. Antoria was now sputtering, unable to form words. The scene before him felt like a nightmare. Wait. A moment later, he snapped back to reality. How did you know I ate the strong fruit? Ah, about that. Roy casually set the massive iron weapon back down and returned to his seat. Let's just say I know a little something about devil fruits. He spoke nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to the hourglass on the table. The sand had already flowed about a third of the way down. Roy nodded, satisfied. Perfect timing. Timing? What timing? Antoria was more confused than ever. But in the next second, he saw Roy extend a hand toward him. It's nothing. Just, rest up. The moment the words fell. Bam! Antoria felt a massive, unseen impact. Then, his world went black. His giant body slumped to the floor, unconscious. Roy didn't even spare him a second glance. He just lifted his eyes, looking at the empty air in front of him. From his perspective, a transparent, glowing screen was floating there. Devil fruit user, Antoria, discovered. Confirmed devil fruit, paramecia type, strong fruit. Analyzing and saving to, fruit encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can strengthen and control one's own muscle intensity. Effects by level. LV1, gain faint fruit effect, strengthen muscle power by 25x. LV2, gain partial fruit effect, greatly strengthen muscle power by 5-10x. Requires 60 million/20 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV3, gain full fruit effect, massively strengthen muscle power by 20-40x. Requires 300 million/100 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV4, fruit deep dive development. Can freely control muscles to form shields and blades, control specific muscles for hardening and high-speed regeneration. Max muscle strengthening up to 100x. Requires 1 billion/300 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV5, fruit awakening muscle mastery. Can absorb life force from living beings within range to strengthen one's own muscles. Can control the muscle tissue of all living beings within the domain. Requires 6 billion/2 billion berries for permanent/temporary unlock. Analysis progress, 33%. Upon completion, will acquire LV1 of this fruit's ability. Roy's expression remained calm as he looked at the screen. The gladiator, Antoria was, in his eyes, just a mediocre fruit user with no real potential. But there was one thing he'd said that Roy truly agreed with. And that was, strength is everything. On this chaotic sea, you're never safe without power. He glanced at the unconscious Antoria. The difference between you and me is perspective. I know just how vast and terrifying this sea is, which is why I choose to stay in the detention unit. You, on the other hand, know nothing. That's why you were spouting all that ignorant nonsense. Go to Impel Down and get a new education. The people there are interesting, and they're such smooth talkers. You'll love it there. Chapter 2 Nobody knows devil fruits better than me. Chapter 2 Nobody knows devil fruits better than me. Roy Amos, captain in the Marine headquarters, and commander of the detention unit warship, DT-31. He was said to be from the West Blue, joining the Marines at age 20 and serving for 8 years now. His performance in the physical entrance exam at the Marine branch was mediocre. However, after participating in the capture of the West Blue devil fruit user, Captain Tola the Rhino, his strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. This wasn't unusual. Many Marine officers only began to show their true potential after encountering a powerful foe. Following this, he was specially recruited into Marine headquarters. After passing the headquarters' new recruit assessment, he proactively applied to serve in the detention unit. This was what the Marines of the detention unit knew about Roy Amos. But the truth was, no one knew that Roy Amos was, in fact, a visitor from another world. This book was first published on twcan.com. Translator's note: I have omitted the publisher's watermark text as requested in the no asterisks rule, as it is not part of the narrative. There was one thing, however, that the Marines had gotten right. Roy definitely had his own sense of justice. Ice-cold cola is justice. Roy sighed in bliss as he sent a slice of pizza and a big gulp of ice-cold cola down into his stomach. Right now, he was just watching the hourglass on the table in front of him. At that exact moment, the last grain of sand fell. And in his ear, Paramecia type strong fruit has been added to the fruit encyclopedia. Current level, LV1. As the voice sounded, the transparent screen in front of him changed. It gradually transformed into the shape of a phantom book. Right now, on the book's pages, a series of differently shaped devil fruits was displayed. Paramecia, cage fruit, LV1. Zoan, ox fruit, model, rhino, LV1. Zoan, dog fruit, model, Dalmatian, LV1. Logia, glint fruit, LV1. Logia, magma fruit, LV1. Logia, ice fruit, LV1. And on the newest page, Paramecia, strong fruit, LV1, had just finished being engraved. With that, the book snapped shut. On its cover, 4 words were written: Fruit Encyclopedia. Holder, Roy Amos. Current encyclopedia fruit count, 19 types, Paramecia, 7, Zoan, 7, Logia, 4, Special Paramecia, 0, Mythical Zoan, 1. Number of fruit slots, 2. Currently equipped, ox fruit, model, Rhino LV1, human fruit, model, Daibutsu LV1. Current berries, 41,130,000. The Fruit Encyclopedia has finally collected 19 devil fruits, just one more to unlock the 3rd fruit slot. And this guy's, strong fruit, is actually a pretty useful ability. This trip wasn't a waste. These thoughts, which Roy was muttering to himself, were something only he could understand. That's right. As a transmigrator, Roy also had his own system. It was this, Fruit Encyclopedia, that he was looking at. Just as the name implied, this system was related to the One Piece world's unique product, devil fruits. The Fruit Encyclopedia itself had 2 main functions. The first function was recording and use. As long as he got close to a devil fruit user and spent a certain amount of time with them, he could record their devil fruit into his encyclopedia. This recording speed would increase if the user used their ability in front of him. After acquiring an ability, he could then use that devil fruit's power via the fruit slots in the encyclopedia. He started with only 1 fruit slot. For every 10 devil fruits collected, he would unlock an additional slot. Of course, if Roy managed to get his hands on an actual devil fruit, he could absorb it directly, immediately acquiring the corresponding ability at LV3. The second function of the encyclopedia was the strengthening of fruit abilities. When a fruit was first recorded, its basic ability level was LV1. After that, Roy could spend a sufficient amount of berries, or treasure of equivalent value, to strengthen and upgrade the level of his fruit abilities. Additionally, Roy could spend a smaller amount of treasure to temporarily unlock a higher-level version of a fruit ability. The cost was about 1/3 of the permanent unlock, but it only lasted for 1 hour. Furthermore, perhaps because Roy wasn't actually eating the devil fruits, the fruit abilities he gained were not restricted by seawater or sea stone. And as for his golden finger cheat, Roy's evaluation was simple. It's broken. Yep. He knew very well that the fruit encyclopedia's effect was, frankly, terrifying. It allowed him to use multiple devil fruit abilities, and he wasn't weak to the sea or sea stone. This was a wide-open highway straight to the pinnacle of this world. Never mind that Master Kaido was always spouting nonsense about Haki reigning supreme. The fact was, wasn't he himself a user of a legendary devil fruit, the fish fruit, model Azure Dragon? So, that brought up the question. On this vast sea, where was the safest place to acquire a sufficient number of devil fruits? For Roy, the answer was simple: the Marines. As the colossal organization backed by the world government, holding back the complete explosion of the Great Pirate Era, the number of ability users within the Marines, as well as the number of ability users they came into contact with, was definitely the highest. So, Roy chose to join the Marines. And he specifically chose the thankless detention unit. Facts had proven that his choice was the right one. In these 8 years, by coming into contact with ability users within the Marines and occasionally transporting ability-using criminals, he had already obtained a total of 19 devil fruit abilities. This list even included the Logia abilities of the current 3 admirals, and even Fleet Admiral Sengoku's mythical Zoan, human fruit, model Daibutsu, a top-tier devil fruit. In terms of accumulating fruit abilities, Roy had already built a respectable foundation. So now, he only faced one problem, which was, I need to figure out a way to get money. His Excellency, the Marine Captain, thought. Yes. Just as mentioned, his fruit abilities required berries to be strengthened. The specific price varied greatly depending on the fruit, but they all shared one common feature: the stronger the fruit, the more expensive it was. Based on Roy's summaries so far, a normal Paramecia or Zoan fruit required about 50 million berries to upgrade to LV2. LV3 required 200 to 300 million berries. LV4 needed 1 billion, and LV5, the Fruit Awakening, generally cost upwards of several billion berries. Logia fruits were even more ridiculous. A common Logia like the smoke fruit required 300 million berries just for LV2. LV3 was a straight 1.5 billion, LV4 was 5 billion, and a Fruit Awakening was an astronomical figure of 10 billion or more. And as for top-tier Logias like the Magma fruit or the Ice fruit, their upgrade prices were even higher. For reference, Roy's monthly salary as a Marine captain was about 300,000 berries. In his 8 years as a Marine, even counting stipends and rewards from transporting prisoners, he had only managed to save up a little over 40 million berries. I'm a good, clean-living guy who doesn't smoke or drink, and my only vice is a bit of cola, and even I have this much trouble saving money, do you erp? Roy let out a small burp and sighed. This was a real headache for him. I'm broke. Who would have thought that the one thing he'd worry about, both before and after crossing worlds, would be the exact same thing? If this doesn't work, my only option is to leave the Marines after I collect the 20th fruit. Maybe I'll become a bounty hunter or something. It means running all over the place, but at least the money's a lot faster than working for the Marines. And even though all my current abilities are only LV1, if I can unlock that 3rd fruit slot, it should be more than enough to handle myself in the first half of the Grand Line. Roy was calculating his options, but it was at this very moment. Boom! The ship's hold suddenly began to shake violently, and shouts of alarm echoed from outside. Roy scrambled to protect his ice-cold cola, roaring, "What's going on? Who's at the right, Hans? Are you trying to get fired?" Shouting, he quickly chugged the rest of the cola in his cup, then threw open the door and stormed out of the hold. He was met with the sight of a chaotic deck, with Marines scrambling and firing their guns. They were all aiming into the sea. Under the moonlight in the dark night sky. On the glittering surface of the sea, a massive beast had just poked its head out from beneath the waves. It had the head of a lion, the body of a fish, and was dozens of meters long. Its massive eyes glowed in the darkness like burning embers. "Captain Roy, it's a sea beast. A large sea beast is attacking us." Sergeant Fowl scrambled over to Roy, reporting anxiously. "A sea beast?" Roy raised an eyebrow. As a Marine unit that operated long-term in the Four Blues, the detention unit's warships naturally had sea stone-lined hulls. Under normal circumstances, sea beasts and sea kings shouldn't even be able to detect the ship's presence. But accidents happened. For example, if a coastal sea beast or a small, shallow-water sea king got too close to the surface, it might just spot the big chunk of iron. "Yes. It looks like our luck is just terrible." Fowl looked like he was about to cry. "But, what do you mean, terrible luck? This is great luck, isn't it?" Roy cut him off. "If I remember correctly, sea beast meat is worth a lot of money." What? Fowl couldn't process this. But Roy didn't answer him. "All hands, cease fire. If you damage the best cuts of meat, you're all dead." XN. At this, all the Marines on the ship froze. But as soldiers, they still subconsciously stopped pulling their triggers. "Sir, you..." Someone started to ask a question. But before they could even get the words out, they saw Captain Roy move. Boom! He bent his knees, tensed, and then leapt. The tremendous force of his jump actually caused the entire warship to tilt significantly. Under the stunned gazes of all the Marines, Roy's figure shot through the air, flying straight toward the giant sea beast. "Captain Roy!" XN. The Marines cried out in alarm. But in the next second, their alarm turned into shrieks of pure, unadulterated shock. Because at that moment, the sea beast had clearly noticed Roy. Roar! The massive head let out a low growl, then lunged, smashing toward Roy with immense force. "It's over. If he takes that hit head-on, even the captain will. Get the rescue team ready. Prepare to rescue the captain." The Marines were in a full-blown panic. But in the very next moment, the scene that unfolded before them nearly made their eyeballs pop out of their sockets, their jaws dropping wide enough to dislocate. Under the moonlight, the Marine captain soared through the air, the Justice characters on his coat fluttering in the wind. He drew back his elbow, and clenched his fist. In the moonlight, every single Marine saw it, his arm, now impossibly thick, looking as if it had been forged from steel. The muscles beneath his skin were coiled and knotted like iron cables. Currently equipped Fruit 1, Ox Fruit, Model, Rhino LV1, Faint Fruit ability, grants the physique of a giant rhino. Body strength and muscle density far exceed that of a normal human. Currently equipped Fruit 2, Strong Fruit LV1, Faint Fruit ability, grants a 5x multiplier to muscle strength. Many people knew that Zoan-type devil fruits gave their users powerful, beast-like bodies. The gladiator Antoria also knew that his strong fruit could grant a massive enhancement to his muscles. But, what happens when a person possesses both the baseline physical specs provided by a Zoan fruit, and the muscle multiplier provided by the strong fruit? This was the answer. Boom! Roy's fist shot forward. The sheer, compressed force from the punch blasted the air, carving a visible trench in the surface of the sea in front of him. The next moment, his fist collided with the sea beast's head. And all the Marines watched. As that enormous, 100-meter-long sea beast, was sent flying by Roy's single punch. Awooh! It let out a pathetic cry, crashed back into the ocean, and was instantly knocked unconscious. And Roy's figure, amidst a chorus of from his crew, landed perfectly on the sea beast's head. That's right. This was the reason why, even with all his fruits at LV1, Roy wasn't in a particular hurry. Because stacking devil fruits isn't as simple as 1 + 1. As long as you have a deep enough understanding of enough devil fruits, even LV1 abilities can unleash unimaginable power. Roy whispered to himself. And in this world, nobody knows devil fruits better than me. Chapter 3 Roy's Wave Fist. Chapter 3 Roy's Wave Fist. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. When Roy's warship docked at the port, it, as expected, drew a significant amount of attention. After all, the massive sea beast corpse resting on the aft deck was extremely eye-catching. I'm going to find Vice Admiral Virote to debrief the mission. Hans, you take 2nd Platoon and escort this guy to the cells. Wait for headquarters to confirm his identity, and then we'll transfer him to Impel Down with the other prisoners from this month. Fal, you take 1st Platoon into town to sell the sea beast meat. And while you're at it, arrange a victory feast at the usual place. Roy's words were practiced and familiar. This clearly wasn't the first time he'd given these orders. Yes, sir. X2. Hearing the words, victory feast, the eyes of the detention unit Marines instantly lit up. Only then did Roy disembark, preparing to head to his superior's office to file his report. But, hey! He had just set foot in Marineford's Oris Plaza when a familiar voice hit his ear. The voice made him curse inwardly, and he immediately spun around to make a run for it. But before he could even take a step, a dense cloud of white smoke had already enveloped him. What's your answer to the thing I asked you before? As the question was asked, a figure slowly condensed from within the smoke. Hearing the words, Roy answered without hesitation. Not great. Smoker, I've told you, I don't plan on leaving the detention unit. That's right. That iconic white hair, those rippling muscles, the cigars ever present in his mouth and strapped to his chest, and the unique JIT weapon on his back, all pointed to the man's identity. Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel, Logia Smoke Fruit User, White Hunter, Smoker. Roy Amos. Smoker, hearing the refusal, roared around his cigar. You bastard. Don't joke with me. Who's joking with you? Roy shot his old colleague an annoyed look. He knew exactly what Smoker wanted. In fact, Smoker and he had joined the Marines in the same recruitment class. And, as you can imagine, with a Logia user right in front of him, Roy naturally hadn't passed up the chance to acquire his ability. During their training period and apprentice missions, Roy and Smoker had gotten along well and were considered solid friends. It was only after their boot camp ended that their paths diverged dramatically. Smoker, with his Logia fruit and outstanding combat prowess, was naturally groomed as one of the Marines' top talents, even entering the elite training camp of the former Admiral, Black Arm, Zephyr. Roy, on the other hand, had decisively chosen to join the detention unit. As a result, even though they were from the same class, their ranks were now 2 full levels apart. And that was why Smoker was here. He was already a lieutenant colonel at headquarters. According to HQ rules, once a Marine officer is promoted to captain, they face 2 choices. Either they join the fleet of a vice admiral or even an admiral, or they are dispatched to one of the 4 blues to manage a Marine branch. The former was the choice for most officers, as serving under a high-ranking flag officer was the fastest path to promotion. But Smoker, famously the most hard-headed and stubborn man in all of headquarters, had no desire to serve under any vice admiral. So, he had already made his choice. He was going to his hometown, Logetown, to take command of the Marine branch there. And that was why he was here, looking for Roy. I told you, I need a capable adjutant, he said, his expression grim as he stared at Roy. And I told you, I'm not going, Roy said, his face set. I already recommended Lieutenant Tashiji. She's a fine Marine. Leave the detention unit. If he did that, who was going to help him fill his devil fruit quota? But just as he said the words, whoosh, a tremendous sound of displaced air rushed into Roy's ears. Swish. Roy's figure instantly vanished from his spot. At the same moment, Smoker's JIT slammed into the ground where he had been standing. Krak. The white pavement of Oris Plaza instantly spiderwebbed under the immense force, leaving a large crater. The other Marines who had been passing by jumped back in shock. What's going on? An enemy attack. Some Marines even subconsciously shouldered their flintlocks. But then, they saw a shocking sight. After Smoker had done his part to add to Marineford's ground maintenance costs, he didn't pause for even a second. White fist. He bellowed, and countless fists made of dense smoke erupted from his body, flying in a barrage toward Roy. Hey, Smoker. What are you doing? Are you crazy? But within the storm of smoky fists, Roy's figure weaved and dodged, moving like a leaf in the wind. Not a single one of Smoker's countless punches could even touch him. Rabbit Fruit, Model, Snow Hare LV1, equipped, grants partial characteristics of a snow hare, enhancing all physical aspects, with extra boosts to hearing and speed. Mouse Fruit, Model, Gray Mouse LV1, equipped, grants partial characteristics of a gray mouse, enhancing all physical aspects, with an extra boost to agility. But Smoker completely ignored his protests. White impact. While still hammering Roy with fists of smoke, Smoker's lower body dissolved into a surging cloud, propelling his upper body instantly in front of Roy. He raised his jit high and brought it crashing down again. "You're actually serious?" Roy yelped at the sight, then threw his hand up. The abilities in the fruit encyclopedia switched again. Ox fruit, model, Rhino LV1, strong fruit LV1. The same power that had one-shot the sea beast surged through Roy's body. He reached out and blocked Smoker's jit with his bare hand. Boom! The massive force of the impact shattered the ground beneath Roy's feet once more. But even under such tremendous power, Roy's figure didn't budge an inch. He just stared at Smoker and said in a low voice, "If you keep this up, I'm not holding back." "Bring it!" Smoker roared, his arm already dissolving into white smoke, ready to strike again. Seeing this, Roy gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" He stopped holding back. With one hand still gripping Smoker's jit, his other hand snapped open into a palm. At that moment, the abilities in the fruit encyclopedia switched once more. Human fruit, model, Daibutsu LV1, fully enhances physical condition and allows the user to emit a small shockwave from the palms. A golden, glittering shockwave erupted from his palm. Boom! The blast carved a deep trench in the ground. The smoke that Smoker had transformed into was instantly blasted apart and sent flying. It wasn't until the smoke cloud landed in the distance that it reformed into Smoker's figure. By now, all the Marines in the vicinity had been blown completely off their feet. Some of the new recruits, not knowing what was going on, had their weapons raised, thinking they were under attack. It was only when they saw that the two men in the center of the battlefield were both wearing Marine uniforms that their faces collectively froze in stunned disbelief. "So strong. They're like monsters. Who are those two?" "I know the white-haired one. That's White Hunter, Smoker. The Logia user. The mad dog of headquarters who's famous for never listening to orders." "Who's the other guy? He can actually fight him. Is he one of the elite combat officers?" The Marines buzzed with discussion. The strong always draw attention, no matter where they are. And without a doubt, even at Marine headquarters, a battle of this level was a rare sight for most common soldiers. But at this moment, Smoker didn't care about the surrounding chatter. He just stood there, cigar in his mouth, his expression still grim. "Your physical strength and your wave fist style, they've gotten stronger again." "That's right." Smoker considered himself one of the few people in Marine headquarters who truly understood Roy, at least, he thought he did. He had known long ago just how monstrous Roy's natural talent for speed, power, and reflexes was. In fact, if he hadn't personally seen Roy swimming in the ocean with his own eyes, he would have sworn Roy was a devil fruit user. On top of that, he had seen Roy use this wave fist style before. According to Roy, it was a fist style that uses the formless waves in the air to create a shockwave when you punch. Smoker had secretly tried to learn it many times but couldn't even begin to understand how Roy did it. But that wasn't important. This sea was full of strange and powerful people. He'd even heard a rumor that some guy in the Revolutionary Army could pierce stone just by winking. For Smoker, what was truly important, what he truly couldn't understand, was Roy's choice. Most Marines believed that anyone who volunteered for the detention unit was a coward, unwilling to face real danger. But Smoker knew Roy wasn't that kind of person. "Do you remember that little girl in Kesha village?" he growled, biting down on his cigar. "Back then, to get back the money for her mother's medicine, you and I chased those pirates across an entire sea. You personally fought a bloody path through a pirate-run town and captured the whole crew. I've seen your justice, Roy. Tell me what the hell you're thinking. You have this kind of strength, so why won't you go to the front lines and make a name for yourself? Why are you wasting away in the detention unit as a measly captain?" He roared the question. But faced with Smoker's interrogation, Roy was completely calm. "Justice." He pulled a flask from his sleeve and began to glug, glug, glug. It looked like a heroic swig of booze. But judging by the black, bubbly liquid that splashed out, it was clearly cola. He wiped his mouth and grinned. "That wasn't my justice you saw, Smoker. That was just basic decency. Besides, I'm not an ambitious guy. The detention unit suits me just fine." Hearing this, Smoker's rage flared again. "You bastard." White smoke began to pour from his arms, and it was obvious he was about to attack again. If words didn't work, he'd communicate with his fists. He was that kind of man. But just then, Smoker. A sudden voice made Smoker's movements freeze. "Ooh. Who is that beauty?" "It's Black Cage, Hina. Lieutenant Colonel Hina." A wave of excitement went through the crowd of Marines, and several of them already had hearts in their eyes. At that moment, a slender, pink-haired beauty, also in a Marine uniform, was walking out from the crowd. "Hina just got back from a mission to find you causing trouble again. Hina is very frustrated." She had a thin cigarette holder in her mouth, and she looked at Smoker with exasperation. "You still haven't cleared your last disciplinary action, right?" As one of Smoker's few friends, she had to clean up his messes far too often and had plenty of complaints. Although Smoker's aggressive aura had already deflated by half, he still tried to act tough. "Humph. It wasn't my fault this time. It was this bastard." He decisively removed himself from any responsibility and turned his head, intending to get Hina to join him in scolding this unmotivated slacker. But when he turned his head, he found the spot where Roy had been standing was completely empty. Not even a shadow remained. He ran again. That bastard. Realizing Roy had slipped away, Smoker's fists clenched so hard his veins pulsed. But before he could give chase, a circle of black iron bars snapped up from the ground, caging him. Hina's voice came from behind him, now laced with a dangerous edge. "Trying to run? Explain yourself, quickly. What kind of mess were you making this time? Or else Hina is going to get angry." At this, Smoker's expression finally turned to panic. Chapter 4, just a little overtime. "For justice, it's my bounden duty, sir." Chapter 4, just a little overtime. "For justice, it's my bounden duty, sir." That was close. Blending into the crowd, Roy watched as a squad of Marines from the disciplinary committee stormed toward the area where the fight had just taken place. If he'd been caught, the fine alone would have wiped out his entire month's salary, not to mention he'd be thrown in the brig for at least half a month. No cola for half a month. That's too terrifying. As for Smoker, who was still stuck back there with Hina, Roy had no intention of worrying about him. In any case, seeing as that smoke freak hung so many expensive cigars on his uniform every day, he was probably not hurting for cash. Translator's note: a publisher's URL watermark was here and has been omitted as per the no */notes rule. As for the brig time, they should lock that guy up for a good long while. Otherwise, he's guaranteed to come and bother me again. Justice. No matter how grand and righteous they make it sound, in the end, it's just being a dog for the celestial dragons and the world government. Who cares about that stuff? Thinking this, Roy crossed Oris Plaza and entered the main tower of Marine headquarters, the Tenshikaku. Of course, Roy didn't actually dislike Smoker, even if he had only approached him in the first place to get his devil fruit ability. During their Marine training, he had genuinely come to consider Smoker a friend. And what Smoker had said was true. That old incident where they'd chased a pirate crew across an entire sea to get back the money for a young girl's mother, that really happened. But just as Roy had said, it had nothing to do with the justice that the Marines were always bragging about. The girl's father died young, her mother was sick for years, and she herself was blind. She'd saved up that money by relying on the village's charity and sewing clothes every day, and those scumbag pirates still had the heart to rob her? Who could just stand by and watch that? Roy didn't think of himself as some great Samaritan, but as a transmigrator, he still had the basic conscience and bottom line that he'd developed before he came to this world. Without a doubt, what he considered a basic conscience was already a rarity in this world. It was because of that incident that Smoker had acknowledged him, viewing him as a true friend and recognizing his justice. But in reality, Roy's attitude toward the Marines was exactly what he'd just been thinking. He had been in the Marines for many years and knew that there was no shortage of genuinely kind and just soldiers within its ranks. But that didn't change the fact that the Marine organization itself was part of the world government, and that supreme ruling body was, in fact, the most corrupt part of this world. Roy had no intention of being a dog for the celestial dragons, so he naturally had no faith in the Marines' so-called justice. Of course, the same went for pirates. Roy didn't deny that there were probably some truly heroic figures out on the seas. But the fact remained that the vast majority of people who set sail during this so-called Great Pirate Era were just pure-blooded scoundrels. Marines, pirates. Roy didn't like either of them, and he never planned on truly joining either side. His view of the Marines was simple. It was just a company where he could lie low, hide, and acquire devil fruit abilities. And the detention unit was the one, key department, he would never leave, as long as he was a Marine. But that guy Smoker was right about one thing: freedom of movement is really important. I know the locations of many ability users on this sea, but right now I'm restricted by headquarters rules and have no chance to get their abilities. At this thought, Roy's expression turned troubled. This problem, much like his urgent need for berries, could only be solved by leaving the Marines or leaving the detention unit. But he couldn't leave the detention unit. What a pain. Roy sighed. Ha ha ha, you're saying something is a pain? How rare. Just then, a hearty laugh entered Roy's ears. Without realizing it, he had already arrived at an office. The office door was closed, but the laughter was clearly coming from inside. "Old man, are you eavesdropping with your observation hacky again?" Roy said with resignation as he pushed the door open. The office was sparsely furnished: a desk with black tea and dango skewers, a chair, and huge piles of newspapers and wanted posters. At the desk, an old man with a body of dense, knotted muscle was cheerfully eating his dango. He wore a Marine admiral's coat over a simple shirt, and the countless scars on his body and medals on his uniform spoke of the life-or-death battles he had endured. Ha ha ha, I'm so bored in this place I could die. If I didn't have gossip, how could I pass the time? Hearing Roy's words, he just chuckled. Using observation hacky to eavesdrop at headquarters is strictly forbidden. Roy rolled his eyes, but he knew it was useless to say that to the old man in front of him. This was his direct superior, the man in charge of the Marine Detention Unit, Vice Admiral Virote. The Vice Admiral's name wasn't famous in the stories Roy knew, but his tenure was long. He was a veteran from the same generation as Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Marine hero Garp. Because his combat strength had declined with age, he had been transferred to the detention unit to retire, and was now just waiting to collect his pension. And the old man's habit of using his observation hacky to listen in on gossip was a well-known hobby to just about everyone. "So, tell me, what's giving you such trouble?" The old man looked at Roy with curiosity. Hearing this, Roy's expression didn't change. He certainly wasn't going to tell him his real thoughts. He just brought up the incident with Smoker. "That guy is as stubborn as a mule. I already recommended Lieutenant Tashiji to him. He complained." "I see." Vice Admiral Virote didn't seem to doubt him. He just pushed a skewer of dango toward Roy while munching on one himself. "I don't think Smoker is wrong, though. You're a strong kid. You're wasting your talent staying here. I have my own justice," Roy said with a perfectly straight face. In the Marines, this phrase was basically the equivalent of a certain red-headed fox Jinchurikis, "That's my ninja way." So, as soon as he said it, Vice Admiral Virote naturally stopped trying to persuade him. "How'd the mission go?" he asked casually. "Same as always. I've already had the prisoner sent to the cells." Roy took out his logbook and gave a simple report on the mission. "Good. I'll report your merits." Virote nodded, then his tone changed as he slid a document across the desk. "Speaking of which, I just received a temporary mission. Are you interested?" "Huh." Roy instinctively took the paper, but his brow furrowed. "I just got back to headquarters, old man. My men haven't even had a chance to sit down yet." I know. You always throw a victory feast and give your men a few days off after a mission. That's why I'm asking you, isn't it?" Vice Admiral Virote said casually. "This one involves a world government-affiliated kingdom, so the merit reward is high. In 2 months, headquarters, all-marine demonstration, is set to begin. If you can get promoted to a field officer rank before then, you can participate." The all-marine demonstration. Roy frowned. The all-marine demonstration. A major event the Marines held every few years. All Marine officers at the rank of major or higher and under the age of 50 could sign up to participate. It was basically the Marines' grand tournament. If you took a high rank, you would receive an additional promotion. The top 3 finishers could even be directly promoted to Commodore, becoming a flag officer in a single leap. Even more famous than the demonstration was the World Military Draft, which had only happened a few times since the Marines were founded. But again, Roy wasn't interested in that stuff. A promotion was nice, but once he was promoted, he would most likely be transferred out of the detention unit. That was not good. However, Vice Admiral Virota's next words made his heart stop. "Kid, after this all-marine demonstration, I'm probably going to retire." The old man's words, spoken while crunching loudly on a dango skewer, hit Roy like a thunderclap. "Retire? That's right. My grandkid was just born. It's the perfect time to retire and train him up, try to make him a fine Marine in the future." Virot grinned. "And this detention unit? I've been in this post for many years. You're the one with the most potential in this unit." His meaning was simple. He was leaving, and the special nature of the detention unit meant that most ambitious, strong Marines wanted nothing to do with it. "If you can take a good spot in the all-Marine demonstration, I'll petition Sengoku to let you stay here, as the commander of the detention unit. What do you think?" What did he think? He thought that was absolutely perfect. The excitement surging in Roy's heart was impossible to describe. Becoming the commander of the detention unit had massive benefits for him. Even if the unit itself wasn't respected, it was still a critical part of the Marine infrastructure. Commanding the detention unit meant an extremely high degree of freedom and status, and the commander of the detention unit is also responsible for personally escorting powerful criminals to Impel Down, and even has the authority to enter Impel Down for inspections. That was the key. For Roy, that great undersea prison, which held countless powerful criminals, was a true treasure trove. "So, old man, let me see that mission," he said decisively, his words ringing with conviction. "It's just a little overtime. For the sake of justice, it's my bounden duty, sir." Chapter 5, A Tree Rotten from the Roots, A Place Where Justice Cannot Dwell. Chapter 5, A Tree Rotten from the Roots, A Place Where Justice Cannot Dwell. 3 days ago, the royal merchant vessel of the World Government member nation, the Nicemayor Kingdom, received a threat letter while returning from the Sabayati archipelago. The letter's contents indicated they were being targeted by pirates. They chose to dock near the kingdom's G-51 Marine branch in Master Port and requested a marine escort. Shortly after arriving at the G-51 branch, they successfully captured a pirate who attempted to infiltrate the base. It was preliminarily confirmed that this was the same pirate who sent the threat letter. A little interesting. Lying on a deck chair on his warship, Roy took a sip of ice-cold cola as he read the detailed mission report. "Captain, what's interesting?" Hans, who was at the helm, asked with curiosity. It wasn't just him, the other detention unit Marines also gathered around. "The criminal we're transporting this time is interesting. Hit me again." Roy handed his empty glass to Fal while speaking softly. "No bounty and no name. That means this guy is a total nobody." He tapped the report. "But a nobody like this dares to rob a royal merchant ship from a world government member nation? And he even dares to send an advance warning letter." Roy rubbed his chin, his interest piqued. "Now that you mention it, Captain, that is pretty rare," Fal said, nodding as he handed over a fresh, cold cola. "But he was caught so easily. I'm guessing he's just a rookie pirate who just set sail, the kind who'll dare to do anything." "Maybe." Roy nodded, then sat up from his deck chair, taking off his sunglasses. "Oh, we're here." On the distant horizon, a large island was gradually coming into view. The first thing that caught their eye was the massive, white structure standing near the island's coastline. The giant marine insignia glittered in the sun. On a prominent spot on the tall building, the black letters, G-51, and the seagull and scales flag were clearly visible. This was the Grand Line's G-51 Marine branch, their destination. As the warship drew closer, the outline of the island's city also became clearer. It was a bustling harbor. The massive bay was filled with all kinds of ships. Merchant vessels of all sizes and small boats moved in and out of the port. "This place is really lively," Hans remarked from the helm, sounding impressed. "Well, it's Master Port. This is one of the most important ports in the Nicemayor Kingdom," Fal said, as if it were obvious. As the report stated, the Nicemayor Kingdom was one of the 170-plus member nations of the world government, placing it under the direct protection of the world government and the Marines. And just like this port, a Marine branch had been built right here. Because of this, most pirates wouldn't even consider attacking the place. Most merchant ships were more than willing to dock here. Even if it meant paying the high docking fees, it was better than being plundered by pirates. "It's definitely prosperous, but..." Roy nodded, his gaze sweeping to the other side of the port. There was a town there. But compared to the loud and bustling harbor, this town seemed much colder and more desolate. The buildings were small, and at a glance, they looked almost dilapidated. It wasn't hard to guess that this was where the island's original inhabitants lived. It was just like most countries in this world. The prosperity of the port and the wealth of the kingdom had nothing to do with the lives of its people. "Let's go. Head for the branch's port," Roy ordered, not wasting another look. The warship moved toward the exclusive marine port. But as they arrived at the marine port, Roy paused for a moment. He saw that within the G-51 branch's docks, aside from the branch's own warships, there was a large merchant vessel. It was far larger and more opulent than the other ships in Master Port. Its golden hull and massive figurehead practically screamed royalty. The flag of a crown hanging from its mast confirmed its identity. That must be the royal merchant ship that got the threat letter, Roy mused with a small smile. Docking right in the branch's port. Looks like the captain of this branch gets along very well with the Nicemayor Kingdom. As he spoke, the warship docked. Headquarters Detention Unit. A marine from the branch, who was managing the port, called out. After confirming Roy's identity, he gave a crisp salute. "The prisoner transfer is all ready. Captain Astor is waiting for you in his office." "Got it." Roy nodded, but his eyes scanned the surroundings. Where is everyone else? He had already noticed a small problem. The number of guards at this port was clearly wrong. Most of the sentry posts by the docks were empty, with only a few men scattered about. "Oh, they're all inside the branch, getting ready for the banquet tonight." The branch marine replied. "A banquet?" "Yes, sir. To celebrate catching that pirate, Steward Mantal from the Nicemayor ship organized a banquet and invited all the men from the branch. I heard he even prepared a gift for every marine as thanks." The branch marine looked excited as he said this. No one would be unhappy about a little extra income. "That's pretty generous," Roy grinned. "You'll be going later too, right? What about the port security?" "You don't need to worry, sir," the branch marine said confidently. "This is a world government member nation's port. Normally, no pirate would ever dare to attack here. Besides, don't we still have them?" He pointed off to the side. Roy turned and saw them. Near the dock where the royal merchant ship was moored, several guards in ornate, court-style uniforms were patrolling. "Who are they?" Hans, ever the curious one, asked before Roy could. "Oh, they're the royal guards from the Nicemayor Kingdom. They're not going to the banquet tonight." Hans pressed. "Of course not. They have to guard the cargo on the ship." After getting the lay of the land, Roy said no more. He just turned to Hans. "Hans, you and Fal go back to the ship and get the temporary brig ready. I'll go meet with Captain Astor and handle the transfer." "Yes, sir." After Hans returned to the ship, Roy waved off the branch marine's offer to guide him and headed for the G-51 building himself. As he walked, his gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the royal merchant ship. It was just impossible to miss. As he got closer, Roy noticed several strange details. For instance, the ship's hull was lined with sharp, iron spikes. The entire body of the ship also seemed overly sealed and enclosed. The only openings were the cannon ports, and peering inside, he could vaguely make out what looked like cages. "This ship." Roy's brow furrowed, and he muttered to himself. It was at that exact moment. "Coley, Coley." He heard a hoarse, frantic cry. When he turned his head, he clearly saw a person struggling to squeeze out of one of the ship's cannon ports. It was an old man. His body was hunched, his skin and clothes were covered in bloodstains. His eyes were sunk deep in their sockets, and his matted, gray hair was stuck to his head. He had a coarse rope around his neck and shackles on his feet. "Coley, Coley," he rasped, waving his hand, clutching something. Roy's excellent eyesight allowed him to just make out what was in the man's hand. It looked like a scrap of cloth. Just then, the ship's guard spotted him. "It's this old madman again. Get him back inside." "How did he get there? Where's the man in charge of the cargo hold?" Through the narrow cannon port, Roy saw a hand reach out from the darkness, grab the old man by his hair, and violently yank him back inside. Roy watched this, saying nothing. But, Rabbit Fruit, model, Snow Hare LV1, equipped, grants partial characteristics of a snow hare, enhancing all physical aspects, with an extra boost to hearing. His enhanced hearing allowed Roy to pick up the sounds of a brutal beating from within the ship's hold, mixed with the old man's mad whispers and the guard's curses. "Coley, Coley. Your daughter has already been bought, you old bastard." A piece of unsellable cargo, still making trouble for me. If the steward hadn't said your fresh organs were still worth something, and that we should find a separate buyer, I would have killed you long ago. And just like that, Roy understood everything. The spikes on the hull, and the cage-like structures. I see. It's a slave ship. He whispered the logical, sickening conclusion. The slave trade. One of this world's open sores. Although the world government officially forbade the trade of human slaves, the reality, because of the celestial dragons, was that the slave trade existed in a gray area. The world government didn't just turn a blind eye, they actively provided cover for it. Just like now. The world government member nation, the Nice Mayor Kingdom, was clearly in the slave trading business. Their methods weren't even subtle. Roy was certain that the high-ranking officers at the G-51 branch knew exactly what this was. And even so, they were still providing an escort for a returning slave ship. Justice, hub. Roy clicked his tongue. This was exactly why he sneered at the Marines' so-called justice. A tree that is rotten from the roots is no place for justice to dwell. Chapter 6, Celestial Tribute. The Slice Fruit. Chapter 6, Celestial Tribute. The Slice Fruit. It didn't take much effort for Roy to find his way into the G-51 headquarters. And as he arrived at the office with the nameplate, Branch Commander, Captain Astor. The enhanced hearing provided by the snow hair fruit allowed him to hear the voices inside the office. Captain, we've really troubled you this time. Steward Mantal, what are you saying? Our G-51 branch has always been well taken care of by your kingdom. It's our duty to help you solve your problems. That's different. The kingdom's patronage is His Majesty's will. I am thanking you on my own behalf. After all, the payment for this cargo is part of the celestial tribute for the world government. So I've heard. You sold a lot of good cargo in Sabayati this time, and even obtained a precious devil fruit. Indeed. So, for you to help us catch that pirate, and even let us store our treasure in your branch, and you'll be escorting us in a few days, this is a massive favor. You must accept this. Oh, my. I couldn't possibly. This is too much. Roy. Can you at least try to keep your voices down when you're taking a bribe? In broad daylight. So shameless. But, without a doubt, the content of their conversation caught Roy's attention. A part of the celestial tribute, and a devil fruit. Muttering to himself, Roy pushed open the office door. And then, as expected, he saw a portly man in rich clothes stuffing what was clearly an expensive jeweled ring into the pocket of the Marine in front of him. The burly, muscle-bound Marine was making a big show of refusing, but it looked like he was about to lose the battle and be forced to accept it. But Roy's entrance clearly interrupted this little play. Who are you? The G-51 branch commander, Captain Astor, immediately looked at Roy with suspicion. Captain Roy Amos, Marine Headquarters Detention Unit. I'm here on official orders to take custody of the prisoner. Roy announced himself, his expression unchanging. The detention unit. Captain Astor quickly straightened up. I am Captain Astor. This is the victim of the attacked merchant ship, Steward Mantal of the Nice Mayor Kingdom. As he introduced him, the portly man also smiled and nodded at Roy. Captain Roy, I'm sure you've heard. I am personally hosting a banquet at the branch tonight. Perhaps you'd be willing to grace us with your presence. He said this, but Roy didn't even glance at him. He ignored the steward completely and looked at Captain Astor. Captain, I am here for the prisoner transfer. My time is tight. Please lead the way. Both Captain Astor and Steward Mantal frowned at Roy's obviously cold and dismissive attitude, clearly displeased. After a moment, Captain Astor nodded coldly. If Captain Roy is in such a hurry, then let's go. He snorted, then led Roy to the branch's prison. Inside the prison, Roy successfully met the pirate, who had threatened the Nice Mayor's ship. He was a young man, covered in blood. He looked to be less than 20, and was extremely thin. His limbs and torso were wrapped in bandages. He was in a miserable state, and had clearly been brutally tortured. But as Roy and Captain Astor entered the cell block, his eyes were still sharp. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. This is the one, Captain Astor said, glancing at him. We've already run a check. No bounty on him. He's probably just some rookie pirate from a backwater island. But he's got a tough mouth. Refuses to give his name. Pathetically weak, too. No idea where he got the guts to try and rob a world government member's ship. He spat, his voice full of contempt. In this world, there was no such thing as a household registration system or IDs. Aside from a few major, prosperous nations, the common people on most islands were essentially off the grid. So identifying pirates was always a problem. Unless they were a big-name pirate who had already made a name for themselves, no one bothered to investigate the origins of common small fry. But it was obvious Captain Astor didn't care about any of that. The transfer papers are all filed. You can take him whenever you're ready. After saying this, he shot Roy one last glare and turned to leave. As he walked away, Roy's enhanced hearing faintly caught Astor's muttering. "Stuck up, hard-headed punk, just a damn captain, detention unit." But Roy no longer had any attention to spare for Captain Astor's complaints. Right now, he was staring intently at the young prisoner in the cell, a flash of intense surprise and joy in his eyes. He suppressed it and turned to the guard at the cell door. "Let's process the transfer." Immediately. Not long after, Roy was escorting the young pirate, who still refused to give his name, back to his warship. "Hans, Fal. Notify HQ that we have the prisoner and are heading back. And as per procedure, I'll take the first watch on this one." Roy gave his orders, then led the prisoner into the ship's temporary brig alone. He sat down on the familiar sofa and placed the hourglass on the table. He just watched the young man in the cell, not saying a word. The intense stare made the young man's skin crawl. "What are you looking at?" he growled, like a cornered, wounded animal. But he didn't expect that Roy, unlike the other Marines, wouldn't beat him. Instead, Roy smiled. "What's your relationship with the slaves on that merchant ship?" Roy's first words made the young man's entire body tremble. What are you talking about? I don't understand," he stammered, after a moment's pause. Roy didn't seem to care about his answer. He just continued, "Let me piece this together. You sent an advance warning letter to make them afraid, forcing them to dock at the G-51 branch. Then, you've got caught, trying to infiltrate, which naturally made them lower their guard. And they did. Tonight's banquet is the proof. The ship's treasure has already been moved into the branch, so no one would ever suspect your real target was the worthless, leftover, slaves still in the ship's hold." As Roy spoke, he saw the young man begin to shake violently. You're spouting nonsense." He still tried to deny it, but his voice was already cracking. He was in a state of absolute shock. He didn't understand. How could this Marine know his entire plan? He didn't understand where he had been exposed. I'm locked up in here. How could I possibly go rescue any slaves? Marine, kill me or torture me, do whatever you want. Stop saying things I don't understand." He was almost babbling. But hearing this, the smile on Roy's face only grew wider. "Yes, you're right. You are in here. You were transferred onto my warship in full view of everyone. No one will suspect you in the slightest. That's the most brilliant, and most useful, part of the plan." Roy said this, his gaze still locked on the young pirate. But in Roy's eyes, the transparent screen was silently explaining the truth. "Devil fruit user, Alan, slice clone, discovered. Confirmed devil fruit, paramecia type, slice fruit. Analyzing and saving to, fruit encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can create a slice clone, that is completely identical to the user's current state. The clone cannot be sliced again. Note, the slice clone and the main body share consciousness and memories. If a clone is destroyed, it cannot be recovered, and the main body will receive a certain amount of damage. The main body can reabsorb the clone or refresh its state through physical contact. If the main body dies, all clones will disappear. Effects by level. LV1 gain faint fruit effect, can create 1 slice clone. LV2 gain partial fruit effect, can create 3 slice clones. Requires 500 million berries for unlock. LV3 gain full fruit effect, can create 7 slice clones. Requires 3 billion berries for unlock. LV4 fruit deep dive development, can create 12 slice clones. The main body can swap places with any clone at will. Can recall and resummon clones regardless of distance. Requires 6 billion berries for unlock. LV5 fruit awakening endless slice. In addition to the 12 base clones, can create an unlimited number of weakened slice clones, but each one possesses only a fraction of the main body's power. Requires 12 billion berries for unlock. Analysis progress, 21%. Chapter 7, The Third Slot, and the Slice Clone. Chapter 7, The Third Slot, and the Slice Clone. The glowing screen that appeared in front of Roy silently explained one fact. Yes, the young man who had been so easily captured by the G51 branch, whose real name was Alan, was a devil fruit user. And this fruit ability. The moment Roy saw the ability's description, he realized it. Even among devil fruits, Alan's ability was exceptionally special. The gap between its floor and its ceiling is massive. If a normal person ate it, it would be even weaker than a standard zoan fruit. But if this ability was obtained by a powerful hacky user, the effect would be unbelievably broken. Just imagine, what if Marine hero Garp or the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, my hawk, ate this fruit? Every single one of their slice clones would be equivalent to their full strength. 7 Vice Admiral Garps. That's terrifying. They might as well just rename the Marines the Garp Army. And the fruit's upgrade price clearly reflected that strength. It was, by far, the most expensive devil fruit upgrade cost Roy had seen. Want something to eat? At this moment, Roy, still watching the analysis progress on the screen, smiled at the young man in the cell. My treat. I'm not eating your food. Alan, obviously, had no idea about the thoughts that had just been racing through Roy's mind. He just felt that this bizarre, muttering Marine was, kind of terrifying. And right at that moment, the last grain of sand in the hourglass ran out. All right. Roy stood up casually. Well, I'll be going then. He picked up the hourglass, slipped it into his pocket, and turned to leave. But just as he reached the door of the hold, his footsteps suddenly stopped. By the way, kid, he said, turning his head slightly, you should know, even with most of the branch Marines at that banquet, the difficulty of you rescuing those people is, well, it's pretty much impossible, right? I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. This time, Alan's voice was a roar. But it was hard to tell if that roar was made of more anger, or more fear. One thing, however, was certain. While his voice might hold fear and anger, it held absolutely no hesitation. Roy smiled. The brave are always worthy of respect, Captain. When Roy stepped out of the temporary brig, the Marine standing watch on the night shift looked at him with a confused expression. I'm a bit tired, going to rest. Have someone relieve me, Roy said. And remember to get the prisoner some food and water. And a blanket. Yes, sir. The Marine quickly nodded in acknowledgement. After giving the instructions, Roy walked back to his own quarters, a private room with a skylight, located at the stern of the ship. The moment he entered the room, the system's notifications were still ringing in his ear. Paramecia-type slice fruit has been added to the Fruit Encyclopedia. Current level, LV1. Current Encyclopedia fruit count, 1920, Paramecia, 8, Zoan, 7, Logia, 4, Special Paramecia, 0, Mythical Zoan, 1. Total recorded fruits has reached 20. An additional fruit slot has been unlocked. Current fruit slot count, 23. Currently equipped, Ox fruit, model, Rhino LV1, Rabbit fruit, model, Snowhare LV1, empty. Listening to the continuous pings and watching the flashing notifications on the screen, the smile on Roy's face grew even wider. This trip was so worth it. He sighed with genuine satisfaction. That's right. After obtaining the slice fruit, his total fruit count had finally reached 20, successfully unlocking his third fruit slot. For him, this was a massive upgrade. Of course, the more critical part was the slice fruit. This ability is important to me. Very important. This was the real reason for Roy's joy. As he'd thought before, his biggest headache was his identity. He needed his Marine status for self-preservation and for access to new fruit abilities. But at the same time, he needed a massive, practically unlimited, amount of money to upgrade those abilities. Those two goals were almost impossible to pursue at the same time, especially the latter, since any method of making that much money fast was full of danger. But now, slice. Roy said the word in his mind. The next moment, the slice fruit was equipped into the newly opened third slot, and then, VMMM. The muscles and skin on Roy's body began to shift, his very form seemed to be tearing. But Roy felt no pain. He only felt as if his body and his consciousness were undergoing some kind of indescribable change. In the next second, another Roy Amos, completely identical to him, appeared naked in the room. At this moment, that strange, special feeling became even clearer. He felt as if this new body was an extension of his own. His consciousness seemed to have split into two parts, but both parts were still under his complete control. This feeling, even for Roy who had mastered many devil fruit abilities, was incredibly novel. But he adapted quickly. First, he grabbed a set of his own casual clothes for the clone to wear. Even if he was, well, gifted, watching his own naked body still felt weird. Then, he controlled his slice clone, carefully feeling the changes in its body. And then, the corners of both Roy's mouths began to lift into a grin. Just as I thought, he whispered. He then controlled the slice clone's body to throw a punch. Boom! The immense force sent a piercing shockwave through the air. One could even see a faint, white fur sprout on the clone's arm. The fur of the snow hare. That's right. The slice fruit, it creates a perfect copy. It even copies the devil fruit abilities themselves. Roy had already guessed this back in the prison. The Alan in the cell was clearly a slice clone, yet his fruit encyclopedia was still able to analyze the fruit ability from it. That was enough to prove that the slice clone, in all likelihood, copied the devil fruit abilities along with the body, with the only exception being that the copied ability couldn't be used to make more clones. This trait would be meaningless to almost anyone else. So what if it copied a devil fruit? In this world, with the exception of that freak Blackbeard, a normal person could only ever eat one. But for Roy, the situation was completely different. For example, this clone of mine also possesses the snow hare fruit and the rhino fruit abilities. The only downside is that the slice fruit itself has to take up one of the clone's slots, and it can't be changed. That means the clone will always have one less ability than my main body, but that's more than enough. Roy understood just how significant this discovery was. It meant that the two-sided dilemma he'd been facing finally had a solution. From this day on, his main body could stay in the Marines, safely and stably acquiring new devil fruit abilities. And his clone could go out and acquire the massive, astronomical amounts of berries he needed for his upgrades. And it wouldn't have to worry about the means. In fact, he had a very bold idea forming right now. Okay, first, I need a disguise. Roy muttered, scanning his room. Soon, his eyes landed on an object. In the corner of the room, by a storage locker, sat a mask. It was a mask of a rooster, and it looked surprisingly lifelike. Roy remembered exactly what it was. It was a gift Hans had brought back for him 2 years ago after visiting his hometown in the South Blue. This is our South Blue, sea beast head mask, made from special South Blue iron. According to Hans's enthusiastic sales pitch, it was one of the South Blue's most famous specialties, common in many kingdoms there and even on the Grand Line, renowned for being durable, form-fitting, and hard to break. Of course, Roy later learned from a source who wished to remain anonymous, that while it was a South Blue specialty, the main reason Hans bought it as a souvenir was because it was cheap. The next day, Sergeant Hans was ordered to stand night watch for half a month for the offense of stepping onto the deck with his left foot first. The mask had been tossed in this corner ever since. But now, Roy picked up the mask and tossed it to his slice clone. When the clone put on the mask and the clothes, Roy looked it over. He confirmed it. You couldn't make out any facial features or body shape. He nodded, satisfied. Well then, let's begin. Chapter 8, Good Night for a Hunt. Chapter 8, Good Night for a Hunt. Marine G, 51 Branch. The port. The Nicemare Kingdom's royal merchant ship, the Eakhorn, was still docked quietly. The grand banquet inside the Marine branch had begun. The Marines and the ship's stewards were enjoying fine food and wine. And at this moment, on the ship's deck, man, I'm jealous. I heard the steward gave every single Marine a 100,000 berry bonus, one of the kingdom's guards sighed. Especially that Captain Astor. I heard the kingdom privately gave him treasure worth. He held up a hand to indicate a large number, sighing with envy. You just don't get it, another, older guard next to him chuckled. That Captain Astor is a real piece of work. A while back, a shipment of Steward Mantle's slaves had an accident here in Masterport. A few of them escaped and ran to the Marine branch for help. One of them was a woman, special cargo, from the Flower tribe. That's high-grade merchandise. At this, the younger guard looked shocked. The Flower tribe, a special race on the high seas. On the surface, they looked human, but their bodies emitted a floral scent. Plants would grow just by them being near, and their sweat was said to be one of the world's finest nectars. A female of the flower tribe, her price was no less than a mermaid's. The starting bid at Sabayati was 50 million berries. You can imagine, if cargo like that escaped, Steward Mantal would be in deep trouble. But it was Captain Astor who personally sent all those slaves back to the steward. He even destroyed all the official rescue plea documents. The old guard chuckled. Now you get it, right? The Marines are our protection umbrella. Of course the steward has to give them plenty of benefits. Hearing this, the young guard was even more envious. But the old guard quickly changed the subject. No need to be so jealous. We made a killing this trip, too. The steward will give us a good bonus. At the mention of this, the young guard perked up. I know, right? Who would have thought that little fishing village would have such a great beauty? And that a celestial dragon would end up seeing and buying her. He gulped as he said it. The old guard nodded. Yeah, that world noble traded 1 devil fruit and 200 million berries for her. Add in the other slaves, and we've earned 500 million berries this trip. He stopped mid-sentence, his expression changing drastically. At that moment, both guards realized that their legs, necks, bodies, and hands were being tightly held. Before they could even struggle, 2 short blades pierced through their backs, exiting their chests. 7 intruders. That was the old guard's last thought as he fell heavily to the deck. The 7 intruders quickly dragged the 2 guards into the shadows and stripped them of their clothes. After doing this, all 7 of them were breathing heavily. If one looked closely, they would discover a shocking fact. All 7 of the intruders who had snuck onto the ship looked exactly alike. It was, of course, the young pirate named Alan. It was Alan himself, and his 6 remaining slice clones. Coley, she. Alan's voice was a low growl, as if he were about to shatter his own teeth. From the guard's conversation, he had heard Coley's fate. No, stay calm. Grandpa and the others are still in the hold. I have to save them first. He forcefully suppressed his rage. 2 of his clones put on the guard uniforms. 15 minutes until the guard change. The hold will open. I can mix in and rescue Grandpa and the others. His mind raced, going over every detail of his plan. From the moment he'd sent that threat letter, forcing the ship to stop at Master Port, he had been watching everyone on this ship, waiting for this moment. At that time, there will only be 4 guards in the hold for a short time. I'll ambush 2, and use my other clones as a sacrifice to take down the last 2. As he thought this, Alan couldn't help but remember that strange Marine captain he'd met, the one who'd seen right through his plan. According to the info from my clone, his ship hasn't returned. Was he just bluffing? Alan shook his head, clearing the thought. He had no more time for doubts. He knew his own strength. Although the fruit he ate as a child gave him a special ability, he was still just an ordinary village boy. The only reason he hadn't been captured as a slave with the others was pure luck. He just happened to be away from the village. Even with all his clones, he couldn't beat 3 royal guards in a straight fight. He had only one chance. Focus. Focus. Just as he thought this. Wheat. A sharp whistle shattered the silence, coming from behind him. Alan spun around, his face frozen in disbelief. The 2 guards he had killed were struggling to sit up. First time killing someone, kid. The old guard was still bleeding, but he was grinning viciously. You were nervous. With a short knife, you have to hit the head, the heart, or a vital organ. You missed all of them, you idiot. As he spoke, dozens of guards, alerted by the whistle, stormed out from the ship's hold. Intruders. Why now? There's no treasure left. Who cares? Grab them. Wait, are they septuplets? The moment they saw Alan and the 2 wounded guards, they understood the situation. Alan's face was sheet white. He had only one chance. And now, it was gone. The next moment, he heard the old guard shout, "Don't kill him. That's not septuplets. He's an ability user. He's precious cargo. Take him alive." Hearing this, Alan's pale face flushed with a crimson rage. He gripped his short knife. You scum. He would not become a slave. He would rather die. He and his 6 clones charged at the guards. It was meaningless. Just 2 minutes later, Alan and all his clones were lying on the deck, covered in blood. Which one's the main body? Who cares? Grab them all. We're gonna be rich. Ability user slaves are popular. Laughing, several guards walked over, reaching down to grab Alan. Damn it! Damn it! Alan tried to resist, but he was pinned to the deck, unable to move. But at that exact moment, boom! He suddenly heard a terrifying sound of rushing air. Then, he felt the hands holding him vanish, replaced by warm liquid splashing onto his body. He struggled to look up. The guards who had been standing over him were gone. In their place was a massive, splintered hole in the deck. Through the hole, he could see the blood and mangled corpses of the guards below. That was the source of the warm liquid. Who? What's that hole? What's going on? Look! In the sky! Alan heard the guards' panicked shouts. He instinctively raised his head. And then, he saw an image that he was fated to never forget. In the black sky, the full moon hung high. And framed perfectly in its center, a figure stood in the air. He wore a rooster mask and was slowly, almost casually, pulling back his fist. Who is that? The intruder's accomplice. He can fly. Is he an ability user, too? Quick! Shoot him down. The guards raised their weapons, a chaotic mess. But at this moment, some of them realized something was wrong. The old guard, who was still alive, noticed it. The figure was standing in the air, but his feet were lightly tapping on it. That's... As a man who had seen much, he'd heard of this technique. That, combined with the punch that had just annihilated the deck. No, no. The old guard screamed, trying to take command. Retreat. Get Steward Mantal and Captain Astor. This guy is a monster. But it was too late. Swish. With a sound like tearing air, the figure in the sky vanished. How nice. The next second, a low voice spoke directly into the old guard's ear. For my very first outing, I run into trash like you. This means I can hunt to my heart's content. The old guard felt his vision tumble. He saw his own body, standing there, headless. He realized it wasn't him flying. It was just his head. In his last, brief moment of consciousness, he saw the rooster-masked figure, now like a phantom, flow into the crowd of guards. Screams and the sound of slaughter filled the night. In the dark sky, the full moon shone. Its light, falling on the deck, seemed to be stained red. Chapter 9, Alan's Request. Chapter 9, Alan's Request. On the deck of the Ecorn, Alan was hiding in a corner, his eyes glued to the battle unfolding. Or rather, battle wasn't the right word. It was a one-sided slaughter. So strong. Alan had already whispered this subconscious thought more times than he could count. For a boy from a small fishing village on a tiny island, the power displayed by the mysterious figure in the rooster mask had shattered his entire worldview. He had never imagined a single person could be this powerful. This person's actions showed him that the strong on this sea possessed power far beyond anything he had ever known. Alan could see it clearly. Every time the masked man moved, it was far faster than his eyes could follow. He would just hear a whoosh, and the man would be in a new spot. Every punch blasted a huge hole in the ship's railing. Every step caved in the deck. In contrast, the nice Mayor Kingdom's guards, who he'd thought were so strong, couldn't even put up a fight. And now, Krak, the rooster-masked man grabbed the last guard and casually snapped his neck. Thud. The sound of the body hitting the deck was like the final note of the fight. The masked man turned and walked over to Alan. He tossed something, a motion that made Alan and all his clones flinch. But a set of keys landed in his hands. He'd caught them on pure reflex. These are the keys to the holding cells. Alan's eyes lit up. You're here to save these slaves, right? The masked man finally spoke. Go. Yeah. Alan didn't know why this person was helping him, but that didn't stop him from nodding emphatically. He and his clones immediately rushed into the ship's hold. Roy's clone scanned the area, then calmly began, checking the guards' bodies one by one. Ooh, this jewel looks high quality. Ho, this thick wad, must be 100,000 berries. Holy crap, a check from the Fury Bank. Working on the principle that even a mosquito is meat, Roy's clone looted everything of value from the guards. And every time he touched treasure, berries, or anything valuable, the items vanished. In their place, a value on Roy's system interface began to climb. Until finally, the value on the screen read. Current berries, 45,230,000. Damn. A full 4,100,000 berries in loot. Roy felt a warm, fuzzy feeling. As expected of royal slavers, they were loaded. In just a few minutes, he had made more than his entire year's salary. Why does it feel like everyone in this world is richer than me? Roy lamented. He stood up, adjusted his mask, and walked into the hold. The scene in the hold was even more depressing than he had imagined. It was dim, lit only by a few swaying oil lamps. The air was foul, a suffocating mix of odors. Both sides of the hold were lined with cramped, rusty iron cages. In the distance, he could see various torture implements. This ship was just like the Nightmare Kingdom itself, a prosperous surface hiding a filthy ugliness. But now, the cages were open. Ragged slaves were helping each other stumble out. Their faces were masks of disbelief and confusion. Some of the quicker ones had already collapsed, hugging each other and wailing. Their cries were a mix of joy at their newfound freedom and profound pain. Roy didn't need to be told. The ones left behind were all either very old or had obvious physical disabilities. Just as the guards had said, they were low-grade cargo, the slaves no one wanted to buy. But their families and friends, they weren't all low-grade cargo. Many had surely been sold at Sabayati. The pain of being separated in life was no less than the pain of death. Roy remained silent, quickly finding Alan in the crowd. Alan was holding a curled-up old man, the same one Roy had seen at the cannon port. He looked even worse now, bleeding from multiple wounds, his matted hair stuck to his forehead. He was still clutching that scrap of cloth, muttering, "Coley. Coley, my Coley. I'm sorry. Grandpa, I'm sorry. I wasn't fast enough." Alan's face was streaked with tears, his expression agonized. All his clones shared this pain. The other slaves watched, lowering their heads. The atmosphere in the hold became suffocatingly heavy. But then, Roy's footsteps drew everyone's attention. Upon seeing the rooster mask, some of the slaves gasped. Alan had clearly explained the situation to them. They knew this was the man who had killed all the guards and saved them. "Coley?" Roy asked from beneath the mask. He intentionally kept his voice low and muffled. "Yeah, that's my sister. She was bought." Hearing the question, Alan wiped his tears, fighting for composure. "My grandpa," he tried to stop them, but... Roy glanced at the old man, who was clearly not all there, and nodded. The situation was obvious. No explanation needed. "What's your plan now?" Roy asked. "You must have had an escape route ready." "Yes." Alan nodded, then realized he hadn't introduced himself. "Sir, my name is Alan. I have a few small fishing boats and spare clothes hidden at a quiet dock in Masterport. The plan was to head there after this, and sail away. Once we reach a nearby island, we'll be safe. Then we can go." Hearing this, the slaves flinched. He was going to say home. But they all knew they couldn't go home. Their village had already been destroyed by those Nightmare bastards. But Alan was a determined person. He quickly recovered. "After I get Grandpa settled, I'm going to find Coley. She's my sister. I have to save her." He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on Roy. "Sir, my lord." Then, he dropped to his knees. Before he could speak, Roy cut him off. "Are you about to ask me to help you save your sister?" "Yes." Alan's voice was hoarse. "I don't have your strength, my lord." He wasn't afraid to die. He had been prepared to die tonight. But what he had just witnessed showed him the massive gap in power. Some things couldn't be solved with courage alone. Just like tonight, without this man, his and all the slaves' fates would have been tragic. If he could just get this powerful man to help. "I refuse." Roy said it without hesitation. He looked at Alan. "You heard the guards. A celestial dragon bought your sister. I have no reason to declare war on the world government for you." He stated it as a simple fact. Roy had a conscience and a bottom line. When it didn't interfere with his own plans, he didn't mind saving some slaves. But that didn't mean he was about to charge Mary Gosa. Alan's face went deathly pale. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Even as a simple fisherman, he had heard of the world nobles. He knew the masked man was right. I apologize for asking." He choked out. But again, Roy cut him off. "However, I can petition my leader. If we have an opportunity to go to Mary Gosa in the future, or if we find your sister elsewhere, we will attempt to rescue her. But in return, I need you to do some things for us." Hearing this, the despair in Alan's eyes was instantly replaced by a desperate spark of hope. He stared at the rooster mask. To him, that mask now represented hope. He had no idea who he was, but he could tell this man belonged to some organization. And he could guess that any organization this man belonged to had to be powerful. So, even though the offer was conditional and gave no guarantee, Alan didn't hesitate. "I'll do it. My lord, I'll do anything. Even if it costs my life, I don't need your life." Roy raised a hand, cutting him off. "I just need you to do two things for me." He spoke in a low voice, outlining the two tasks. As Alan listened, his expression grew more and more astonished. By the end, his face was one of complete disbelief. "Are you serious? You really want me to?" "Of course." After receiving Roy's firm confirmation, Alan's expression turned grim and determined. "If that is your request, then I will do it." Chapter 10 Watch closely. "I'll only teach this once." Chapter 10 Watch closely. "I'll only teach this once." 2 hours later. Inside the Marine G-51 branch, the banquet was coming to an end. Most of the Marines who couldn't hold their liquor were already passed out on the floor. The ones left were half drunk. "That captain from headquarters today. Roy, was it? Hick. He really doesn't know what's good for him," Steward Mantal slurred, still clutching his drink in the center of the hall. "Yeah, just some punk from the detention unit, daring to talk to us like that." Captain Astor, who was opposite him, drained his own massive mug and slammed it on the table. "If I wasn't already transferred to a branch, I'd have taught him a lesson myself." He lowered his voice. According to Marine rules, although a branch commander had high authority in his own jurisdiction, he had no authority over headquarters personnel. Every HQ Marine had their own direct superior. For example, Captain Roy, as part of the detention unit, reported directly to Vice Admiral Virote. So, as annoyed as Astor was with Roy's cold attitude, there was nothing he could do about it. "Don't worry, Captain Astor," Mantal grinned, leaning in. "The treasure you helped us secure, that's part of the celestial tribute. This is a huge service. I will personally inform His Majesty of your contribution. When the World Conference happens in 3 years, His Majesty will be happy to sing your praises to the world government leaders. You might even be promoted to a headquarters admiral." Perhaps the alcohol was making him extra generous with his promises. "Is that true?" Astor was completely hooked. "Of course. This time, our celestial tribute is a full 5 billion berries, plus a devil fruit. That's over 1 billion more than the government required." Mantal laughed. "That extra billion? That's to grease the wheels with the big shots." Astor quickly refilled his cup. "Then I'll be counting on you to put in a good word." "I'll drink to that." "But of course. We'll be counting on you in the future, Commodore Astor." The two men roared with laughter. But at that exact moment, beep, beep, a piercing alarm suddenly blared through the entire G-51 branch. What's going on?" Astor's brow furrowed. He looked at a nearby Marine who was still sober. "You, go check. Did one of these idiots get too drunk and set off the alarm?" "Sir." The Marine ran off, but returned moments later, his face pale with panic. "Sir, it's the port. The ship at the port, there's a problem." He said anxiously, "The Eichhorn, it's left the port. And all of the Eichhorn's guards, they've been killed. Their bodies were dumped on the dock." "What?" X2. Both Astor and Mantal were instantly sober. That pirate, did he have accomplices? Astor's mind immediately jumped to this conclusion. Steward Mantal's face was white. The Eichhorn was a 200 million berry royal vessel, and those were royal guards. Now the guards were all dead, and if the ship was gone, forget a reward, he'd be lucky to only be executed. Organize a pursuit. All ships, now. We have to get that ship back. Astor, clearly understanding the stakes, began to bark orders. "But sir." The Marine gestured helplessly at the room full of drunken soldiers. Astor's expression darkened. "Leave a few to sober them up. The rest of you, go. Immediately." Seeing his face, the Marine didn't dare say another word and ran off. As he left, Mantal looked at Astor. Their eyes met. A new, shared, and far greater panic had just struck them. In unison, they both bolted from the banquet hall. Captain Astor, the treasure. Mantal's fat face was completely bloodless. This was his real fear. The ship was bad, but if the celestial tribute was stolen, death was the best he could hope for upon his return. "Calm down. It's fine," Astor said, though his own voice was tight with stress. "Only we know the vault's location. You have the key. The thief took the ship, he must have thought the treasure was still on board. Mantal grabbed onto that idea like a lifeline. Yes. You're right. That must be it. Speaking, they rushed to the G-51 basement. It was filled with storage rooms for branch supplies. They stopped in front of a large weapon rack. Aster tapped a specific plank on the rack. Rumble. The weapon rack slowly slid aside, revealing a hidden room behind it, piled high with treasure chests. Seeing the treasure was still there, Mantal finally let out a long, shaky breath. Thank God, it's still. He seemed to regain his composure. Captain Aster, I'm counting on you. You must get the acorn. He was cut off by Aster's expression, which had just twisted in horror. Aster had heard a sound behind him. Boom. It felt like being hit by a rampaging rhino. A piercing sound, and then Aster felt an immense force slam into his back. He saw Mantal's obese body deform as a fist struck him, too. Krr shack. Aster literally heard the sound of the steward's bones disintegrating. The next moment, both men were blasted off their feet and slammed into the vault's thick wall. As the dust settled, a figure stepped calmly into the room. When people panic, they always check on their most valuable possession. It's common sense. The man in the rooster mask walked into the vault. Thanks for showing me the way. He said this as he glanced at the piles of treasure, his gaze satisfied. He didn't move to touch the chests, however. Instead, he turned back to the rubble. But I am surprised. Captain Aster. You're tougher than I thought. And just as he spoke, Aster stumbled out of the dust. His marine uniform was shredded, revealing a body of knotted muscle. At this moment, his muscles were bunched, hard as steel. Tekai. Hardwood, Aster grunted. He glanced at Mantal's body, which was now folded in three. He was clearly dead. How dare you kill a royal steward of a world government member nation? Aster gritted his teeth, as if in a fit of rage. Roy's clone shook his head. First, I'll never understand this obsession you people have with shouting your move names. Second, royal steward. I just took out the trash. And you're next. Humph. Hearing this, Aster actually laughed. He waved his muscular arms, clearing the dust. You think you know who I am? I am Aster Campbell, Marine Captain, Commander of the G-51 branch. He stepped out of the ruins, pulling his tattered marine coat back over his shoulders. I trained relentlessly to master the superhuman martial art, the Rokushiki. This thing from nowhere, you think you can kill me? His voice was filled with fighting spirit. Hearing this, Roy's clone actually looked a little more serious. Aster's strength was a bit beyond his expectations. At Marine HQ, it wasn't hard to find a way to learn the Rokushiki. The difficulty was in the body. One needed a Doriki power level of at least 500. The stronger the body, the easier it was. Any officer who mastered it was above average. He hadn't expected a corrupt slob like Aster to have mastered Tekai. But, considering he was a branch commander on the Grand Line, it wasn't that shocking. Alright then, I'll get a little serious. Seeing his opponent's battle-ready stance, Roy's clone cracked his knuckles, ready to get physical. And at that exact moment, prepare yourself, intruder. I will show you the power of the Rokushiki. Take this. Rankyaku, wind cut. Aster roared, and stomped his right foot. And then, boom. To Roy's absolute astonishment, Aster launched himself like an arrow, straight for the exit. He's running. Only then did Roy's clone finally react. To hell with Rankyaku, the man was just running for his life. And it was true. Aster, fleeing at top speed, had no intention of fighting. In fact, if one looked closely, they'd see a perfect, caved-in fist print on his back, which he had hidden with his coat. That guy is a monster. Fighting him is suicide. I have to run. He screamed in his mind, ignoring the pain. My Tekai couldn't even block his attack. This was what terrified him. He had mastered Tekai, his greatest pride and the reason he'd been promoted. But under that single punch, the bones beneath the fist print were shattered. His decision was instant. Fighting was death. Running was the only way. As he fled, Aster glanced back. He saw the masked man still standing in the vault. He's not chasing. I made it. He was ecstatic. But in the next second, I knew it. Trash who hangs out with slavers has no guts. Aster heard the calm voice echo behind him. Weren't you going to show me the power of the Rokushiki? It seems, you're not very good at Rankyaku. Aster turned, his eyes wide. He saw the masked man slowly lifting his right leg. The leg itself seemed to thicken. Rabbit fruit, leg strength. Ox fruit, leg strength. In that case, watch closely. I'll only teach this once. The words fell, and Roy's clone kicked. Rankyaku, wind cut. The same move name. The next instant, Aster watched in absolute horror. As the ground in front of the clone tore apart, and a massive, swirling blade of compressed air, over 5 meters long, erupted from the kick. It vaporized the stone wall and shot toward him. It was the last thing he ever saw. 11, Chapter 11, Celestial Tribute. Model, Quetzalcoatlus. Chapter 11, Celestial Tribute. Model, Quetzalcoatlus. Thud. As Captain Aster's corpse fell heavily to the ground, Roy's clone slowly retracted his right leg and adjusted his mask. It's been a while since I used that, but I'm not rusty. It was true, as mentioned before, the Rokushiki, 6 powers, weren't really a secret among Marines. Any officer at the lieutenant rank or higher who had spent a few years at headquarters could learn them, either through a high-ranking officer or at the training grounds. The only real restriction was the extremely high physical strength required. Once that standard was met, many could even figure out one of the 6 styles on their own. And for Roy, physical strength was clearly not a limitation. Although his 2 Zoan-type devil fruits were only LV1, the physical enhancement they provided was more than enough for him to train in the Rokushiki. In fact, Roy had already learned 4 of the 6 styles: Jeppo, Moonwalk, Rankyaku, Storm Leg, Soru, Shave, and Tekai, Iron Body. While he couldn't be called a master, he was proficient in their use. Soru is standard for any strong fighter, Tekai is for defense, Jeppo is a rare flight-type ability, and Rankyaku is for ranged attacks. They're all essential. Muttering to himself, Roy's clone slowly walked over to Steward Mantle's corpse. Looking at the body, which was now folded in 3, he began to rifle through the man's pockets. As expected, he pulled out a few items. A few high-quality gems and several wads of 10,000 berry notes were nice, but not what made Roy's clone pause. What he truly cared about were the 2 other items. The first was a ring of keys, each one tagged with a number. The second was a carefully folded piece of paper. The keys are obviously for these treasure chests, but this paper, stored right with them. Roy's clone curiously unfolded the paper, and this is. His expression froze. His breathing quickened. The unfolded paper was clearly a sea chart, more accurately, a route map. The starting point of the route was the Sabayati archipelago. It wasn't hard to guess this was Mantle's return route after selling the slaves. But that was the problem. As the steward of a royal merchant ship, Mantle's destination should have been the capital of the Nicemayor Kingdom. But the end point of this route was not the capital. It was another island named Urahit Island. That island was a considerable distance from the capital, and it was suspiciously close to the calm belt. Why? Roy's mind instantly flashed back to what he'd overheard. This treasure was part of this year's Celestial Tribute, and the time for its collection was near. The answer was obvious. Urahit Island, this is the port where the Celestial Tribute is stored and transported. But just as Roy was processing this, his sharp hearing picked up movement from the marine branch above. The drunken Marines were waking up. He quickly stuffed the map back into Mantle's pocket, grabbed the keys, and turned to the chests. As he opened the treasure chests one by one, he found them all, as expected, overflowing with glittering gold or stacks of berries. Roy's clone didn't hesitate, placing his hand on them. The treasure began to vanish, and the system notifications began to ring. Current berries, 45,230,000 75,300,000. Current berries, 75,300,000 110 million. Current. It's true what they say, all the best ways to get rich are the ones forbidden by the world government, Roy's clone sighed. No wonder everyone wants to be a pirate, what's the point of this 9 to 5 grind? But as Roy's clone sighed for all the poor wage slaves out there, his movements suddenly froze. His attention was fixed on one particular chest. Sea stone. It was a dull, gray chest that looked to be made of stone. Roy immediately identified it. Among all this treasure, there was only one thing that would need to be stored in a sea stone chest. The devil fruit those 2 were talking about, it's in here. Roy immediately realized it. He'd overheard Mantal and Aster mention that Mantal had acquired a precious devil fruit at Sabayati. He rushed to the chest, found the matching key, and opened it. Inside, just as he'd thought, was a dark blue fruit. It was covered in the spiral patterns unique to the treasures of the sea. And in his ear, the fruit encyclopedia's voice sounded. Unclaimed devil fruit discovered. Confirmed devil fruit, Zoan, ancient type, Ryu no Mi, model, Quetzalcoatlus. Analyzing and saving to, fruit encyclopedia. Please touch the fruit to begin analysis. Current analysis, 0%. Roy's clone was stunned. It wasn't just because this was the first actual devil fruit he had ever obtained. It was because an ancient Zoan. Roy had never imagined that the fruit he'd find here would be a rare, ancient Zoan type. It was said that ancient Zoan fruits gave their users far greater vitality and physical toughness than even normal Zoans. Across the entire sea, while they might not be on par with mythical Zoans or Logias, they were still exceptionally rare. This was an incredible, unexpected prize. Roy's clone immediately placed his hand on the fruit. The next moment, the fruit began to dissolve into particles of light. At the same time, the analysis progress on his screen began to jump rapidly. In just a few breaths, the fruit had vanished completely. In its place, fruit analysis complete. Current ability level is LV.3. LV3, full fruit effect acquired. Can transform into the ancient creature, Quetzalcoatlus. Recovery and vitality are massively enhanced. Can freely switch between human, beast, and hybrid forms. Can beat wings to create strong gales. LV4, fruit deep dive development. Can turn gales into slicing attacks. Can use gales to move at super high speeds. Recovery and vitality are further enhanced. Requires 1.5 billion/500 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV5, fruit awakening primal regression. Undergoes the unique awakened transformation of a Zoan user. Body will be wreathed in flame clouds. Vitality and recovery reach their peak. Can cause catastrophe-level gales. Requires 7.5 billion/2.5 billion berries for permanent/temporary unlock. 12, Chapter 12, For the sake of justice, I will face the danger. Chapter 12, For the sake of justice, I will face the danger. On the sea, aboard the detention unit warship. In his quarters, Roy's face was still lit with excitement. 500 million berries. That's enough to upgrade one of the top-tier Logia fruits to LV2. And the Ryu no Mi, model, Quetzalcoatlus. This was a massive score. He muttered to himself, looking at the brand new fruit displayed on the fruit encyclopedia's screen. He was, to put it mildly, extremely satisfied with the results of his first illegal operation. An income of 500 million berries was enough to perform his first major fruit upgrade. And for that, his sights were set on a Logia. He had been craving the elementalization ability of a Logia fruit for a long time. Even if a LV2 Logia only granted partial elementalization, it would be more than enough to let him run wild in the first half of the Grand Line. As for the Quetzalcoatlus fruit, that was a huge, unexpected bonus. Coincidentally, he knew of a similar fruit. It belonged to one of the four emperors, the King of the Beasts, Kaido, and was used by his top all-star, King the Wildfire. That pirate, with a bounty of 1,390 million berries, had eaten the Ryu no Mi, model, Pteranodon. The fruit Roy had just obtained was clearly in the same category. Although a lot of King's combat power comes from his Lunarian heritage, there's no doubt, the powerful physique and vitality unique to Ryu fruits, combined with a pterosaur's flight and high mobility, this Quetzalcoatlus fruit is a top-tier Zoan. And for me, it's even more significant. Roy knew this well. If he had gotten this fruit before, he would have been happy, but not this excited. But now, things were different. Because Roy now had an extremely bold plan forming in his mind. Arahit Island. Roy whispered the port's name. The celestial tribute, given the Nicemayor Kingdom's wealth, it must be an astronomical figure, right? That's right. The moment he realized Arahit Island was where the celestial tribute was stored, Roy's mind had been set in motion. As the annual tribute offered to the celestial dragons, the value of the celestial tribute was staggering. A massive kingdom like Alabasta, which lacked neither land nor resources, was rumored to pay 10 billion berries every year. Of course, the world government had security measures in place for such a massive fortune. First, the transport location for the celestial tribute was a top state secret. Second, each country's tribute was escorted by dedicated marine admirals and government agents. The transport route was often through the calm belt, and the surrounding waters would be locked down. Third, any criminal who attempted to steal the celestial tribute was declared an enemy of the world. All the treasure was marked with the hoof of the celestial dragon, and anyone caught using it would be hunted by the Marines for life. As a result, stealing the celestial tribute was almost unheard of. The one person who had succeeded hadn't even been after the money itself. But Roy couldn't just let this go. He knew the location. He wasn't afraid of being hunted. They would only be hunting his slice clone. And, most importantly, now that he had the Quetzalcoatlus fruit, the locked-down sea was no longer a problem for him. I'm doing it. Roy's mind was made up. He was hitting that score. The only problem was, the slice clone's abilities can only be refreshed by the main body's touch. I have to meet up with my clone again. His current abilities aren't enough to steal the celestial tribute. This was a problem. After a full night of sailing, his main ship was hundreds of nautical miles from Masterport. He couldn't cross that distance with Jeppo. But Roy wasn't worried. He just waited. Because, if he wasn't mistaken, his chance to return to Masterport was about to arrive. And soon. Captain. Hans's voice came from outside the door. What is it? Roy thought to himself, right on time. It's a call from headquarters. It's Vice Admiral Virote. Oh. Roy opened his door. As expected, Hans was holding a pura transponder snail. Roy took it. Yeah, old man, it's me. Vice Admiral Virota's low, heavy voice came through. Roy, kid, how far are you from the G51 branch? About 700 nautical miles, I'd say. Roy said, his brow furrowing in confusion. What's wrong? Not long after you left, something happened at G51, Virote said, his tone grim. The branch commander, Captain Astor, was killed in action. That royal steward from the Nicemayor Kingdom and all his guards were also assassinated. What? Roy's shock was audible. How could this happen? According to the reports, a criminal hijacked the Nicemayor merchant ship, drawing most of the branch's forces away. Just as the Marines were about to catch him, he set the ship on fire and sank it, with himself on board. When the Marines returned to the branch, they found Captain Astor's body. Virota's voice was low. Roy, kid, you understand what this means, right? What does it mean? It means that kid, Alan, did a hell of a job. This was, in fact, one of the two tasks Roy had given Alan. He needed Alan to create a diversion, draw off the Marines, and panic Astor and Mantal into checking on their treasure. As a slice fruit user, Alan just had to sacrifice one clone to pull off the perfect diversion. It seemed he had performed his mission flawlessly. But Virote didn't know this. Before Roy could answer, Virote gave his own conclusion. This was a premeditated attack. The criminal who took the ship was just a pawn. He paused. Roy immediately jumped in. Sir, I request permission to return to Masterport immediately. The attack happened less than a day ago. The perpetrator is likely still there. They need a commander to coordinate the search. Furthermore, based on what you've told me, I believe the prisoner I am currently escorting may be connected to this. I will have my men continue to Marineford with him, while I return to Masterport alone on an emergency cutter. He spoke with righteous conviction, his face a mask of duty. Hans and Fal stared at him with expressions of pure, unadulterated awe. Forget them, even Vice Admiral Virote on the other end of the line was silent. This was, in fact, what headquarters wanted. The attack was severe, and G51 was in chaos without a commander. In that entire sector, Roy was the closest, highest-ranking officer. But, Roy, kid, you have to understand. This enemy is not simple. If you go back now, it will be extremely dangerous. The Vice Admiral's voice was heavy. The other Marines on the ship also looked worried. They understood. Any criminal who dared to kill a Marine captain and a royal official, that was a monster. But, for the sake of justice, I will face the danger. Roy's voice boomed, filled with righteous power. The eyes of his men, they were practically tearing up. After another long pause, Vice Admiral Virote spoke. If you're sure, then go. When you return to headquarters, I will personally see you commended for this. He went silent again for a moment. Then, he said softly, for justice. Chapter 13, When Giant Wings Descend Upon the Forest. Chapter 13, When Giant Wings Descend Upon the Forest. The G-51 branch at Masterport was attacked 3 days ago. Branch Captain Astor Campbell was killed in action. Also killed was the Royal Steward of the Nicemayor Kingdom, Mantal. Detention Unit Captain Roy Amos, who was in a nearby sea, returned to Masterport on an emergency basis. He led the branch's Marines in an overnight search for the attacker, but nothing has been found. Furthermore, per the world government's assessment, it is possible Steward Mantal exposed the location of the Celestial Tribute. Therefore, ships will be dispatched to move the Celestial Tribute from Arahit Island. In the center of Arahit Island, within the Great Arahit Forest, a Marine with a cigar in his mouth was lying on a deck chair, soaking up the sunlight that trickled down through the ancient, massive trees. A large silver tachi was propped up next to the chair. The one reading the report was his subordinate, standing in front of him. "Move," the cigar-chomping Marine said in a low voice. "Yes, Commodore Longley." The subordinate, a lieutenant colonel, nodded. "Yes, they're ordering us to leave. But before that, you need to contact the transport ships for the Celestial Tribute and confirm the evacuation time." But before he could finish, the Commodore shot him an annoyed glare. "Idiot. I meant you move. You're completely blocking my sun, can't you see?" The lieutenant colonel froze. He then realized that, holding the report, he was blocking the light. In the Great Arahit Forest, where the trees towered over 50 meters, sunlight was precious. The lieutenant colonel scrambled out of the way, chuckling sheepishly. "My apologies, Commodore. I didn't notice. Be more careful next time. Where I'm from, blocking someone's sun is a high crime." Commodore Longley snorted. Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel thought to himself, what kind of godforsaken place has a rule like that? But he just nodded obediently. Then, Commodore Longley snorted again. "As for moving the Celestial Tribute, a bunch of cowards." The Commodore sneered, clearly annoyed with the world government's decision. He turned his head and looked at the massive building hidden in the forest behind him. This Golden House is in the center of Arahit Island, a perfect stronghold concealed by the forest. The 4 coasts of the island have 4 guard bases. The nearby seas are restricted, and it's extremely close to the calm belt. The sea here is full of massive whirlpools that can swallow a large ship. Who could possibly attack a place like this? It's less than a month until the transport. Moving it now. Are the higher-ups out of their minds? He grumbled. But it's an order, Commodore. And the message came from Vice Admiral Yamakaji himself. The lieutenant colonel could only try to reason with him. He knew very well that Commodore Longley was a rising star in the Marines. At only 35, he was already a commodore. He had already mastered 2 types of haki, was a master swordsman, and was so strong that he was considered a shoo-in for a promotion to vice admiral within a few years. The only person who could order him around was his master, the veteran headquarters officer, Vice Admiral Yamakaji. It was strange. Vice Admiral Yamakaji was known for being both kind and strong, but his apprentice was a stubborn guy who hated taking orders. And sure enough, hearing that the order came directly from Yamakaji, Lanley's brow furrowed. "And then, we have to contact the ships, right? Give me the transponder snail." He held out his hand reluctantly. The lieutenant colonel thought, it worked, and quickly handed over the transponder snail. "Commodore, there are 5 ships coming for the transfer. You can use this snail to contact them. It's a special world government model. It has separate channels and even a recording function. Oh, there's a message already." As he said this, he noticed the snail had started to speak. "Commodore Longley, this is the transfer fleet. We've run into some severe gales, so our voyage will be delayed by about half a day. We will be entering the island from the South Base's port. Beep. This message was recorded 3 hours ago." The snail played the message and the time it was left. Commodore Lanley's brow furrowed. "Don't be angry, Commodore. This is the sea. Delays from storms are unavoidable." The lieutenant colonel, thinking his boss was angry again, tried to smooth things over. "Besides, it's only been 3 days since the attack on Masterport. The fastest ship from there would take at least a week to get here. We don't need to be in such a hurry to move the tribute." But he was cut off by Lanley's sharp voice. "Idiot. Something's wrong." Longley sat bolt upright in his chair. He was a perceptive man, and he knew something was off. This is Arahit Island. It's next to the calm belt. This area is lucky to see a single strong wind all year. He looked at the lieutenant colonel. Contact the south base. Confirm the weather conditions on the southern sea. Why yes, sir. The lieutenant colonel saluted and scrambled to dial a transponder snail. Puru puru puru. Puru puru puru. Puru puru puru. The snail's ringing echoed in the quiet forest. But no one picked up. The silence in the forest suddenly felt heavy. Call the other 3 bases. Commodore Lanley's voice cut the silence. The lieutenant colonel quickly obeyed, dialing the other 3 snails. It was the same. The snails just kept ringing. No answer. Commodore, this is. Even the lieutenant colonel now understood that something was terribly wrong. Contact the watchtower. Commodore Lanley had already picked up his tachi, using it to push himself to his feet. The lieutenant colonel's face paled further. The watchtower. The second-to-last line of defense for the Golden House. He couldn't believe things were this bad, but he made the call. Puru puru puru. Puru puru puru. Puru puru puru. The snail rang. With every ring, the lieutenant colonel felt his own heart hammering in his chest. And finally, HH, HH, HHH. The call connected. But only the sound of weak gasping came from the other side. Who is this? What's happening? The lieutenant colonel shouted. From the snail, a broken voice, watchtower, guard, HHH, HHH. The man was clearly at his limit, his voice garbled. Attacked, gale, monster, from the sky. His words stopped there. The snail went silent. Silence returned to the Golden House. And so, Commodore, I'll go check the situation. Oh, and the defense wall. I'll raise the forest's defense wall. The lieutenant colonel said. Yes. As the Celestial Tributes Vault, the Golden House had special defenses. If activated, it was a massive wall that not even an army could easily breach. Commodore. But the lieutenant colonel realized Commodore Lanley wasn't answering him. Instead, the Commodore was resting his tachi on his shoulder, the blade pointing down. He took a few steps forward. The lieutenant colonel recognized it. This was the Commodore's combat stance. A stance he only used when facing a truly powerful enemy. And then, don't bother. The lieutenant colonel heard Lanley's reply. He saw his Commodore look up. They're already here. And this presence. Already here? Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel instinctively looked up in the same direction. The moment he did, he knew something was wrong. The wind. It wasn't a forest breeze. It wasn't even a normal, understandable gale. It was a destructive, roaring torrent of air. Boom. It was the sonic boom of something massive beating the air. The immense wind nearly knocked the lieutenant colonel off his feet, stinging his face with grit and sand. And with the wind, came darkness. Yes. The precious sunlight that had been filtering through the leaves, was gone. It hadn't vanished. It had been blocked. Blocked by something enormous. What is that? Yes, now the lieutenant colonel could see it. Above the great forest, a massive silhouette. It was a creature that should have been extinct. Its unfurled wings seemed to blot out the sky, its membranes the color of gray-blue stone. What is that? You really have to ask. But unlike the cowering lieutenant colonel, Commodore Lanley smiled. He tightened his grip on his tachi, and a burning, combative light filled his eyes. That is a monster. 14, Chapter 14, Are You Humiliating Me? Chapter 14, Are You Humiliating Me? Quetzalcoatlus. The largest flying animal of prehistoric times. The king of the skies. A massive body over 17 meters long, it was truly a terrifying sight. At this moment, the lieutenant colonel had completely lost his composure. How is that possible? Pterosaurs, they're supposed to be extinct. Idiot. But Commodore Lanley stepped forward. Look at its head. Head. The lieutenant colonel was stunned, then he noticed. On its head, which was tiny compared to its massive body, was a strange rooster mask. The mask extended along its beak, looking bizarre. But it proved one thing. This guy is a devil fruit user, Commodore Lanley concluded. A devil fruit user? You mean, he's human? The lieutenant colonel's voice cracked. Could it be, the one who attacked Masterport? Who knows? Lanley chuckled, then heft his large tachi. You should go. Go. Sir, what are you saying? The lieutenant colonel gripped his flintlock. If he's the attacker, I'll fight alongside you. Idiot. This guy is not an opponent you can handle. Lonley glanced at him and waved his hand. Leave now. Go check the status of the other bases, see what the damage is. I'll handle this. But. The lieutenant colonel hesitated. Lonley roared, no buts. Where I'm from, interrupting a man's one-on-one fight with a strong opponent is a capital offense. Just where exactly are you from? The lieutenant colonel complained inwardly, but he still followed the order and fled. And so, in the forest, only Commodore Lonley remained, staring up at the behemoth in the sky. You're not going to stop him from leaving? He asked, gripping his tachi with a grin. No need. The creature in the sky actually laughed. My mission is to take the celestial tribute. I only need to take care of you. Hearing that, Lonley's grin widened. Big words. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. If you want to take care of me, you'll have to ask my Nagamatsu first. The next moment. Clang. A clear sound rang out, and silver light flashed. A sword light. Volcano style, flying slash. With a sound that tore the air, Lonley's tachi, Nagamatsu, unleashed a massive, silver-white flying slash. It shot from the tip of his blade, straight toward the sky. This alone proved Lonley's strength. A flying slash, and one this condensed. Across the seas, he was a true master swordsman. TCH. In an instant, the flying slash accurately struck the Quetzalcoatlus' massive right wing. A smirk appeared on Lonley's face. Having such a huge body isn't always a good thing. He knew that slash was powerful enough to cut a small ship in half. Now I just have to wait for it to fall, and then I'll. He was already planning his next move. But in the next second, his thoughts and his smile froze. Because, as the dust cleared, Lonley saw the giant pterosaur, still soaring in the sky. The wing he had hit, had no wound. Its smooth, leathery membrane glinted under the sun with a hard, rock-like sheen. Only a shallow white mark remained. That, absurdly durable. Lonley's expression became completely serious. From that one exchange, he knew this would be a tough fight. His flying slash couldn't hurt it, and its ability to fly meant most of his other techniques would never connect. This was the greatest advantage of a flight-based devil fruit. But just as Lonley was trying to think of a strategy, he saw the creature move. Its massive pterosaur body, to Lonley's astonishment, began to rapidly shrink and transform. In the blink of an eye, the shadow that had blotted out the sun was gone. In its place, a figure slammed into the ground. Thump. The heavy landing shook the earth, sending out a shockwave of air. Before Lonley stood a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster. It still wore the rooster mask. Its body had a human outline, but it was covered in rock-like, blue-gray scales. Its arms were now thick, powerful talons with membranes, and its legs were strong, digitigrade beast legs. A thick tail swayed behind it. This was the hybrid form of Roy's Quetzalcoatlus fruit. You bastard! Seeing this, Lonley's fury spiked. The veins on his sword hand bulged. Are you humiliating me? To voluntarily give up the advantage of the sky, this was a clear insult. Quite the opposite, Roy's clone said. I just think, you might be worth a proper warm-up. He cracked his neck, letting out a series of loud K-crack sounds. Then, he smiled at Lonley. Ready? Then, let's begin. You. Lonley started to say something, but he choked on the words. Because in the next instant, the figure had vanished. Sorrow. So fast. Lonley was stunned, but he had no time to think. His observation haki already sensed an immense, violent power to his side. Volcano-style, iron guard. Lonley reacted instantly, swinging his tachi to block. An invisible force coated the blade. It was one of the most unique powers on the sea armament haki. The next moment, a massive talon smashed into the blade. Clang. The sound of metal on metal exploded with a shower of sparks. Lonley was sent flying, crashing hard enough to snap a massive tree trunk in half. Armament haki and tekai, combined, and infused into a sword style. Roy's clone said with genuine interest. So this is Vice Admiral Yamakage's volcano style. Impressive. Just as the words left his mouth. You bastard. Don't get cocky. Lonley burst from the wreckage of the tree. Since you were arrogant enough to fight me on the ground, don't expect any mercy. Volcano style, tenfold storm. His body also vanished with a swish. As a commodore, his Soru was just as fast. The next moment, he reappeared at Roy's side. His haki-coated tachi became a blur of silver, slashing at Roy's vital points with blinding speed. No mercy. Roy's clone chuckled. That's exactly what I was hoping for. And so, the battle began. 15, Chapter 15, A Mythical Zoan? My name is Yuji. Chapter 15, A Mythical Zoan? My name is Yuji. Outside the great forest, at the watchtower. Hey, wake up, men, wake up. The lieutenant colonel, having fled here on Commodore Lanley's orders, felt a mix of relief and anxiety as he looked at the wounded Marines in the ruined watchtower. He was relieved that the situation was better than he'd feared. Although the tower was completely destroyed, the men were all still alive. He guessed the other 4 bases were in a similar state. He had already reported the attack to headquarters. But his anxiety stemmed from the same fact. The nearest support is half a day out. And even if they get here, can we even help in a fight of that level? He muttered, looking back toward the center of the great forest. Clang, clang, clang. Massive, thunderous impacts echoed from the forest, clear even at this distance. With every clash, he could see another giant tree fall, sending up a plume of dust. Now and then, a massive flying slash would shoot out of the forest, carving through the dust cloud. This was, without a doubt, a battle beyond anything he had ever witnessed. Can Commodore Lanley win? He whispered. I can't win. At that same moment, deep in the forest, Commodore Lanley came to a grim conclusion as he battled Roy. So this is the power of an ancient Zoan. He muttered. His master, Vice Admiral Burning Mountain, had warned him about how troublesome ancient Zoan users were. In fact, one of the infamous 7 warlords of the sea was famous for his ancient Zoan ability. As his master put it, facing one is like facing the ancient, savage world itself. Lanley hadn't understood. Now, he did. Boom. A massive tail came whistling through the air. Lanley barely managed to swing his tachi to counter. Volcano-style, burst slash. He put all his haki and strength into the block. But in the next second, he felt like he'd been hit by a mountain and was sent flying, tumbling out of control. Crash. His body gouged a massive trench in the earth, snapping giant trees as he went. Lanley felt another rib crack. Is that 3 or 4 now? He used his sword to prop himself up, swallowing the blood that rose in his throat. His ragged breaths showed he was in bad shape. He looked up at his enemy. The monster was standing not far away. On its massive tail, he could see the gash he'd just inflicted. But as he watched, Lanley could clearly see the muscle and membrane of the wound, knitting themselves back together. In just a few moments, the bleeding gash had been reduced to a faint red mark. This was the source of Lanley's despair. Vitality, stamina, speed, defense, power, were not even in the same league. The monster wasn't even using haki. Maybe it couldn't, or maybe it just didn't want to. Even though Lanley was using his haki to its fullest, the gap was too great. The life force granted by an ancient Zoan fruit was just too monstrous. My training is still not enough. If Master Burning Mountain were here, he could have cut this thing in 2. In a straight fight. I have no chance. I have to bet everything on the next, and final, slash. His decision was made. This fruit, it's a freak of nature. No wonder every ancient Zoan user is at least a Toby Rappo or an all-star in the Beast's Pirates. At the same time, Roy's clone was having a similar thought. He was, in fact, using this powerful Commodore as a whetstone to get used to his new abilities. And as the wielder, he understood even better than Lanley just how powerful the Quetzalcoatlus fruit was. My own combat skill is decent, and with this fruit, I guess my combat power is approaching a Marine Vice Admiral. That was his conclusion. Of course, considering the massive power gap between the weakest and strongest Vice Admirals, that was a conservative estimate. And that's not even counting, Just as Roy's clone was analyzing his strength, his animal instincts flared. He snapped his attention back to Commodore Lanley. Lanley had emerged from the dust. His tachi was now sheathed. He was crouched low, his right hand on the hilt, his eyes terrifyingly sharp. Going for broke. Roy's clone understood. This was the final move. Fine by me, he thought. I'm used to the Quetzalcoatlus fruit now. It's time to end this. He faced Lanley. HSS. 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 Lanley's breathing was heavy as he gripped the hilt, haki and all of his remaining strength coiling within him. He was a volcano, gathering pressure, about to erupt. When you face a great enemy, his master's voice echoed in his mind, it is a crisis, but also an opportunity. Focus your will. Bet everything on one strike. This is the stance of the soul. And then, boom, the blade flashed. Like a volcanic eruption. It was a slash unlike any before. Its speed and intensity tore the atmosphere. The surrounding trees were split in two, and the air itself seemed to explode. The will moves, the sword follows. Mind and blade as one. This is the combined draw. Lonley was satisfied. This was the strongest slash he had ever executed. Volcano style, IAI / burning mountain. For a split second, even Roy's inhuman, slitted pupils widened in surprise. The slash flew. Pfft. The rooster masked, scale-covered head, flew silently from its neck. A clean decapitation. Lonley finally, let out his breath. I won. He collapsed to a sitting position, gasping. It felt like he couldn't even move. But, not a bad slash. The voice that spoke made Lanley's heart stop. Wah! He turned his head, his eyes widening in disbelief. And he saw the most impossible thing he would ever see. Roy's decapitated, rooster-masked head, was dissolving into countless, golden particles of light. And then, the scattered particles of light swarmed, flowing back to the headless neck. In a flash of brilliant light, the head reformed. In a matter of seconds, Roy's clone was whole again. But he had changed. Golden bands of light now wreathed his body. His claws seemed to glow with a golden aura. The forest was dead silent. Lanley's mind went blank. He stared at this thing. A Zoan user, but, elementalization. His brain was struggling to process it. He knew what he'd seen. It was just like what he'd heard about Admiral Kazuru's power. A Zoan who could turn to light. He could only come to one, terrifying conclusion. You're a mythical Zoan. Only the rarest fruit in the world, a mythical Zoan, could possess such an impossible power. And with that, came another, even more horrifying realization. This whole time, you weren't even fighting me seriously. If he was a mythical Zoan, it was the only explanation. Lonley was horrified. He was confident he could beat any Marine below the rank of Vice Admiral. But this monster, had beaten him without even trying. Who are you? He choked out. He saw the creature raise its claw. A golden light began to gather there. The light pulsed. Boom. And Lanley's world went black. As he lost consciousness, he thought he heard a calm, confident voice. Who am I? My name is Yuji. 16, Chapter 16, I am already on the right path. Chapter 16, I am already on the right path. 5 days later. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Hey, Fal, did you hear? Fal, who had been working out with 2 dumbbells, heard the shout. He turned to see Hans sidling up, holding a cup of coffee. Keep it down. Fal hissed, lowering his voice and jerking a thumb toward a nearby room. The captain just got back from Masterport yesterday. He's catching up on sleep. You know what happens if. So what if he is? Hans snorted, though he, too, had instinctively lowered his voice. That bastard Roy, just because he's got some skills, he does whatever he wants. Went on that extra mission without us. I'm telling you, we should team up and take his damned post from him one of these days. Fal just gave Hans a long, tired look. He clearly remembered someone crying his eyes out on the warship when Roy left for that dangerous mission, and someone being the first to run up and greet him when he got back last night. What is it? Spit it out. It's about that big incident at the Nicemare Kingdom. I dug up some more info. Hans muttered, I heard the guy who stole the celestial tribute and almost killed Commodore Lonley. I heard he was wearing one of those sea beast head masks from our South Blue. His voice was unmistakably proud. That means the guy is probably from the South Blue. That's not exactly something to be proud of, is it? Fal's expression turned serious. Hans was right. The incident at Arahit Island was the biggest news in the world right now. A celestial tribute worth 5 billion berries had been stolen. The attacker had destroyed 4 marine bases and a watchtower, and had overwhelmingly defeated the rising star, Commodore Lonley. The whole thing was shrouded in mystery. The attacker's identity was unknown. How they'd moved that much treasure in such a short time was also a mystery. No suspicious ships were found in the area. But one thing was certain, the fallout was massive. Stealing the celestial tribute was the same as robbing the celestial dragons and the world government directly. And keep your voice down. Fal warned. Haven't you heard? They've given orders not to even talk about this. What's the big deal? It's too late for a cover-up. The World Economic News already spread it everywhere, Hans said dismissively. Fal could only shake his head, though he knew Hans was right. The higher-ups were furious. Rumor had it that even Fleet Admiral Sengoku had been reprimanded. I heard the top brass is already discussing his bounty, Hans said. They're saying his first bounty might be over 100 million. Man, a guy that dangerous. Good thing we missed him back at Masterport. Fal nodded, a shiver of fear running down his spine. For them, who had just come from Masterport, the news was even more terrifying. It was easy to guess the Urahit attacker was the same person who had hit G-51. If they had run into a monster like that, he didn't even want to think about it. Hey, you think the captain knows more? He was at Masterport for a few days, investigating, Hans suddenly mused. Are you serious? Fal was speechless. Hans puffed his chest out. Why not? With the captain's strength, he could have escaped with his life from that guy, right? He must have seen something. Ahem. A light cough from behind them made both men freeze. They turned, stiff as boards, to see Roy standing in his doorway, a dark expression on his face. CC Captain. Hans snapped to attention. You're awake. Yeah. My life source is gone, Roy said, his face grim. I'm heading into town to restock. Oh, then, don't let us keep you. Hans bowed, as if granted amnesty. Right. Roy waved his hand and started to walk away. But just as Hans was about to let out a breath of relief, Roy's voice drifted back. By the way, escaped with his life, is a poor choice of words. I don't like it. Be at the training grounds tonight. I need to see if you've been slacking off, and just how you plan to take my damned post. Hans's face fell. A short time later, Roy, now with a punching bag scheduled for the evening, was walking through the town on Marineford, Peace City. This was where the families of the Marines lived. He walked to a familiar shop called the Fresh Mart. Granny Kara, I'm here to restock. Roy called out. Coming. A moment later, a kind-faced old woman walked out from the back. Oh, it's you, Roy. 3 cases of cola, as usual. She asked, smiling. You know it, Roy said, dead serious. And an ice-cold one for the road, please. A moment later, Roy was leaning against the counter, chugging the bottle. Ha! He drained a third of it in one go, letting out a satisfied, carbonated sigh. Much better. You're as carefree as ever, Roy. Hina is disappointed. The voice from behind him nearly made Roy spit out his drink. That signature verbal tick, he knew exactly who it was. Hina. He spun around. Sure enough, the pink-haired Lieutenant Colonel Hina was walking into the store. What are you doing here? Wait, don't tell me. Roy's eyes darted around, suddenly panicked, searching for a certain smoke-wielding, cigar-chomping man. Hina just rolled her eyes. Relax. Smoker is still in the brig. Did you forget? Roy paused. Right. That had happened. Still, he said cautiously, I don't know what you're talking about. I had nothing to do with that public property damage. Ahem. I mean, I heard about it, of course. Hina just looked at his shifty expression and sighed. Hina is speechless. She walked up to the counter. Granny Kara, Hina needs her life source. I know. Fjeld brand cigarettes. I'll go get them, Granny Kara said with a knowing chuckle. As she disappeared into the back, Hina turned to Roy. Don't worry, Smoker gave up on recruiting you. He's taking that girl you recommended, Tashiji. Oh. Roy's face lit up. That's great. That stubborn mule finally saw reason. I knew it. A guy with a one-track mind needs to be locked in the brig to think straight. Hina gave him a strange look. Hina is surprised. You mean, you haven't heard? Heard what? Roy was lost. It's nothing, just a rumor. But if it's true, Vice Admiral Virote will probably tell you soon. Hina shook her head, not dwelling on it. She looked at him, her expression turning serious. But about you, Roy. Hina thinks Smoker was right. A man like you shouldn't be in the detention unit. Roy wasn't surprised. He just took another sip of cola. Oh, why's that? This sea is getting more chaotic. It needs the strength of justice, Hina said flatly. The incident at Arahit Island is proof of that. Roy gave his standard, practiced answer, the detention unit is also justice. But Hina thinks, with your power, you should want to change more. Her voice was soft. For example, 5 years ago, if you hadn't joined the detention unit, if you had gone to the 35th Action Detachment as planned, Vince might not have died. Roy went silent. Vince, a Marine from their class, and the son of the kind shopkeeper, Granny Kara. He and Roy had both been assigned to the 35th after graduation, but Roy had transferred. Vince was killed in action 5 years ago. No one blamed Roy. Hina didn't blame him. He knew she was just making a point. Hina believes that those with ability and virtue should be in high positions. That's the only way to change things. Just then, Granny Kara returned with the cigarettes. We should get together soon. Hina said no more. She paid, took her cigarettes, gave Roy a nod, and left. Roy watched her go, silently finishing his cola. His resolve was not shaken in the slightest. Change the world? He had no such grand ambition. Not now. He just wanted strength and freedom. The freedom to live as he pleased. The freedom to see this world he had once only dreamed of, on his own terms. And he knew one thing for certain. To achieve that, Hina's path was the wrong one. Join the Marines, climb the ranks, and dedicate your life to their justice. Even if you succeed, all the way to Admiral or Fleet Admiral, you're still just a dog of the world government. That wasn't freedom. And it certainly couldn't change anything. Roy's clone drained the last drop of cola. I have my own path. And I am already on it. 17, Chapter 17, The Zodiac. Promoted to Major. Chapter 17, The Zodiac. Promoted to Major. To Roy's surprise, just as Hina had suggested, he received a message from Vice Admiral Virote wanting to see him as soon as he got back to his quarters. When Roy arrived at the office, he found the usually laid-back Vice Admiral was, for once, looking uncharacteristically serious. Roy, kid, you're back. Yes, sir. I haven't had a chance to debrief, Roy nodded. My apologies. I wasn't able to find any trace of the attacker at Masterport. He said the obligatory words. He was in charge of the search for Yuji, so it would be a cold day in hell before they found anything. It's fine. Not finding him might even be a good thing, Virote said, waving his hand. This whole thing, the situation is far more complicated than we first thought. Oh. Roy feigned curiosity. What's going on? Sit down. This is one of the things I called you here to talk about, Virote said grimly. You and your men were involved in the Masterport incident, so I have to tell you what we found. Oh. Roy looked even more curious. I'm listening. First, about the attacker who stole the celestial tribute. Virote spoke in a low tone, picking up something from his desk and showing it to Roy. Roy saw it. A bounty poster. It was. Unusually, there was no photograph in the center, only a sketch. It showed a tall figure with scales on his neck, wearing a rooster mask. And on the poster, written in bold, Wanted, dead or alive. Yuji, 170 million berries. 170 million berries. The number genuinely surprised Roy. This was a first-time bounty. Even 2 of the current 4 emperors, Big Mom and Kaido, had received initial bounties of only 50 million and 70 million, respectively. 170 million was a shocking figure. It couldn't be helped, Virote shook his head. After all, this guy stole a massive amount of celestial tribute. The pressure from the world government and the Nice Mayor Kingdom is immense. He sighed. Besides, according to Commodore Lonley, who has regained consciousness, the target possesses overwhelming power. He has the characteristics of a Zoan fruit, and can transform into an extremely large, ancient pterosaur. Beyond that, Lonley believes the target is likely a mythical Zoan user, because the attacker used an ability similar to elementalization. Luckily for us, the attacker seemed to underestimate him. Although he pierced Lanley's abdomen, he didn't kill him. That's how we got all this information, including his name. Yuji. He spoke the name. Headquarters is investigating, but we haven't found any records of a devil fruit like that. But if it's true, and he's a mythical Zoan user, he's worth every bit of that bounty on the fruit's power alone. Roy nodded, as if this all made sense. Then, he asked, a mythical Zoan. Isn't that the rarest and most powerful type? And, Yuji. That doesn't sound like a real name, does it? It's not. Virota's expression grew even heavier. And that's the second thing I need to tell you. That prisoner you brought back from Masterport, after interrogation, he revealed some startling things. Including an organization. At this, Roy's eyes flashed with shock. An organization? Yes. According to him, he's an outer circle member of an organization. He doesn't know the specifics, but he knows its name. Virot said the words, one by one. The Zodiac. According to his intel, this organization has 12 top executives and one supreme leader. And Yuji is the codename for one of those 12 executives. Roy shot up from his seat, his voice full of shock. What? Something like that exists. While he was putting on his Oscar-worthy performance, he was thinking to himself, that kid, Alan, is pretty reliable. This was, of course, no surprise to Roy, because every single part of this was orchestrated by him. He had given Alan 2 tasks. First, use a clone to hijack the merchant ship and create a diversion. Second, confess this exact intel to the Marines. The reason was simple. Roy knew that to get the berries he needed, he would be using his slice clones constantly. This was the first heist, but it wouldn't be the last. And anything that exists leaves a trace. To protect his real identity, Roy had to muddy the waters. The murkier the water, the easier it is to fish. He had a plan: invent an organization. A non-existent, but soon-to-be famous, powerful organization. He would shift all the world government's attention onto it, hiding his own existence. A mysterious organization, that has been moving in the shadows, planning some grand conspiracy, was a much better scapegoat than a bunch of nameless, powerful individuals popping up one after another. This was his first test. He'd let the lieutenant colonel escape and intentionally left Longley alive, all to feed this information to the Marines. Judging by the 170 million berry bounty and Virota's grim face, his plan was a resounding success. Virot was still talking. The Criminal Investigation Division is gathering intel, but so far, nothing. They want a detailed copy of your investigation report from Masterport. And, I need to warn you. He looked Roy dead in the eye. That kid, Alan, will be sent to level 5 of Impel Down. From now on, you will not mention him or this intel to anyone. Until we can prove this Zodiac organization exists, all information regarding this case is classified. Sir. Roy had no objections. He wasn't surprised. Yuji alone wasn't enough to make the Marines truly believe the Zodiac existed. He'd already planned for that. But just as Roy thought the meeting was over, Virota's tone changed. Aside from that, I have 2 more things to tell you. First, regarding your mission. I've already commended you to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As he spoke, he pulled something from his desk drawer. Roy recognized it immediately, the shoulder pauldrons of a field officer. The higher-ups believe your actions, voluntarily taking command at Masterport, were extremely brave. And the intelligence provided by the prisoner you captured was critical. Therefore, as of today, you are Major Roy. 18, Chapter 18, The Rain Follows the Man, and the Dragon's Head Mask. Chapter 18, The Rain Follows the Man, and the Dragon's Head Mask. Promoted to Major. Roy was genuinely surprised by Vice Admiral Virota's words. In the Marines, the rank of Major was a critical dividing line. A company officer, which included his previous rank of captain, was still a low-level officer. He could only lead his own small unit, the 35th Detention Squad, on missions. He had the right to execute orders, but no real command authority. But a field officer was different. Starting at the rank of Major, he could have his own name on a warship. He would have a degree of command and decision-making power, the authority to appoint his own subordinates, issue certain combat orders, view high-level documents, participate in planning classified operations, and even mobilize local Marine branches to assist him. The difference was clear in the salary. A captain's pay was about 300,000 berries a month. A major's pay jumped to 500,000 berries a month. It took Roy a moment to put it all together. So that's what happened. He suddenly understood why Smoker had given up on recruiting him. Now that he was a major, he was no longer eligible to serve as an adjutant for a branch commander. Old man, you've done me a huge favor. Roy said, this time with genuine sincerity. Ha ha ha, it's a small thing. Virot laughed. I promised I'd commend you, kid. If I can't even keep a promise to my own men, I'd have retired long ago. But, now that you're a major, I've already signed you up for the all-marine demonstration. No objections, right? Of course not. Roy was briefly surprised, but then nodded. Since he knew Virot was retiring, he had to participate. That commander position for the detention unit, he was going to get it. Good. That's the spirit. It's rare to see you so fired up, Virot said, clearly satisfied. This is more like it. You're usually so lazy, no energy at all. But then, his tone shifted. I have to warn you, though. Like I said, because of this incident, the world government thinks we're incompetent. So, to restore discipline, this all-marine demonstration, it's going to be different. Much harder than before. He looked at Roy. You're strong, kid, but you're still lacking. I contacted an old friend to give you some special training in these last few months. An old friend? Special training? Roy frowned. He really didn't think he needed any special training. That's right. Virot said. He's one of the best, and he hasn't taught anyone in ages. He should be contacting you soon. Learn from him, kid. He clapped Roy on the shoulder. Seeing that the future is in your hands, look in the Vice Admiral's eyes, Roy could only sigh and nod. Fine. Good. Then go and get ready. Virot waved him away, already reaching into his desk for his beloved dango skewers. Roy, having no desire to interrupt his boss's tea time, quickly left. Virot's old friend, one of the best. Roy mused as he walked out. There are only a few people that fits. It's not hard to guess what they'll try to cram. But that wasn't important. What was important? I need to create the next slice clone as soon as possible. I need more berries, and I need to solidify the Zodiac's existence. Otherwise, I was too close to this incident. I could still be a target. The only problem now. His eyes fell on the transparent screen that only he could see. Fruit Encyclopedia. Holder, Roy Amos. Fruit count, 20. Fruit slots, 3. Equipped, Glint Fruit LV2, Ryu no Mi, Model, Quetzalcoatlus LV3, Strong Fruit. Current berries, 5,137,600,000. Which fruits should I upgrade? Roy was lost in a very happy dilemma. In the heist, he had ended up spending 400 million berries to upgrade one of his logias, the Glint fruit. At LV2, it allowed him partial elementalization, granting him extreme speed and the devastating power of lasers. He felt it was the perfect complement to the Quetzalcoatlus fruit. That upgrade had been necessary. It was what had saved Yuji from Lanley's final, all-out strike. Haki is the weakness of a logia, but that just means it can be hit. When I'm elementalized, things like decapitation, or a pierced heart, aren't an instant kill. Combined with the vitality of an ancient Zoan, it's a perfect combination. Roy was, quite frankly, proud of his build. But now, the question was simple. First, 500 million to get the slice fruit to LV2. That will give me 2 more clones. That's non-negotiable. The question is, what's next? He knew that 5 billion berries sounded like a lot. But in the face of the money-devouring encyclopedia, it was barely anything. He could upgrade several fruits to LV2, or the Ryu fruit to LV4, or even a few logias to LV3. There were too many choices. Cuckoo. As Roy was thinking, he heard a sound from above. A news coup dropped a bundle of papers. Oh, the World Economic News. Roy caught the paper. Sure enough, the Yuji bounty poster he had just seen fell out. The Irahit incident was the front page headline. Roy didn't care. The bounty was for Yuji. What did that have to do with him, Marine Major Roy? His eyes, however, immediately scanned for and found a small, inconspicuous article. Alabasta, no rain for 7 months. Abnormal climate draws concern. Oh. Roy's eyebrow shot up. I think I know exactly which fruit I'm upgrading. Muttering to himself, he quickened his pace, returning to his quarters. He shut the door and began to plan. Wait, am I forgetting something? As the full moon rose high in the sky, Roy scratched his head, a vague, nagging feeling. But he just as quickly dismissed it and got back to work. He had, of course, completely forgotten. At that very moment, at the detention unit's training grounds. Where is the captain? Freezing in the night wind, a lonely Hans shivered. He was supposed to come and beat me up. Did he forget? Maybe I should just go back. No, if he finds out I left, I'm dead. Achoo, it's so cold. 1 week after Sergeant Hans caught a cold from training all night. Alabasta, Illumalu. This city, on the southwest coast, was once known as the Oasis City. Now, it was a city of panic. 7 months. Not a single drop of rain had fallen. The Sandora River, which had once nourished the land, was at its lowest point in history. Even getting drinking water was a problem. The price of water keeps going up. They say even the groundwater is drying up. In the southern part of the city, a man named Aha wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the nearly empty water barrel. What in the world is happening? He despaired. As a nation of deserts, Alabasta was used to droughts. But this was a drought that felt like it was sucking the very life from the earth. Don't worry, Aha. King Cobra will find a way, his wife said, holding their daughter, trying to comfort him. King Cobra? I heard Aluberna is getting rain just fine. Aha spat, ladling a tiny bit of water for his wife and child. Yuba, to the north, is even worse. People are starting to flee. If the king had a way, he would have used it by now. He was afraid. There was no proof, but the rumors were spreading. Whispers that the king was using something to keep the capital watered, at the expense of the rest of the kingdom. He didn't want to believe it. King Cobra was known as a wise and just ruler. But this can't go on. Aha stared at the painfully blue sky. But at that exact moment, he caught something in the corner of his eye. In the distance, at the edge of the desert outside the city, a lone figure was walking. The figure was too far to make out, but Aha could see what was happening around him. Aha rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe it. As the figure got closer, he knew it wasn't a mirage. Directly above the person's head, a dark gray cloud was forming, swirling. It was low, as if it had appeared from nothing. And from that cloud, a visible, solid pillar of water was falling, drenching the lone walker. Shhhhhhh. Shhhhhhh. As the figure drew closer, Aha could hear it. The sound that all of Illumalu had been praying for. It was rain. A pouring, driving rainstorm. That person. Is that a god? The thought came to him unbidden, but he snapped out of it. Xena, get the pots. The barrels. Get everything. He roared to his wife. Right. As his wife scrambled to find containers, Aha took a deep breath and looked back. The figure was much closer now. He could see him. He wore a dark, heavy robe that covered his body. And on his head, he wore a mask. Aha recognized the type of mask, a sea beast head mask, from the South Blue. You could buy them anywhere. They weren't rare, even in Alabasta. But in this downpour, this mask seemed majestic, powerful, and mysterious. It was a dragon head mask. Chapter 19 The Zodiac, Ryaji Destruction or Rebirth. Chapter 19 The Zodiac, Ryaji Destruction or Rebirth. Alabasta. The royal capital, Aluberna. The royal palace. The king of Alabasta, Nefeltari Cobra, stood at his window, his gaze fixed on the city beyond. His brow was tight with thought. Igaram. Where is he? He asked in a low voice. Your Majesty, according to our reports, he should be entering the capital within 10 minutes, the kingdom's guard captain, Igaram, replied formally. Next to him stood 2 other men, the kingdom's top guards, Pel and Shaka. Very good. Cobra nodded lightly. Then I shall prepare as well. Hearing this, the 3 guards' expressions grew grim. Your Majesty, are you certain you want to meet this guest yourself? Igaram couldn't help but ask. Forgive my bluntness, but a person of unknown origin is too dangerous. I still believe the 3 of us should scout him out first. He couldn't finish, because Cobra had already spoken. Dangerous. The king's gaze remained fixed on the world outside. Look, Igaram. In his field of vision, massive rain clouds had appeared. Just as the rumors said, a downpour was already falling on the capital. But in Cobra's eyes, this was more than rain. It was the answer to all the agonizing reports he had received for 7 long months. The drying Sandora River, the withered crops, the scattered and panicked citizens, every new piece of news had been a knife in his heart. And Cobra had been helpless. Only Aluberna was getting rain, and 1 city's worth was not enough for an entire nation. He smelled the traces of a conspiracy in it all, but he had no time to investigate. He only knew that the 7-month drought had its hands around Alabasta's throat, plunging the ancient kingdom into an unprecedented disaster. And then, he heard of the guest's arrival. No one knew who he was or where he came from. But they knew one thing: wherever he walked, a downpour would follow. When he stopped to rest, the rain would pause. When he resumed his journey, the storm would resume with him. His journey across the land was already being called a miracle by the people. And today, in just a few moments, he would enter the capital. Cobra didn't know his identity or his purpose. But he knew one thing: if this drought is to continue, then he may be the only hope for the people of Alabasta. He comes to the capital to meet the king of this country, and I am supposed to hide from him because of the unknown. He looked at his loyal captain. Igaram, the king you serve is not such a coward. This was something he had to do. Even though, based on the rumors of his attire, they had a very good guess as to his possible identity. For Alabasta, he had to see him. Hearing his words, Igaram, Pel, and Shaka looked at each other. Finally, with a mix of awe and resignation, they knelt. Yes, your majesty. Cobra smiled. Let's go. Let us meet this guest, and see this so-called miracle for ourselves. Yes, sir. X3. But as the four of them prepared to head down to the palace gates, the sound of light footsteps echoed. A beautiful, blue-haired girl pushed open the chamber doors, still panting, beads of sweat on her face. Princess Vivi. Igaram was shocked. What are you? I'm going with you, father. Vivi said, catching her breath. I'm going to meet the rain caller. X3. The three guards' eyes nearly popped out of their skulls. Princess, don't be ridiculous. Princess, that man could be connected to the incident. This is out of the... They were stammering, Igaram's golden corkscrew curls practically going straight with panic. But Vivi only had eyes for her father. Cobra stroked his chin. All right. The sound of 3 jaws hitting the floor. Cobra looked at his daughter. You are a princess, and the next queen of Alabasta. I had planned to let you wait a few more years, but perhaps that was wrong. His eyes were filled with both fatherly love and royal resolve. As the king of Alabasta, and a descendant of one of the first 20 who had founded the world government, he knew the darkness of the world. He had wanted to let Vivi have a few more years of peace. But this drought, the conspiracy behind it, and the changes in the world, it was time. But remember, you are only to listen. Understood. Vivi nodded, her expression firm. She had watched her country suffer for 7 months, her heart breaking, and she had been powerless. When she saw the rain falling outside her own window, she made her decision. She was a princess, and she would do what she had to. Your Majesty. A guard reported from the door. The guest has entered the capital. He is heading for the palace. Korba and Vivi looked at each other. The group immediately headed for the main gates. When they arrived at the palace's public square, a sea of Alabasta's citizens had already gathered, all of them looking with desperate hope toward the main road. It's the rain caller. The rain is real. Of course it's real. I followed him all the way from Yuba. The crowd parted, and Vivi could finally see the figure at the end of the path. The mysterious robes, the majestic dragon head mask, exactly as the rumors described. He walked closer, finally stepping into the palace grounds under the wary eyes of the guards. He stopped at the foot of the royal staircase. The eyes under the mask looked up at Cobra and Vivi. Welcome, honored guest. Cobra stood tall, his hands open. I am Nefeltari Cobra. On behalf of Alabasta, I welcome you. How should we address you? Beside him, Pel, Shaka, and Igaram were tensed, ready to spring at the slightest hostile move. But the figure in the rain did not move. He just looked at Cobra. A low voice, just loud enough for the royal family on the steps to hear, cut through the sound of the downpour. I am Ryaji. I am here to discuss a transaction with you, your majesty. It concerns the very fate of this country, whether it faces destruction or rebirth. 20, Chapter 20, As you can see, I'm a moderate. Chapter 20, As you can see, I'm a moderate. The atmosphere in the royal reception room was tense. Guards stood at attention on both sides, their weapons in hand, protecting their king and princess. Igaram, Shaka, and Pel had already formed a loose triangle, surrounding the visitor. But, I don't like tea. Got any cola? The man in the dragon head mask, Ryaji, looked at the cup of hot tea, then turned to a nearby attendant. The question was so unexpected it made the high-strung attendant yelp. Ryaji shrugged. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Get him a cola, King Cobra said, his voice deep. The attendant, snapping to, quickly took the cup and left. Sir Ryaji. I shall call you that, Cobra began, using the small interruption to take control. What is your purpose here? And what did you mean by your words earlier? He had not forgotten what Ryaji said at the palace gates. Alabastas, rebirth or destruction. I cannot simply ignore a statement like that. It means exactly what it sounds like, Ryaji said, leaning back in his chair. Someone is planning to destroy this country and usurp your throne. In fact, they've already begun. Though his expression was hidden, everyone could hear the faint mockery in his voice. I assume a king such as yourself doesn't really believe a nationwide, 7-month drought is just normal weather, do you? At these words, the color drained from several faces in the room. Vivi, who was not privy to all matters of state, covered her mouth, her eyes wide. Wait, what do you mean? You're saying, the entire drought, is man-made? She gasped. How is that? But King Cobra remained calm. It was clear Roy was right. The wise king had long suspected this was no natural disaster. The fact that only the capital was receiving rain reeked of a conspiracy. He had even had Igaram investigate, but the enemy was well hidden. And the nation's crisis, the people's suffering, had not allowed him the time to dig deeper. Even so. Is it dance powder? He asked softly. It was the only possibility I could think of. Ryaji clapped. Exactly right. Beneath the mask, Roy was not surprised at all. He knew the truth of Alabasta's drought. It was all part of Operation Utopia, a plot orchestrated by the warlord, Crocodile, and his organization, Baroque Works. The goal, to take over one of the world's most ancient kingdoms and find the ancient weapon, Pluton. Dance powder makes it rain, but at a cost, Ryaji continued. It causes a drought in all surrounding areas. And, if our information is correct, sometime next year, just as the suffering reaches its peak, a large, secret stash of dance powder will be, coincidentally, discovered in the royal capital. Discovered by the people. At this, the guards' faces twisted in rage. Bastards. They plan to frame His Majesty. The king would never do such a thing. Igaram and the others were furious, but Vivi's face was chalk white. She wasn't stupid. Ryaji's words were enough for her to see the terrifying, complete picture. If the drought continued for a full year, the suffering would be unimaginable. At that moment, for the only city with rain to be found hoarding the cause of the drought. No matter how beloved King Cobra was, it would mean a rebellion. To cause a drought with dance powder, just to incite a war. Even Cobra's face was now dark with anger. To disregard the lives of the people. Unforgivable, he said in a low voice. Yes, he's a truly nasty schemer, Ryaji said casually. Then, his tone shifted. But, now that you understand the situation, you understand my visit. I am here to discuss this matter with you, King Cobra. We have an interest in this man behind the curtain. So, the eyes under the mask met Cobra's. We will help you deal with him and his organization. We can also solve your immediate problem by bringing rain, and we can even discuss a long-term partnership. As I understand it, even with the Sandora River, Alabasta is not a water-rich nation. He gestured to the ceiling, the meaning clear. As you can see, I have the ability. Oh, thanks. The attendant returned with a glass of cola. That sounds very tempting, Cobra said, his eyes sharp. But his voice suddenly became regal and hard. You cannot possibly believe that I would trust a man who appears from nowhere, who won't even show his face, based on a few words and no proof. Furthermore, before we speak of any cooperation, I want to know one thing. What is your relationship with him? Cobra slapped a piece of paper down on the table. It was, of course, a bounty poster for Yuji. As a member nation, Cobra was well aware of the celestial tribute heist. And while Yuji's picture was a sketch, the sea beast mask was distinctive. The moment he saw Ryaji, Cobra had made the connection. Oh, you mean Yuji, Ryaji said, glancing at the poster as he reached for his cola. We're in the same organization. Colleagues, you could say. The instant the words were spoken, Igaram, Shaka, and Pell moved, their hands blurring as they drew their weapons. This was beyond dangerous. Yuji, the madman who had stolen from the celestial dragons, was a colleague of the man sitting 10 feet from their king and princess. But in the next instant, all three men froze, their eyes wide with horror. They couldn't draw their weapons. In fact, I can't move. They couldn't move at all. Even Pell and Shaka, Zoan-type users whose strength was far beyond a normal human's, were completely immobilized. And, so cold. No, wait, that's... A bone-deep chill spread over them. They looked down. It's ice. In a split second, everyone in the room, except for King Cobra and Princess Vivi, had been encased in a thin, unmovable layer of ice. Ah, the cola is room temperature, Ryaji's voice cut through the silence. That won't do. Warm cola is heresy. The frozen guards watched as Ryaji's hand touched the glass. Frost immediately bloomed on the outside, and the dark liquid inside chilled. Ryaji lifted his mask just a fraction, covering his mouth with his hand, and took a long drink. Then, he waved his other hand. Whoosh! A burst of hot air instantly filled the room. The ice on the guards and attendants vaporized, drenching them in water. In a moment, they were free. But Igaram was breathing heavily, unsure if the water dripping down his face was melted ice or cold sweat. This man. From those few seconds, he knew. The man sitting in front of them was an absolute monster. Ryaji set his glass down, as if nothing had happened. You don't need to worry about Yuji. Aside from obeying our leader, we executives, we're independent. We have different styles. Yuji, for example. He's like a pirate. He likes solving problems with force. But I'm different, he said, gesturing to himself with a smile. As you can see, I'm a moderate. I may not be the best earner in the organization, but I like to think of myself as a merchant. 21, Chapter 21, We only accept cash, Your Majesty. Chapter 21, We only accept cash, Your Majesty. A moderate. King Cobra felt the claim was a bit absurd. He wasn't a warrior king, but he understood exactly what had just happened. The elite royal guard of Alabasta had been neutralized in an instant. Ryaji hadn't even lifted a finger, and the battle was over before it began. This was a clear show of force. But Cobra was not a king easily cowed by threats. He cleared his throat to speak. But before he could, an organization? You have an organization, and a leader. Vivi's voice rang out first. The princess, seemingly unbothered by the terrifying display of power, was now leaning forward, her face a mix of wariness and intense curiosity. Vivi. Cobra scolded his daughter, a rare occurrence. You promised to only listen. He was worried. While Vivi's questions were the same ones he had, speaking out of turn in front of such a monster was dangerous. That's right, princess, Ryaji said, surprisingly gentle with her. Our organization is called, the Zodiac. As for our leader. Ryaji's tone became respectful. I cannot share details about him. But rest assured, our intent to cooperate is genuine. We mean no harm. He set down his empty cola glass. If I had ill intent, I wouldn't have landed at Alumalu. I would have come straight here. The rain I brought along the way, that was my sincerity, Your Majesty. As he spoke, the metal cup in his hand began to hiss. White smoke rose from it as it melted into a glob of red-hot molten iron, dripping onto the floor and instantly burning a hole through the stone. It was a silent message. If I wanted to, I could easily burn through your palace and kill you all. The guard's expressions darkened with anger. Cobra fell silent. But deep in his eyes, there was shock. After a long moment, Cobra spoke. 2 things. First, you say you want to cooperate. I need to know what you want from Alabasta. Second, you still have no proof. I cannot trust you. The story you told. I could easily replace your mastermind with your own organization, and it would make just as much sense. He remained calm, unfazed by Ryaji's power. If these 2 points are not cleared up, you can take my life right here, but I will not agree to anything. He made a subtle hand gesture to Igaram. Igaram knew it well. If things go wrong, protect Vivi and run at all costs. Igaram's face set in grim determination. But Ryaji just laughed. Worthy of the wise king of Alabasta. Your will and courage are admirable. But I told you, I am a merchant. I will answer your questions. He leaned forward, raising a finger. Your first question, what do we need? The answer is simple. We want berries. As he said this, Cobra's expression cracked. Berries? Just money. The king was incredulous. He had imagined many possibilities: political leverage, land, or perhaps the ancient secret hidden within the royal tomb. But he hadn't expected them to just want money. Not that money wasn't valuable, but for an organization with this kind of power, it usually wasn't the priority. Just berries, though we accept other equivalent treasures, Ryaji chuckled. I'm an honest man, so here are my prices. I can bring rain to Alabasta. 1 city, 1 rainfall. 2 billion berries. And to deal with the mastermind behind this drought. 5 billion berries. How does that sound? How does it sound? That is a major problem, Sir Ryaji, Cobra said immediately. 2 billion for 1 rainfall is extortionate. Even transporting water from neighboring countries would cost less. I can offer 300 million berries per rainfall. As for the mastermind, I don't know who he is, but 5 billion is absurd. Unless you're telling me Whitebeard himself is hiding in Alabasta. I can offer a maximum of 2 billion for his head. Cobra was firm. Ryaji slammed the table. Ridiculous. 300 million? Using my ability takes stamina. At least 700 million. And the mastermind isn't Whitebeard, but he's tricky. This concerns the fate of your entire nation. You pay over 10 billion a year in celestial tribute, but you'll only pay 2 billion to save your country. Cobra didn't back down. If you know about the tribute, you know we just paid it. The treasury is empty, not to mention the cost of resettling the refugees after this is over. They went back and forth, arguing like market hagglers. Finally, a deal was struck. Ryaji would bring rain to Alabasta's cities for 500 million berries per session. And for eliminating the mastermind, Alabasta would pay a bounty of 3 billion berries. Once the numbers were settled, Cobra looked at Ryaji seriously. However, the terms are set, but you still haven't given me proof. Ryaji laughed. That's easy, Your Majesty. He held up a second finger, pointing at himself. I can bring rain. That is now a known fact in Alabasta. And it is something the mastermind absolutely cannot tolerate. So, I will stay here in the palace. You just need to spread the rumor that rain is coming to Alabasta. He will naturally send assassins to kill me. And then, you will have your proof. He spoke lightly, with a hint of excitement. Cobra was stunned. He hadn't expected Ryaji to use himself as bait. Are you sure? Of course. Ryaji replied calmly. In his vision, the screen displayed his current status. Roy Amos, Slice Clone, Ryaji. Fruit Slots, 3. Equipped, Magma Fruit LV3, Ice Fruit LV3, Slice Fruit, inactive. I am sure. With that, the agreement was reached. Cobra ordered Igaram to prepare a room for Ryaji in the palace. Then, he watched the mysterious guest leave. Once Ryaji was gone, Father. Vivi, who had been staring wide-eyed the whole time, looked at her father. She had never seen him like this, haggling like a merchant instead of a king. His identity and goals are still unconfirmed. And his partner is a criminal who stole the celestial tribute. We are a world government member nation. Why are you willing to work with him? Cobra looked at his daughter. She was brave, but still young. Vivi, let me tell you something. Sometimes, don't look at what a person says. Look at what they do. What they do? Vivi frowned. He did bring rain, solving our immediate crisis, Cobra said softly. He does have the power to kill us easily, but he hasn't made a move. Most importantly, he could have threatened the entire country to force me to pay more. The treasury is empty, yes, but if I taxed the citizens to the bone, I could squeeze out more money. Cobra looked at her. But he didn't, Vivi. Why do you think that is? Vivi thought for a moment, then realized. Many people would die. After 7 months of drought, the harvest was ruined. If they taxed the people now, mass starvation and death would be inevitable. If he and his Zodiac were truly the ones causing the drought, they wouldn't care if the people lived or died, Vivi realized with surprise. But he backed down on the price, so he's not the mastermind. Cobra looked at her with pride. But then Vivi worried again. But the world government. We are the rulers of Alabasta, Vivi, Cobra said, his voice soft but unyielding. We chose to stay in this country. Our only responsibility is to the people of this land. Remember that. 22, Chapter 22, If you plan to make an enemy of the world, please take us with you. Chapter 22, If you plan to make an enemy of the world, please take us with you. Grand Line, in the sea south of Master Port. On a nameless, deserted island, a small fishing village was being built. Surprisingly, there were very few able-bodied adults among the villagers. Most were elderly, injured, or disabled in some way. As the only young laborer in the new village, Alan was walking through the small forest outside the village, a hatchet in hand. Behind him, 3 slice clones followed closely. His face was still a little pale, but his eyes shone with the hope of a new life. He had already built basic shelters for his grandfather and the other villagers. The small boats they had escaped on could serve as fishing vessels. Although the village lacked manpower, their years of experience as fishermen were enough to ensure their survival. People like them in this world always possessed such powerful vitality. Even with just a sliver of light, they could survive with tenacity. "Looks like you guys are doing okay." Just as he was looking for suitable timber, a sudden voice made his heart jump. "Who?" He gripped the hatchet tight, his clones instantly turning toward the sound. But in the next moment, the alarm in his eyes turned to joy. Sitting on a large rock not far away, legs crossed, was a man in a long robe wearing a rooster mask. Alan could never forget that mask. "Lord Yuji, you're here?" he cried out in surprise. "What kind of question is that? Didn't you give me the coordinates to this island?" Yuji chuckled. "Though I have to hand it to you, finding this place was impressive. This little rock isn't on any of the nearby charts." "Yeah. Only our village knew about it. Our old island was just north of here. When we went out for deep-sea fishing, we'd sometimes rest here," Alan said softly. It was true. An island like this, too small to develop, no resources, no supplies, completely worthless, wouldn't even be recorded by a country like the Nicemare Kingdom. Pirates and Marines had no interest in it, and no normal ship would ever stop here. Only people like them, fishermen with nothing, would know of its existence. "I see." Yuji nodded. He looked at Alan. "You did a good job with the task I gave you. Helped me out a lot." He had noticed Alan's pale face. The reason wasn't hard to guess. To fulfill Yuji's request, Alan had sacrificed a slice clone, letting it die in the explosion of the Nicemare merchant ship. Plus, he had another clone currently sitting in Impel Down. Although it wasn't the full pain, when a clone died or suffered, the main body felt it. "No, my contribution was insignificant," Alan shook his head. His eyes were shining bright. "But you, Lord Yuji, what you did was truly incredible." Yuji paused. "You know what I did?" "Yes." Alan nodded vigorously. "On the way here with Grandpa and the others, I left a clone on 2 different islands we passed." He scratched his head. "I originally did it just to have an early warning system in case anyone came after us. But by chance, I heard about what you did." His expression was one of pure excitement. After everything he'd been through, he hated the Nicemare Kingdom, the Marines, and the world government to his core. Learning that Yuji had robbed the Nicemare Kingdom's celestial tribute filled him with joy. And after seeing the front-page news, he realized he had underestimated Yuji. He wasn't just a strong fighter. He was a top-tier powerhouse capable of easily defeating a Marine Commodore. Alan had seen the photos in the paper, the 4 destroyed bases and the Urahite forest, its landscape completely altered, and been left speechless. "I see." Yuji nodded. Under the mask, Roy was impressed again. "This kid, Alan, he's smart and cautious. By the way, my lord, why did you come here?" Alan asked curiously. "Nothing much. Just wanted to check on you guys, and..." Yuji pointed at the ground near his feet. Only then did Alan notice several large bundles sitting in the shadow of the rock. Because their color blended in with the stone, and he had been so surprised, he hadn't seen them. Food, water, tools, medical supplies, and some survival essentials. Yuji chuckled. "I figured you could use them." Alan was stunned. Then, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Yuji. I don't know how to thank you." Yuji waved his hand dismissively. Even big, childish pirates like Big Mom knew there was honor among thieves. Roy was the same. Besides, after the last incident, he felt he understood Alan's character. He was trustworthy. But just then, Lord Yuji. Alan stammered, looking hesitant. Then, he gritted his teeth. "My lord, can you stay here for a while?" Yuji looked at him, puzzled. Alan let it all out in a rush. "If possible. I want to join the Zodiac too. I know I'm not qualified yet because I'm weak, so I want to get stronger. I'll do anything to get stronger. In his eyes, there was a determination and resolve that shouldn't belong to someone his age. Yuji looked into his eyes and understood. Because of your sister. He hadn't forgotten, Koli, the girl bought by a celestial dragon. Yes. Alan nodded firmly, clenching his fists. I've already asked Uncle Mandy to take care of Grandpa. He's a good man. I have to go to the Sabayati archipelago and find out where Koli is. But, I'm too weak. His nails dug into his palms. Even with a devil fruit, he was too weak. He knew that with his current strength, saving his sister was impossible. So he wanted to become strong, at any cost. I thought so. Yuji wasn't surprised. Under the mask, Roy thought it over. It actually worked out. Alan was trustworthy, and as a slice fruit user, he had potential. Roy, being a Marine himself, knew that the hunt for Yuji was currently at a fever pitch. Even without Alan's request, he had planned to have Yuji lay low for a while. Although it was just a clone, losing it meant losing the fruit ability invested in it. This island was perfect for hiding. And most importantly, the human auction house at Sabayati sounds like a place with a lot of money. Thinking this, Roy made his decision. I can stay here and train you. As for joining the organization, if you become strong enough, I can put in an application for you. But, he looked at Alan, his tone serious and measuring. Are you sure? I'm a wanted criminal. Siding with me means making an enemy of the world. Hearing this, Alan smiled. About that. I actually already asked everyone. He gripped his hatchet tighter. He couldn't forget that night they left Masterport. The sound of the slaves weeping on the small boats. He couldn't forget the stories the villagers told of the inhuman abuse they suffered as slaves. The pain of losing family, limbs broken, the smell of blood, the cries of the girls. They couldn't forget any of it. They wouldn't forget. We are just ordinary people. On our own, we don't have the power to change anything, or to take revenge. He looked at Yuji. But Lord Yuji, everyone is willing to believe in you. If you plan to make an enemy of the world, please, take us with you. 23, Chapter 23 Reuniting with Smoker, and the Triforce Demonstration. Chapter 23 Reuniting with Smoker, and the Triforce Demonstration. The next day. Grand Line, Marineford. Detention Unit Barracks. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sea wind blows, to where, who knows. The waves will be our guide. Hick. In a corner, Hans and Fal were whispering, watching the mysteriously happy man who was drinking cola and humming. Hey, the captain seems like he's in a really good mood lately, Fal whispered. Hans didn't seem to care. He tugged at his collar. Well, yeah, he got promoted to major. It'd be weird if he wasn't happy, right? But if it was just that, it doesn't make sense. I heard Vice Admiral Virote wanted to throw him a promotion party a few days ago, but he refused. Instead, he's been holed up in his room every day. Fal frowned, still feeling something was off. Hans just tugged his collar again. So what? The captain's always been like that. Besides, getting promoted isn't something everyone wants to show off. Thwack. He was sent flying by Fal's kick. You bastard. I've been putting up with you for too long. Fal angrily retracted his leg. Just because you joined the Marines a few years before me, so the captain promoted you to sergeant major? Stop flashing it in my face every day. Hans, picking himself up, wasn't angry at all. He just tugged his collar again, making sure the insignia that read, Sergeant Major, Hans Thor, was clearly visible. Sigh. Brother Fal. You're angry at me, but I don't blame you. Jealousy is a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? He said it so gently. Fal ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. He wanted to go on a mission right now and get promoted to sergeant major too. But unfortunately, because Roy's official appointment as major hadn't come down yet, they had no missions. Jealousy, huh? Let me show you the taste of my angry fist. Luckily, even if reason didn't work, Fal knew a thing or two about punching. On the other side of the room. Phew. Burp. What a nice day. Ignoring his brawling subordinates completely, Roy took a sip of ice-cold cola and sighed contentedly at the sunny weather. Yes, he was in a very good mood. The reason was obvious. His plan in Alabasta was going incredibly smoothly. Using his foreknowledge of the plot, he had specifically designed the Ryaji slice clone. Magma fruit and ice fruit. These two fruits, originally belonging to Admirals Akainu and Aokiji, were absolute top-tier Logias. He had spent a full 4 billion berries to upgrade both of them to LV3. Adding in the Slice fruit upgrade to LV2, and a few other fruit upgrades, he had completely burned through his massive fortune. But the payout was absolutely worth it. Rain is just condensed water vapor. The cold air and frost from the ice fruit, combined with the heat and steam from the magma fruit, together, they can create rain. This was the artificial rainfall method Roy had thought of before. In the original manga, Nami used a similar principle with her Climatact. He had just scaled it up. As always, combining devil fruits created endless possibilities. And the success of this experiment made his deal with Alabasta possible. Even just raining once across the whole country, plus the bounty from King Cobra, that's at least 5 billion berries. Now I just need to deal with Crocodile. Plus, I've already obtained the fruit abilities of Alabasta's two guardian deities, the bird fruit, model, falcon, and the dog fruit, model, jackal. With such a massive harvest, how could Roy not be happy? Food tasted better, and even his cola seemed sweeter. Of course, he wasn't completely worry-free. The only problem now is, even though I've upgraded a lot of fruits, while I'm at headquarters, I can only use the human form of my Zoan fruits. No beast or hybrid forms. And I can't use elementalization with my Logia fruits, or my identity as an ability user will be exposed. Thinking about this, Roy was a little frustrated. Having all these powerful abilities but being unable to use them fully because of his cover, it was like an itch he couldn't scratch. If only there was a fruit ability that could solve this problem. But just as Roy was muttering to himself, "Hey!" a familiar, gruff voice made Roy spit out his cola. Pfft. He spun around to see Smoker's grumpy face. Smoker. Roy was instantly on guard. "Weren't you in the brig?" "Ahem. What are you doing here?" "I'm telling you, I'm a major now. I can't be your adjutant." He stopped halfway through, remembering he was slightly responsible for Smoker's time in the brig, and quickly changed the subject. Smoker's expression visibly darkened. He seemed to take a moment to suppress the urge to punch Roy in the face. Finally, he spoke. "You asked Vice Admiral Virote to arrange special training for you." His tone softened slightly. Clearly, Smoker was pleased that Roy, this talented but unmotivated slacker, was finally trying. As a friend, he genuinely believed Roy deserved a higher position to enact his justice. Right. Roy, too embarrassed to admit he hadn't asked for it at all, nodded. "The person training you happens to have some history with me, so I'm here to take you to him." Smoker looked at Roy. "If you're free, let's go." Roy paused, then nodded without hesitation. He waved goodbye to Hans and Fal, then followed Smoker out of the detention unit barracks. As they walked, Roy thought to himself, "I knew it." He had already guessed who Virota's old friend might be. Seeing that this person knew Smoker and was clearly on good terms with him, otherwise, the prickly Smoker wouldn't be playing messenger boy. The identity was practically confirmed. "You're participating in the Triforce demonstration, too, right?" Just as Roy was thinking, he heard Smoker's question. "Yeah, what?" Roy nodded instinctively, then did a double take. What is the Triforce demonstration? Wasn't it the All-Marine demonstration?" "You don't know?" Smoker took the cigar from his mouth and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Through the haze, his voice sounded excited. "Because of the Celestial Tribute heist, the higher-ups in the world government are furious. They think the Marines' management is weak and our combat power has dropped. So, after discussing it with Commander-in-Chief Kong, Fleet Admiral Sengoku decided to change the rules for this year's demonstration. It's not just the Marines. All military forces under the world government and its direct organizations will send representatives. That's why it's called the Triforce demonstration." 24, Chapter 24, Black Arm Zephyr, Let Your Fists Do the Talking. Chapter 24, Black Arm Zephyr, Let Your Fists Do the Talking. That's right. By now, Roy was well aware of the situation. The strongest military force under the world government was, of course, the Marines. But the Marines were not the only army. The world government commanded several sizable elite forces, and the famous Commander-in-Chief, Steelbone, Kong, was the supreme commander of all of them. These included the National Guard, responsible for wiping out mountain bandits and garrisoning the lands of many member nations, fighting revolutionaries and local threats. There was the Sky Guard, responsible for guarding the summit of the High West, and ensuring the safety of the Sky Island routes. And there was the Holy Land Patrol, dedicated solely to patrolling the Red Line and ensuring the safety of Mary Gosa. The overall strength of these armies was naturally far inferior to the Marines, and they were lesser known in the world. But they were not without their powerhouses. As for the world governments, direct organizations, that certainly referred to the intelligence agency, Cypherpol, commonly known as CP. According to Smoker, all of these forces would be sending representatives to the Triforce demonstration. Roy was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected his clone's little heist to cause such a massive ripple effect. Phew. Yeah. Smoker exhaled a cloud of smoke and nodded. So, the scale of this demonstration is far beyond anything in the past. The rules are supposed to be very special, too. There was a hint of excitement and battle lust in his voice. And the rewards are equally shocking. It's not quite like the World Military Draft, that directly selects admirals, but they say the winner can be exceptionally promoted to an admiral candidate. The top 5 can be directly promoted to vice admiral or commodore. Admiral candidate. As the name implied. Although their rank was technically still headquarters vice admiral, they held a special status, could use unique admiral-style codenames, and had greater authority. And when an admiral retired, as long as there wasn't a world draft, an admiral candidate was next in line for the seat. Any man would desire fame and power. Even Smoker was no exception. He believed his strength was sufficient to make a mark in the Triforce demonstration. As he spoke, he shot Roy a look. Hey, you're not thinking of getting promoted to Commodore or Vice Admiral, and then making me your adjutant, are you? Roy immediately sensed the man's malicious intent. Phew, I wouldn't say I have to. Smoker didn't deny he had the thought. But this is the Triforce demonstration. The number of monsters participating will be extraordinary. Don't worry. I definitely won't let you get into the top 3, Roy said decisively. Smoker sneered. Try it if you can. While the two were bickering, Senior Smoker. A voice suddenly called out. Roy snapped out of his thoughts and realized they had arrived at a Marine training ground. There were a significant number of patrolling Marines around, and their discipline and formation suggested they were elites. The speaker was a man dressed in a ninja outfit. He had extremely long limbs, held a twig in his hand, and carried a green Notiki and a giant kunal on his back. If not for the Marine uniform, Roy would have thought he was an infiltrator. But at this moment, Devil Fruit user, Bins, discovered. Confirmed Devil Fruit, Paramecia type, Grow Fruit. Analyzing and saving to, Fruit Encyclopedia. Fruit ability, can accelerate plant growth and control plants. Effects by level. LV1, gain faint fruit effect, slightly accelerate plant growth speed by 3x. LV2, gain partial fruit effect, greatly accelerate plant growth speed by 10x. Requires 80 million/33 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV3, gain full fruit effect, can instantly grow plants to maturity and control them. Requires 500 million/200 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV4, Fruit Deep Dive Development. Can control plants for finer manipulation and transformation. Can create plant clones. Can synchronize senses with plants. Requires 1.2 billion/400 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Verdant Life. Gain plant-like vitality. Can reconstruct body through plant growth, limb regeneration. Can absorb surrounding moisture and life force to heal self. Can grow plants far beyond normal size. Requires 7 billion/2.3 billion berries for permanent/temporary unlock. Analysis progress, 0%. Upon completion, will acquire LV1 of this fruit's ability. The information from the encyclopedia confirmed the man's identity, and also confirmed who Smoker was taking him to see. Bins. Why are you alone? Where's Ein? Where's Instructor Zephyr? Smoker's words confirmed Roy's thoughts. Zephyr. Former Marine Admiral. The former Chief Instructor of the Marines. A comrade in arms who enlisted at the same time as Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru. Once famous across the seas for his powerful armament haki, having defeated countless pirates, he was known as Black Arm Zephyr. Later, After his wife and son were killed by pirates in retaliation, he became disheartened and resigned as admiral, turning to train new recruits. He raised countless powerful marines. The current 3 admirals, Aokiji, Akainu, Kazuru, were all his prized students. Incidentally, Smoker was also his student. Roy was not. After boot camp, the elite recruits could receive Zephyr's training, but Roy had already applied for the detention unit, missing the chance. But clearly, Vice Admiral Virote was giving Roy a chance to make up for that regret. Ein is out on a mission. As for Teacher Zephyr, he went to the SSG, Special Science Group. He should be back soon. The man named Bins answered Smoker, then looked at Roy. This must be Major Roy. Yes. Roy recovered from his surprise. Vice Admiral Virote found me. Admiral Zephyr as an instructor? But I heard he didn't finish, but Bins and Smoker understood. 4 years ago, the training ship Zephyr was leading was attacked by a pirate. Most of the students he had painstakingly raised were killed. Zephyr lost an arm and was severely wounded. Since then, he had completely withdrawn from the front lines. Yes. Since that incident, Teacher hasn't taught new recruits for a long time, Bin said solemnly. He was one of only 2 survivors from that ship. But he and Vice Admiral Virote are old friends, so he accepted the special request. Bins gave a simple explanation. Follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the training grounds. Roy and Smoker followed. Soon, they arrived at a distinctly unique training area. There was no standard equipment. Instead, it was surrounded by massive iron walls. At the end of the enclosure stood a building marked with a unique Z. Teacher Zephyr asked you to wait here. He'll be back shortly. Bin sat down cross-legged and fell silent. Roy and Smoker followed suit. Don't mind him. Bins is a good guy, he's just quiet, because of what happened 4 years ago, Smoker explained, surprisingly. He was a rebel, but he genuinely respected Zephyr. Understood. Roy didn't mind. In fact, he was quite happy. The Grow fruit, not a bad ability, could be amazing in certain terrains. It's a pity Ein isn't here. I remember her ability is pretty broken too. Watching the progress bar on his encyclopedia tick up, Roy recalled. Ein, the other survivor of that attack. Her fruit was the return fruit, capable of reverting the age of anything she touched. It was one of the few fruits Roy knew of that touched upon the domain of time. Just as Roy was thinking about how he definitely needed to get his hands on the return ability later. Oh, you're already here. An aged but still booming voice rang through the training ground. A figure strode in. His face was rugged, his body tall and muscular. He wore a dark purple sleeveless vest and a marine coat draped over his shoulders. Time and battle had left deep scars on him, but they had not diminished the aura of a top-tier powerhouse. Most striking was his right arm. It was severed at the shoulder, now fitted with some kind of mechanical prosthetics. It was Black Arm Zephyr. Admiral Zephyr. Seeing the former admiral, Roy stood up to salute. But before he could speak. So you're the kid, Roy. He saw Zephyr grinning. Virote told me about you. Said you're the most promising young man in the entire detention unit. But I don't trust words. As he spoke, Roy saw the former admiral's figure vanish with a swish. It was Soru, and faster than anything Roy had ever seen. And then, my rule is, let your fists do the talking. Roy felt the gale force wind exploding beside his ear. 25, Chapter 25, Smoker, what kind of power is this? Chapter 25, Smoker, what kind of power is this? As the roar of the gale hit his ears, Roy finally caught sight of Zephyr's left fist coming from his side. Beside them, Smoker wore a rare expression of schadenfreude. Having gone through Zephyr's training himself, he knew this scene all too well. It was a mandatory rite of passage for all of Zephyr's disciples. After all, anyone selected from the countless marine recruits to be trained by Zephyr was invariably a genius among their peers. And geniuses were always arrogant. Zephyr's punch served 2 purposes, to test their physical limits and reaction speed, and to shatter that arrogance. As Zephyr would say, those without resolve cannot handle my training. This is the fist of resolve. Smoker still remembered the punch he took back then. He had been extremely proud of his Logia ability, and that punch had indeed hurt like hell. Smoker chomped on his cigar, expressionless, as the memories flooded back. But in the next instant, those memories were shattered by reality. Because that Soru is too fast. I can't dodge it. Roy had already made the judgment. Zephyr's sorrow was too fast. He couldn't evade this strike. But he didn't panic. Because his fist is coated in haki, but it's not overwhelmingly strong. Is it a test? If that's all it is. Roy's mind moved. Fruit slot loaded. Ryu no Mi, model, Quetzalcoatlus LV3, equipped. Ox fruit, model, Rhino LV2, equipped. Paramecia, strong fruit LV2, equipped. Roy didn't dodge. He turned to face Zephyr head-on. And then, since we're letting our fists do the talking, Admiral Zephyr, let me say a few words too. Beneath his marine uniform, his skin took on the faint hue of dragon scales and rhino hide. His muscles exploded with unimaginable power. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Smoker and Binns, he threw a punch of his own, meeting Zephyr's fist head-on. At the moment of impact, even the face of the former Marine Admiral, a man who had seen everything the seas had to offer, showed clear surprise. The next moment, boom! A sound like thunder detonated within the training ground. A visible, ring-shaped shockwave exploded outward from the two figures. White shield. Grow wood, wall. Smoker and Binns reacted instantly, activating their abilities. A shield of dense smoke wrapped around Smoker, while Binns's twig rapidly grew into a wooden wall to protect him. But even so, the smoke was scattered and the wooden wall splintered under the violent shockwave. So strong. Binns stared in horror at the churning air currents. Roy, you bastard. Smoker's eternally grumpy face finally showed disbelief. He had sparred with Roy in the past and recently. He thought he knew Roy's potential and strength. In his judgment, Roy had superhuman strength and talent, but he was still weaker than him. But now, what kind of power is this? You've been hiding this deep. Watching the figure locked in a stalemate with Zephyr, Smoker nearly bit his cigar in half. At that moment, no haki, just pure physical strength reaching this level. Impressive. No, I should say, it's incredible. The surprise on Zephyr's face had vanished. In its place was excitement and unabashed admiration, the look of a master teacher who has found a student of unprecedented talent. This exaggerated physical strength almost made him question if the boy was human. His grin widened. Kid, I hear your resolve. But don't look down on your instructor. As he spoke, an even more oppressive aura rose from him. Ready. Zephyr grinned. As he spoke, Roy saw the muscles in Zephyr's left arm ripple and expand. The haki coating his fist deepened, turning a dark, purplish black. Of course, old man. Bring it. Roy grinned back. Boom. The next instant, Roy was sent flying. His body was like a cannonball, smashing heavily into the thick iron wall at the edge of the training ground. Along with the impact and the thick cloud of dust came, crack, a sharp, crisp sound of breaking metal. Binns, already stunned, looked toward the sound. He saw spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the wall. Hey, you're kidding, right? Binns's expression turned to horror. As one of the two survivors from 4 years ago and Zephyr's right-hand man, he knew exactly what this training ground was made of. That's Z-alloy, specially made by the science unit to test Teacher Zephyr's new arm. And it. He gulped. Teacher Zephyr's punch. He realized it. Zephyr's punch had far exceeded any previous test he knew of. This was a serious punch. Major Roy, is he dead? Binns panicked and started to rush forward, but before he could, a loud exhalation came from within the dust cloud, and then, as the dust settled, Roy walked out. That's got a kick to it. As expected of Admiral Zephyr, terrifyingly strong. He cracked his neck. His body was covered in scrapes and bruises, and his knuckles were discolored. Behind him, the special Z-alloy wall had a deep, human-shaped indentation caved into it. Binns was speechless. What made him even more speechless was Roy's condition. The bruises on his fists and the scrapes on his body were healing at a visible rate. By the time he walked back to Zephyr, the injuries were basically gone. Not just physical strength, but regeneration and durability too. You're the scary one, kid. Seeing this, even the experienced Zephyr couldn't help but marvel. The admiration in his eyes grew. He had heard from Virote that the kid was strong, but he never imagined he was this strong. In fact, a bold idea was forming in Zephyr's mind. Kid, I heard you're also proficient in a special martial art. Zephyr continued. Hearing this, Roy immediately glared at Smoker. You got a big mouth, don't you? Smoker looked away, refusing to meet Roy's eyes. Yes. He had told Zephyr about the wave fist style. It was out of good intentions, he wanted Roy to show more strength so Zephyr wouldn't underestimate him. But Zephyr had no interest in their silent bickering. He looked at Roy. Kid, if I'm going to train you, I need to know your full strength. Come on, don't hold back. Show me your power. Since it had come to this, Roy didn't hesitate. Fruit loadout, ox fruit, model, rhino-human fruit, model, Daibutsu. Swish. The next instant, Roy appeared in front of Zephyr with the characteristic sound of Soru. Roy's fist was already flying. Your use of Soru is proficient, but not fast enough. Zephyr instinctively dodged to the side. Even though he was testing Roy, he wasn't going to be a punching bag. That wouldn't test anything useful for combat. But just as the Admiral was praising Roy's Soru, surprise flashed in his voice. Because in the next moment, from the fist he had dodged, a surging shockwave erupted, engulfing him. Boom! The ground instantly caved in, forming a massive crater. The powerful shockwave whipped Roy and Zephyr's coats around them. Wave fist, circle seal. Roy whispered the name of his technique as he retracted his fist. Both Smoker and Binz could see the faint red marks appearing on Zephyr's body. Yes, the Black Arm, the master of Taijutsu, the former admiral, had been hurt. Although the injury was trivial compared to his toughness, it was enough to make Binz's jaw drop. Zephyr himself stared at Roy, eyes wide. He didn't care about the minor injury. What truly shocked him was, I dodged the fist, but the shockwave still caused internal damage. It's almost exactly like Sengoku's ability. The thought flashed through Zephyr's mind instantly. As the oldest veteran, who had joined the Marines at the same time as Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Zephyr had fought alongside Sengoku countless times. He knew Sengoku's ability intimately. And without a doubt, the shockwave from Roy's punch felt very similar to Sengoku's, just much weaker. If it were a full-power palm strike from Sengoku in his Daibutsu form, the shockwave would have pulverized an island from the inside out. But, kid, are you really not a devil fruit user? Even though he had heard about Roy from Virot, Zephyr couldn't help but ask. 26, Chapter 26, You will become the symbol of justice. Chapter 26, You will become the symbol of justice. Of course not. Faced with Zephyr's question, Roy's denial was as firm as steel. An ability user? Me? No way. Don't go spreading rumors, old man. It's my natural talent, Admiral Zephyr, Roy said without batting an eye. My senses have always been extremely sharp. I can feel certain, special things in the natural environment. Like the moisture in the air, or the formless waves of energy. Hearing this, Smoker's expression turned subtle. Roy had given him the exact same explanation. Smoker had even tried to learn the wave fist by sensing these so-called formless waves. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned a damn thing. Waves. Clearly, Zephyr was in the same boat. The former admiral, a lifelong master of taijutsu and haki, furrowed his brow in thought. But seeing this, Roy didn't panic. He knew that as his fruit abilities grew stronger and more numerous, he would eventually show traits that were impossible for a normal human, no matter how hard he tried to hide them. Zephyr wouldn't be the only one with questions. So, Roy had a plan. Instead of pretending to be completely ordinary and getting caught, it was better to reveal something extraordinary from the start. That was why he hadn't hidden the wave fist from Smoker. As for whether Zephyr would believe him, I see. Of course he would. To have such a talent, truly remarkable, Zephyr marveled. After a moment of surprise, his suspicion vanished. Roy knew exactly why. Ivankov can blast through rock just by winking. Miss Goldenweek can control emotions and movements with paint, basically magic, not even a devil fruit. The Mink tribe can naturally control static electricity and has the unique Solong form. Big Mom could kill a giant hero as a child, her body naturally tougher than steel even without haki. Not to mention all the other special races, almost everyone has a unique ability. That was the reason. In this one-piece world, on this sea of monsters, geniuses with special talents were everywhere. Roy was just playing the role of one of them. To a powerhouse like Zephyr, who had seen it all, this wasn't unbelievable. After all, wasn't Zephyr himself a monster who had risen to admiral? Of course, there was one small problem. The talent Roy displayed was exceptional even among the geniuses of this sea. exceptional enough to make Zephyr marvel. Your physical strength and vitality are completely inhuman. Add to that your sensory talent. I almost suspect you might have the blood of some special race, the former admiral mused, his imagination running wild. Being able to sense waves in the air to create such a unique fist style shows incredible combat intuition and talent for martial arts. You said you can sense moisture in the environment? That's the key to fishman karate. That means you could potentially learn it. And in Wano country, there's the foxfire style, that can cut fire, which also requires sensing subtle changes in the environment. You have talent for that, too. And he muttered about various martial arts styles he knew, staring at Roy. A monstrous physique and vitality, innate sensory abilities, a talent for learning and developing martial arts, and not a devil fruit user. Perfect. It's too perfect. Zephyr muttered, his expression turning solemn. Then, the Admiral looked at Roy with burning intensity, speaking each word clearly. Roy, kid, become my disciple. The words hung in the air. The training ground fell silent. Disciple? Roy blinked. Admiral Zephyr, didn't Vice Admiral Virote already arrange for me to train with you? Smoker frowned, equally confused. But Binza's face showed unprecedented shock. He looked at Zephyr in disbelief, as if confirming he had heard correctly. Zephyr's next words confirmed Binza's guess. No, I don't mean like that. He looked at Roy. I've taught many students in my life. They are students I am proud of. But unfortunately, none of them have been able to truly inherit my legacy. Even the best of them. Sakazuki, Kyuzan, Borsellino, none of them could. But you, Roy Amos, you have the talent. He extended his hand, grinning broadly. So, I want you to leave the detention unit and come to my side. I will teach you everything I know, and then, together, we will hunt down those pirates. When he said, pirates, a calm but absolute chill flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, aside from Binz who seemed to know, Roy and Smoker were stunned. Especially Smoker. He understood now. Zephyr didn't mean a student in his training camp. He meant a true disciple. An heir to inherit his power and his martial arts style. The concept was completely different. Zephyr's influence in the Marines was immense. Peaches and plums everywhere under heaven, as the saying went. The fleet admiral and the marine hero were his old friends. The three admirals were his students. Most of the elite vice admirals had trained under him. Unless Zephyr betrayed the Marines, Roy, as his heir, would inherit all of these connections. But Black Arm, Zephyr betraying the Marines. Smoker wouldn't even consider the possibility. If that happened, he'd eat every cigar strapped to his chest. So even he couldn't help but sigh, Roy, you bastard, your luck is insane. But while Smoker was thinking this, Roy frowned. After a moment, he asked, Admiral Zephyr, when you say I have talent, you mean my body, right? From Zephyr's reaction, it wasn't hard to guess. Exactly. Zephyr nodded without hesitation. The true essence of the martial arts I created requires a monstrous body and vitality to practice. And your talent means your future achievements could surpass even mine. He looked at Roy, his voice filled with deep expectation. When that time comes, you will become the symbol of justice on this sea. 27, Chapter 27, in that case, sign me up. Chapter 27, in that case, sign me up. The symbol of justice. Coming from Zephyr's mouth, these words carried immense weight. Who could become the symbol of justice? Needless to say, at the very least an admiral, or perhaps even fleet admiral. Smoker felt a mix of awe and complexity. Does Instructor Zephyr really see that much potential in Roy? He exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking at his friend with a newfound sense of respect. Then, he saw Roy winking at him furiously. Bro, you trained with Zephyr, right? What's this true essence he's talking about? Is it awesome? What annoyed Smoker the most was that after years of knowing Roy, he could perfectly translate every single one of those facial twitches. Smoker chewed on his cigar, speechless. This guy is going to be Fleet Admiral. The Marines are doomed. No, the whole world is doomed. While cursing internally, Smoker was also puzzled. He had trained in Taijutsu under Zephyr. Actually, countless Marines had. He considered his own progress rapid. But he had never heard Zephyr or any senior officer mention a true essence. Stingy bastard. Won't even tell me that much. Roy, having received no useful intel from Smoker, silently noted a grudge in his mental ledger. Then, he turned to Zephyr. Under the shocked gazes of Smoker and Binns, he said softly, "I'm sorry, Admiral Zephyr, but I don't want to leave the detention unit." Becoming Zephyr's disciple and learning his true martial arts sounded tempting. But for Roy, devil fruits were everything. Learning martial arts was great, he wanted to get stronger. But if it meant giving up the safety, stability, and access to devil fruits that the detention unit provided, he wouldn't accept it. Why? Binns couldn't accept it either. As Zephyr's closest student, he had a vague idea of what Zephyr's true essence entailed. And he knew Zephyr had been searching for a successor for a long time. "Major Roy, you should think carefully before you answer." But before Binns could finish, Zephyr raised a hand to stop him. The former admiral looked at Roy. He wanted to know the reason too. "If you're worried about Virot, I'll speak to him personally. If you're reluctant to leave your subordinates and comrades, I can transfer them all over. If you desire a higher rank, I will recommend you to Sengoku in the future. With your talent, you will become an admiral within 20 years. He spoke deeply, countering every possible reason Roy could have. But clearly, it's not because of those reasons, Admiral Zephyr. Roy shook his head. Of course, he couldn't say, "I need devil fruits, so the detention unit is my buffet," or, "Can you arrange for me to study abroad in Impel Down?" So, after a moment's thought, he put on his most righteous face and began his performance. "I'm staying for the sake of the detention unit itself." He looked Zephyr in the eye. "You know the status of the detention unit within the Marines. The discipline is lax, the morale is low. But I believe, after capturing a criminal, escorting them back to face the judgment of justice is the most critical step." His voice rang with conviction. Only through the judgment of law and justice can righteousness be truly upheld. Roy was getting into the groove now. "So I will stay in the detention unit. And one day, I will become its commander. I will change the status quo of the unit in my own way, that is far more valuable than simply capturing criminals or my own personal status." The words fell, and the training ground went silent. Binns looked at Roy with incredulity, which slowly turned into respect. He hadn't expected Roy to have such ambition. After seeing Roy's power, he was amazed that such a person would willingly stay in a low-status, slow-promotion department for the sake of reform. Binns suddenly felt his earlier attitude toward Roy had been disrespectful. Smoker was also shaken, though he felt a strange sense of dissonance. It was hard to connect these noble words with the image of Roy chugging cola and slacking off. But the most affected was Zephyr. The former admiral was visibly moved. Roy's words had struck a chord deep within him. Zephyr's life was legendary, but tragic. His family killed by pirates, his students massacred, his arms severed. Yet, in his countless battles, Zephyr had never personally killed a pirate. That was why he was known as Black Arm Zephyr, but also Don't Kill Zephyr. Not because he didn't hate pirates, but because, as Roy said, he firmly believed that evil must be judged by the law to uphold true justice. Using overwhelming power to kill was just fighting violence with violence. Roy's declaration that he would give up power and status to ensure evil faced judgment resonated with Zephyr's core beliefs. That old bastard Virot, he really found a gem. Zephyr sighed internally. He looked at Roy's determined eyes. "Good kid. I underestimated you." He sighed, but his mind was made up. "In that case, I've changed my mind. You can stay in the detention unit. I won't force you to transfer to my command. And in the future, I will recommend you to Sengoku to become the commander of the detention unit. How does that sound?" Roy was genuinely surprised. "How badly does this old man want me as a student? He's actually accommodating me this much." But after a split second of surprise, Roy recovered. "If that's the case, then I would be honored to become your disciple." "You've already said that much. What else is there to say? Sign me up." 28 Chapter 28 Are you the only one who came for my head? Chapter 28 Are you the only one who came for my head? Half a month later. Alabasta. The Royal Palace, South Hall. This was a relatively secluded part of the palace, usually uninhabited. But for the past 2 weeks, it had been heavily guarded. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of crisp footsteps approached. The guard straightened up, looking toward the visitor. Princess Vivi. Seeing the blue-haired princess, they immediately saluted. "Following father's orders, I have come to see the honored guest and thank him for the rain in Kateria," Vivi said simply. "Please let me through." The guards hesitated. But not for long. They stepped aside. Initially, they had been extremely wary of guarding the honored guest in the South Hall, especially those who had been present during the first meeting and knew his identity and terrifying power. But as time passed, that wariness faded. So far, the guest had used his miraculous ability to bring rain to Yuba, Kateria, and Alumalu, stabilizing the situation in Alabasta significantly. King Cobra had already met with him privately. And since the king was currently busy traveling the country to comfort the citizens, Princess Vivi was the highest authority in the palace. They dared not disobey. Vivi entered the South Hall. From a distance, she saw a deck chair. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, illuminating Ryaji, who was lounging on the chair. He held a glass of cola, a straw snaking under his mask. "Oh, Princess Vivi. Here to interrupt my sunbathing again." Seeing her, Ryaji turned his head to greet her, but Vivi clearly saw him quickly hide the glass behind his back. Who would want to steal that stuff? Vivi thought, exasperated. Over the past month, she had gotten somewhat familiar with Ryaji. She knew that this self-proclaimed executive of the Zodiac, despite his terrifying power, had a very unique personality. She performed a standard royal curtsy. "Good day, Sir Ryaji. I am here on my father's orders to thank you for the recent rain in Kateria." It was a perfectly reasonable excuse. But, about that. "I'm sorry to inform you, Princess, but your cover is blown," Ryaji said mercilessly. Once he was sure Vivi wasn't going to snatch his drink, he brought the cola back out and took a sip. "Your guard captain, Igaram, came to see me recently. From what he said, I gathered that King Cobra never gave you any such order." His voice under the mask turned teasing. "Besides, my guess is that the people plotting against your country are about to make their move on me soon. So, I advise you not to come here unless it's important." Vivi's expression changed. "Igaram." She gritted her teeth, annoyed at her captain's loose lips. Then, she looked at Ryaji stubbornly. "That won't work. You have to tell me who the mastermind is." "Why won't father tell me? I am the Princess of Alabasta. I have a responsibility to the people too." This was why she had been visiting him so frequently, even resorting to lies. Recently, her father had met with Ryaji again, without her. According to Igaram, Ryaji had revealed the identity of the mastermind during that meeting. But when she asked her father, Cobra simply shook his head and refused to tell her. "That is not something you need to know, Vivi." That was all he said. But Vivi couldn't accept it. She believed that as a princess, she had the right to know who was trying to destroy her country. "He has to pay for what he's done to Alabasta," Vivi said angrily. Ryaji remained noncommittal. "Princess, if I may ask a rude question," he said softly. "Have you ever left Alabasta?" "I." Vivi paused, confused. "Of course, I." As the only princess, she rarely left the country. The only exception was 3 years ago. "I accompanied father to the last levely." She bit her lip, recalling that trip. Her father had reprimanded King Wapol of the Drum Kingdom, and Wapol had retaliated against her. Although she had calmly chosen to compromise and apologize, she had cried in her father's arms afterward. It wasn't a fond memory. Ryaji shrugged. "That's the reason, Princess. You haven't truly seen the world yet. And your father clearly thinks you're not ready." He chuckled. "So, please go back." Vivi bit her lip, staring at Ryaji. After a long moment, she huffed. She stood up and turned to leave. But halfway to the door, she spun around, marched back, and, to Ryaji's cry of "ah!" snatched the refill bottle of cola from the ice bucket next to him. She chugged the rest of it in one go. Then, she gave Ryaji a triumphant look and marched out of the South Hall. Looking at the empty bottle, Roy wanted to cry. I have to say, as expected of someone who almost became a straw hat. That thought process and behavior are already showing signs of eccentricity. But just as he was about to ask the guards for another cola, "Princess, why are you back?" The guards' voices came from outside. "I forgot to tell the honored guest something important. It's highly classified. You should all leave." "Huh," but Captain Igaram said. Are you disobeying a direct order from your princess?" "Of course not. We wouldn't dare. We'll leave immediately." As the voices faded, Ryaji saw Vivi walk back into the South Hall. Seeing him, she smiled warmly. "Sir Ryaji, I have something to tell you." She walked quickly to his side. "What a coincidence. I have something to ask you too, Ryaji said, still reclining on his chair. Are you the only one who came? Vivi's expression faltered for a split second, but she recovered instantly, smiling. What do you mean? I just came back alone, didn't I? That's not what I meant, Ryaji said, still smiling. I meant, are you the only one who came for my head? Swish. The moment the words left his mouth, Vivi's smiling face turned cold and sinister. Her leg snapped out like a whip, aiming a kick straight at Ryaji's head. At the same time, her face changed instantly, from Vivi's beautiful features to the face of a man with heavy makeup and straight bangs. Ryaji finished his sentence, revealing the assassin's identity. Baroque works. Mr. 2. 29, Chapter 29, You better go all out, or you will die. Chapter 29, You better go all out, or you will die. How did this guy recognize moi? Mr. 2, the Okama known as Bon Kure, couldn't understand how the man in front of him had seen through his disguise. His clone fruit transformation had been perfect, down to the last detail. He had never failed before. But clearly, that didn't matter now. Even though his identity was exposed, his kick did not falter. The path of an Okama is one of moving forward, even when the road is hard. Okama Kenpo, Grand Swan Arabesque. His leg, clad in a ballet slipper, tore through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming straight for Ryaji's head. But Ryaji didn't seem nervous at all. He didn't even get up from his deck chair. His left hand still cradled his last glass of cola. He casually raised his right hand and flicked his index finger upward. VMMM. Bon Kure immediately felt the temperature plummet. Just as the tip of his toe was less than half a foot from Ryaji's mask, a massive wall of ice materialized out of thin air, interposing itself between them. Thud. A dull, heavy impact echoed through the hall as Bon Kure's foot slammed into the ice wall. And then, so cold. No, no, no. So painful. No, wait. Why is it so hard? Bon Kure watched in disbelief. His kick, honed through countless battles and capable of shattering boulders, hadn't even scratched the ice wall. Not a crack. Not a chip. Instead, a sharp pain shot up his leg, the pain of extreme cold. Ice began to creep up his limb, spreading toward his body. Ice. Hey, wait, isn't your ability controlling rain? Bon Kure's eyes widened, and he shouted without hesitation. Miss Merry Christmas. It's time. The intel was wrong. Moi can't beat this guy. Everyone, attack. As his voice rang out. Rumble. A low roar came from beneath the ground. The floor began to tremble. Then, the pristine stone tiles of the south hall shattered. Beneath the broken floor, several dark, deep tunnels had appeared. Oh. Ryaji raised an eyebrow, sensing something. From one of the tunnels, a round figure popped out. It was a fat man wielding a giant baseball bat, accompanied by a strange creature that looked like a cross between a gun and a dachshund. Baroque works, Mr. 4, Babe, and his pet gun, Lasso, who had eaten the dog fruit, model, dachshund. Lasso. Mr. 4 spoke slowly. Prepare, to, fire. The dachshund gun, Lasso, slowly raised its head. Babe raised his giant bat, taking a battering stance. 400-run homer. He whispered the name of his move. This was their signature combo. Lasso fired the projectile, and Babe hit it for a devastating ranged attack. But, Ryaji. Bon Kure. Watching the agonizingly slow movements of the pair, Bon Kure's expression was incredulous. Hey, this isn't the time for a comedy routine. With moves that slow, who are you going to hit? Moi is about to turn into a popsicle here. He shouted, watching the ice creeping up his thigh. Of course we'll hit him. Because even your defeat, Mr. 2, was part of my meticulous plan. A sinister voice rang out. From another tunnel, a tuft of hair shaped like the number 3 popped up, complete with a lit fuse on top. Following it was a man with glasses and thick lips. His hands had already turned into white wax. Mr. 3, the wax fruit user, Galdino. Globs of wax shot from his hands, connecting to. Ryaji made a sound of interest. White wax had surged up from the ground beneath his feet, locking his legs in place. While you were failing miserably, I had Miss Merry Christmas dig a tunnel right under this guy's feet. Galdino gloated to Bon Kure. Thanks for distracting him. Mr. 4, do it. As he spoke, the slow-moving Babe and Lasso were finally ready. Lasso coughed up 4 wooden boxes. Babe swung his bat. Crack. The immense force of his swing shattered the boxes, sending the 4 objects inside flying toward Ryaji at incredible speed. In an instant, the 4 objects clamped onto Ryaji's wrists and ankles. They were 4 sets of shackles. Specially sourced marine issue shackles, inlaid with sea stone. Plus my candle lock, he can't escape now. Galdino laughed maniacally. As he spoke, white wax continued to pour over Ryaji, encasing him completely. And then, ha ha ha, I'll help too. With a shrill laugh, a woman holding a parasol descended from the skylight. Wait, Miss Valentine. Moi is still stuck here. Bon Curé screamed in panic. The ice on his leg was still connected to the wax block encasing Ryaji. He was trapped. But Miss Valentine, the kilo fruit user, ignored him completely. Boom. Using her ability to increase her weight, she crashed down onto the wax-encased Ryaji, driving him and the attached Bon Curé into the ground. Immediately after. Swish. 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 3 more figures burst from the tunnels. An afro-wearing man with sunglasses, Mr. 5, Gem, the bomb fruit user. A sexy, blue-haired woman in leather, Miss Doublefinger, Zayla, the spike fruit user. And finally, a muscular man with a shaved head, Mr. 1, Des Bonnet, the dice fruit user. The 3 attacked simultaneously. Miss Doublefinger's hair turned into sharp spikes, piercing Ryaji through repeatedly. Mr. 1 turned his arms into blades, silently slicing through Ryaji's body. Hey, you're hitting moi. Aren't we colleagues? Aren't we friends? Bon Curé twisted and dodged amidst the barrage of spikes and blades, screaming. Finally, one of Mr. 1's slashes cut the ice connecting him to Ryaji. Bon Curé fell to the ground with a yelp. You guys. Before he could complain, he saw the 2 attackers retreat. Mr. 5 had already plucked a booger from his nose. Bon Curé's face went pale. He scrambled backward. Boom. Mr. 5 flicked the booger, triggering a massive explosion. Smoke and fire engulfed the south hall, shaking the very foundations of the palace. Thud. Bon Curé, blown away by the blast again, finally snapped. You guys just want to kill moi, don't you? You're jealous of moi's beauty. He pointed an accusing finger at Mr. 3. Especially you, Galdino. You just want to kill moi so you can become Mr. 2, right? TCH. You survived? Ah. I mean, how could you think such a thing? I heard the first part. I heard it. Bon Curé fumed. But it's useless. Moi gets the credit for taking this guy down. Zero-chan will never make you Mr. 2. Ha. Galdino looked offended. How is it your credit? He smoothed his hair. From using you as bait, to approaching from underground, to the sea-stone shackles, to the coordinated attack, this artistic plan was all my idea. The credit should be mine. No, no, no. Obviously, it's mine. A stout woman wearing moleclaw gloves popped out of the ground. Miss Merry Christmas, the mole fruit user. If I hadn't dug the tunnels, none of you could have even gotten close, let alone killed him so easily. It's mine. Clearly mine. Mine. Woof woof. While the other Baroque Works agents argued. What's wrong? Miss Doublefinger looked at her partner, Mr. 1, who was staring silently at the smoke. Mr. 1 ignored the bickering. As the highest-ranked agent under the boss, he didn't care about credit. He just watched the fire and smoke. Mr. Zero's orders were to kill him at all costs to ensure the plan's success. I'm waiting to confirm the target's death. He knew how seriously the mysterious Mr. Zero took this mission. The sheer number of agents sent was proof. Except for Miss Golden Week, almost every elite agent of Baroque Works was here. Relax. He's definitely dead, Miss Doublefinger said lazily. I pierced him at least 100 times. You practically minced him. Plus that explosion. No one could survive that. She looked toward the palace entrance. The guards will be here soon because of the blast. She was ready to leave. We leave when I confirm the death, Mr. 1 said, unmoving. You're really... Miss Doublefinger sighed. But her words stopped in her throat. In fact, every agent of Baroque Works froze. A bone-deep chill swept through the room. No, chill wasn't the right word. So cold. Cold. Are you crazy? It's hot. No, it's burning, boiling. The environment began to shift. The air turned freezing cold, but the ground began to glow red-hot. Heat and cold, fire and ice, interweaving in a terrifying dance. And then, tap, 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 footsteps. Each step felt like it was stomping on their hearts. So, not just one. There are, let's see, 8 of you. Very nice. They all heard the voice. It sounded pleased. From within the smoke, a figure emerged. A moment later, they saw the dragon head mask. They saw Ryaji, casually tossing aside the broken seastone shackles, walking out without a single scratch on him. Impossible. The word echoed in everyone's mind. They had hit him. They had shackled him with seastone. It was supposed to be perfect. But clearly, Ryaji didn't care about their confusion. I have to tell you, you ruined my last cup of cola. So now. He looked at the agents of Baroque Works, and his voice finally carried a hint of danger. I'm a little angry. You better go all out. Or, you will die. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 30 Vivi, Just How Strong Is the Zodiac. Chapter 30 Vivi, Just How Strong Is the Zodiac. Alabasta, inside the royal palace. Chaos reigned. Princess. You cannot go there. It's possible, no, the South Hall is definitely in danger. Igaram blocked Vivi's path, his face grave. Pel and Shaka left Alyaburna with his majesty. The palace forces are currently insufficient to guarantee your safety. No. Vivi's voice was firm. That explosion just now, it must be the assassin Sir Ryaji warned us about. They somehow impersonated me. I have to make sure he's safe. She was frantic with worry. She hadn't expected Ryaji to be attacked the moment she left the South Hall. And according to the reports, the attacker had impersonated her to dismiss the guards and enter the hall. If Ryaji died because of this, and Alabasta's hope was lost, she could never forgive herself. I have to go, Igaram. Please, don't stop me. She looked at Igaram pleadingly. To her, the guard captain wasn't just a bodyguard. He was family, an elder who had watched her grow up. Very well. Igaram knew Vivi too well. Seeing the look in her eyes, he knew he couldn't stop her. Usually, the princess was approachable and easygoing. But once she made up her mind, nothing could stand in her way. But you must promise me, if there is danger, or if fighting breaks out, you will flee immediately. I promise. Vivi knew she couldn't help in a fight, so she nodded quickly. Igaram hesitated no longer. Leading a squad of battle-ready guards, they rushed to the South Hall. The South Hall was devastated. The explosion had left its mark, walls and pillars were cracked, and the floor was littered with rubble and craters. Fortunately, the ancient architects of Alabasta knew their craft. Despite the massive explosion, the structure held firm. It wouldn't collapse anytime soon. Go. Move in. Igaram shouted the order. The guards surrounded Vivi and charged into the hall. And then, what is that? Gasps of shock and disbelief erupted from the guards. Normally, as captain, Igaram would have reprimanded them for such a lack of discipline. But right now, he couldn't. His own eyes were bulging out of their sockets, and his golden curls were practically standing on end. Even Vivi covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with horror. The scene inside the South Hall was impossible. On the left side, the pillars and walls were coated in thick, glistening frost. Freezing mist curled in the air. On the right side, the floor had melted. The carefully selected stone bricks were now glowing red-hot, and waves of heat distorted the air. Extreme cold and searing heat. It was a single palace hall, but it looked as if an invisible hand had split it into two opposing worlds. And at the boundary where ice met fire, the assassins of Baroque Works lay defeated. Mr. 2 Bon Cure was frozen into the ice, face up. Mr. 3 Galdano's wax hair had melted into a puddle. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5 were unconscious nearby, her parasol and his sunglasses destroyed. Miss Merry Christmas's mole gloves were burnt to ash. Mr. 4 and his gun dog lay near her, his giant bat snapped in two. In the center of the hall lay Miss Doublefinger, her body covered in burns. And, Stir. In the middle of the battlefield, Mr. 1, Daz Bonnet, was being held up by his neck, dangling in the air. Ryaji held him with one hand. His steel blade body was covered in frostbite cracks. Part of his right leg had clearly been melted away by something intensely hot. "I lost," he rasped weakly. "Kill me." There was no fight left in the hard-boiled assassin, not just because of his injuries, but because the battle just now. No, it wasn't a battle. It was a display of pure, overwhelming power. Just as he had thought, this man was a monster. Challenging a monster was foolishness. As a veteran assassin even before joining Baroque Works, Desbonnet had long accepted death. "Kill you." Ryaji's voice from under the mask was calm. "No, I think you pass." "Wah." Mr. One didn't understand. But Ryaji didn't explain. He casually tossed Mr. One aside like a sack of potatoes. Confirming the man was unconscious, Ryaji dusted off his hands. Phew. A little warm-up. Worked up a bit of a sweat. He turned around, smiling at the stunned Igaram and Vivi. "Oh, Captain Igaram, Princess Vivi. Perfect timing. Please, take these people away. They are. No, wait, this environment is." Igaram couldn't even form a sentence. Vivi was the first to recover. She took several deep breaths, the mix of hot and cold air clearing her head slightly. "These people are." She stammered. "Yes." Seeing her regain her composure, a hint of approval flashed in Ryaji's eyes under the mask. "Correct. These are the executive agents of Baroque Works. And the evidence King Cobra asked for. You can tell King Cobra to come back now," he said calmly. "Wait, you mean, father?" Vivi froze, then realized. He knew. That's why he left the palace to tour the disaster areas. And Baroque Works. The one secretly causing the drought in Alabasta, it's this Baroque Works. More accurately, the president of Baroque Works, Ryaji corrected. "You can ask King Cobra for the details when he returns, if he's willing to tell you." Vivi felt like she was going to explode. Ryaji and her father had planned this whole thing. They had even captured the enemy. And she had been kept in the dark the entire time. And she knew her father. Even if she asked him, he probably wouldn't give her a straight answer. She looked at Ryaji, who had turned away, clearly done with the conversation. Vivi took a deep breath. "Igaram. Arrest them all." She had made up her mind. If her father and this annoying guy wouldn't tell her, she would pry it out of these assassins herself. The guards rushed forward, binding the unconscious agents. "Use Seastone if you have it. They're all ability users," Ryaji added. "Alabasta has Seastone, right? All of them?" Vivi and Igaram were shocked again. They knew how powerful Devil Fruit users were. Even a superpower like Alabasta only had 2 guardian deities who were users. But Baroque Works had sent 8 ability users on a single assassination mission. It showed just how powerful this criminal organization was. But then, Vivi realized an even more terrifying fact. Looking at the devastation around them, even 8 ability users combined, hadn't been able to inflict a single effective wound on Ryaji. The implication was clear. Even though they were both executives of mysterious organizations, Ryaji, the executive of the Zodiac, was far stronger than the infamous agents of Baroque Works. Not because Baroque Works was weak, but simply because the existence known as Ryaji was overwhelmingly strong. And more importantly, someone this powerful is just one of the 12. Then, the Zodiac, just how strong is this organization? No one could answer Vivi's silent question. After the Baroque Works agents were secured, Vivi invited Ryaji to help with the interrogation. She hoped to glean some information from him during the process. "Unfortunately, I'll pass. But I'll need you to arrange a new room for me. No guards this time. Oh, and don't forget to leave a bottle of cola in the room." Ryaji waved her off. "And, don't kill the ones you caught today. I still have a use for them." Vivi was disappointed by his refusal, but she didn't press him. She left with Igaram and the prisoners. Ryaji was led by attendants to a new residence, an equally exquisite room on the south side of the palace. After showing him the amenities, the attendants left silently. Ryaji walked over to the sofa in the center of the room, sat down, and cracked open the ice-cold cola waiting on the table. Pshhh. The satisfying sound of carbonation filled the room. Ryaji poured 2 glasses of cola. Then, "I've brought out the good cola for you. Guest hiding in the shadows, if you don't come out soon, it'll be rude." 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 31, Chapter 31, The Location of Pluton. Who doesn't know that? Chapter 31, The Location of Pluton. Who doesn't know that? Ryaji's voice echoed in the empty room. Naturally, there was no answer. Seeing this, Ryaji sighed. If you leave cola out for too long and it loses its chill, it loses its soul. You have to put it back in the freezer. Just like when a person has a rare chance to fulfill their true value, but misses it for some reason, and ends up having to hide back in a dark corner. Is that what you want? His words were undeniably ridiculous, getting all philosophical over a glass of soda. But at this moment, Ryaji was speaking very seriously. Because in his vision, he could clearly see the text on the glowing screen. Current session analysis complete. Dice fruit LV1, mole fruit LV1, kilo fruit LV1, wax fruit LV1, clone fruit LV1, bomb fruit LV1, spike fruit LV1, dog fruit, model, dachshund LV1. Those 8 fully analyzed fruits were already a massive harvest. But Ryaji's reasons for coming to Alabasta didn't end there. His eyes were fixed on the text at the very bottom of the screen. Analyzing devil fruit, flower fruit. Progress, 76%. That was the source of his words. I know what you seek. I know why you stay with Baroque works. You want to know the hidden history, the truth of the world. So I think, we can talk. He grinned. Even after saying all that, you still won't come out. Miss All Sunday, or should I call you Nico Robin? As he spoke the name, he saw it. On the sofa across from him, a pair of eyes and a mouth silently bloomed on the upholstery. They were deep blue, watery eyes and thin lips. Even from just these features, it was clear the owner was a beauty. But right now, those eyes staring at Ryaji were filled with shock and disbelief. Who are you? Her voice carried an indescribable wariness and fear. Seeing her finally reveal herself, Ryaji chuckled under his mask. Strange. You should know who I am. After all, the assassination order on me came from Crocodile through you. But, since you asked so sincerely. He raised his cola glass in a toast. I am one of the top executives of the Zodiac. Codename, Ryaji. If you haven't heard of me, I assume you've heard of Yuji. He's my colleague. Hearing Ryaji's words, Nico Robin's heart grew even colder. Ryaji, Yuji, just as our intel suspected. As a member and vice president of Baroque Works, she handled most of the organization's affairs for the hidden Mr. Zero, Crocodile. This included the assassination order, which Mr. Zero had authorized and she had issued. She had a lot of intel, including Ryaji's appearance, especially that distinctive dragon head mask. It was enough for her, like King Cobra before her, to draw a similar conclusion. Ryaji was likely connected to the criminal, Yuji, who had stolen the celestial tribute. But because the Alabasta royal family had kept information on Ryaji strictly confidential, leaving no paper trail, her theory had remained just a guess. Until now. Yuji, Ryaji, they really are from the same organization. But clearly, this explosive news was now the least of Nico Robin's concerns. Her mind was swirling with questions. How does he know my identity and my goal? How does he know about Crocodile? How did he discover my ability? And most importantly, this man's ability, it's so similar to Aokiji's. Just thinking about it made Robin's mind reel. Using her flower fruit, she could sprout parts of her body on any solid surface. So, during the assassination attempt, she had been watching the whole time. She had witnessed the overwhelming power of the monster called Ryaji firsthand. The power to control ice was terrifyingly similar to the nightmare of her childhood. But she had also seen him use a completely opposite power, heat. Otherwise, she would have suspected that the man under the dragon head mask was Admiral Aokiji himself. What fruit user is he? Countless questions clouded her mind. Fortunately, having survived and grown up under the world government's relentless pursuit, she had a sharp mind. Even in her confusion, she managed to ask the most critical question. What is your goal? And she gritted her teeth. His strength, his knowledge of her and Crocodile, none of it mattered right now. What mattered was what he wanted to do, and what do you need me to do? She asked the question. Calming down slightly, she realized something. He knew her identity and codename. His organization's intelligence network was terrifyingly vast. They seemed to know everything about Baroque works. Given his overwhelming power, she shouldn't have even been given the chance to have this conversation. It's so much easier talking to smart people. Hearing her question, Ryaji seemed to smile. Yes. I could have gone straight to the Spider's Cafe and captured you. Or I could have told King Cobra, the world government, or the underworld about your location and identity. There are plenty of people interested in the Devil Child. With Alabasta's ports locked down, you'd have a hard time escaping. Once your identity is exposed, I doubt Crocodile would protect you. Harboring a survivor of O'Hara could cost him his warlord status. Every word he spoke weighed heavily on Robin's heart. Spider's Cafe, the headquarters of Baroque Works in Alabasta, located west of Alumalu. She had indeed planned to return there after the assassination to report to Crocodile. But I didn't. Because as a merchant, I want to discuss a partnership. Ryaji raised a hand. A win-win partnership. Partnership. Robin laughed lightly, but the sound was cold. Let's hear it. She had heard that word countless times since she was 8 years old. To her, it had always meant exploitation and betrayal. Ryaji seemed to ignore the coldness in her voice. I know what you need. You want to research the true history, so you need the poneglyphs. You also need an organization willing to protect you. He spread his hands. Coincidentally, our organization happens to know the locations of several poneglyphs, including the one here in Alabasta. Hearing this, the coldness in Robin's eyes deepened. You're saying you can help me get the poneglyphs, but in exchange, I have to tell you their contents. Like the one in Alabasta, right? She had heard this too many times. In fact, the only reason she was in Baroque Works, cooperating with Crocodile, was because he needed her to decipher the poneglyph to find the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton. And now, Robin naturally assumed, the Zodiac had the same goal. These two organizations were birds of a feather. But Ryaji's next words left her stunned. Of course not. We already know what the Alabasta poneglyph says. The location of Pluton, we know where it is. Ryaji said calmly. If you're willing to pay the price, we can even tell you its location and contents. That's part of the partnership I mentioned. He held up a finger, looking at the dumbfounded Robin. We will protect you, and for a price, we will share the locations and contents of poneglyphs we already know. But we won't find new ones for you. Whether you can find those hidden stones depends on your own ability. As for whether you tell us the contents after you find them, that's up to you. We won't ask. Under the mask, Roy was being sincere. Honestly, he was curious about the Void Century, the poneglyphs, and Laugh Tale. But he wasn't obsessed with finding the truth. To him, the value of a poneglyph was far less than a rare, powerful devil fruit. Besides, Roy knew Nico Robin. If you forced her to share the poneglyph's contents, she would lie, just like she did to Crocodile in the original story. So Roy genuinely didn't care if she told him the truth. If I really want to know later, there are other ways. The Koshiki clan in Wano, or an awakened Three-Eye tribe member, plenty of options. He mused internally. But Robin was flabbergasted. Wait, what did you say? Even through the sprouted eyes, her doubt, confusion, and shock were visible. You know the contents? You mean, your organization has someone who can read the poneglyphs? This was the most unbelievable part. That falls outside the scope of our transaction, Miss Robin, Ryaji laughed. Robin was silent for a moment. Then she said, I don't believe you. If your organization truly has no interest in the poneglyphs, then I can't think of a reason why you'd want to partner with me. She knew her greatest value was her ability to read the ancient text. If they weren't interested in that, what did they want from her? Robin couldn't find an answer. But she also knew Ryaji had no reason to lie to her. As he said, since the Zodiac knew her identity, her life was already in their hands. You're wrong, Miss Robin. Ryaji chuckled. You have another identity besides Devil Child. In fact, the identity we're interested in is. He stood up and extended a hand. Hello, Miss All Sunday. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 32, Chapter 32, You're Mr. Zero. Then Who Am I? Chapter 32, You're Mr. Zero. Then Who Am I? Alabasta, Illumalu. This city, which was filled with wailing and despair just half a month ago, was now revitalized. The earth, once cracked from drought, had healed. Stalls were set up on both sides of the streets again. Though the City of Green was far from its former glory, it was clearly filled with hope. The reason was obvious. Everyone in Illumalu knew. It was because of the rain brought by the rain caller. On the western outskirts of Illumalu, there was a cafe. A plain wooden sign read, Spider's Cafe, standing in a desolate, uninhabited area outside the city. It looked ordinary. But right now, a figure was walking toward the cafe. He wore a sand-colored travel cloak. He lowered his hood, revealing slicked-back hair, a long scar across his face, and a cigar clenched in his teeth. Most striking was his left hand. It wasn't made of flesh and blood, but was a massive, golden hook glinting with cold, metallic light. He looked at the hopeful atmosphere of the city with indifference. He didn't like it. Not because he had any particular malice toward the citizens, but because this hope meant his plan was being obstructed. And the warlord of the sea, Desert King, Sir Crocodile, hated anything that stood in his way. But it didn't matter. Humph. He took the cigar from his mouth and exhaled a cloud of smoke. According to the intel he'd received, the obstacle had been removed. I just hope the clue Nico Robin found is actually valuable. This was the reason he was here. A while ago, he had ordered the Baroque Works executives to kill the rain caller hiding in the palace. 2 days ago, he received a report from Nico Robin. Target successfully eliminated. This news didn't surprise Crocodile. His agents were battle-hardened devil fruit users. It was only natural they would succeed against one man, especially one whose ability seemed to be non-combat related weather control. What surprised him was the other piece of information Robin included. While in the palace, I accidentally discovered a critical clue regarding Pluton. That news was what brought Crocodile back to Alabasta ahead of schedule. He walked into the cafe. Ding-a-ling. The bell on the door chimed crisply. And then, Crocodile froze. Because right in front of him, sitting at the bar, were two figures. One he knew well, a slender, beautiful woman, Nico Robin. But the other, the rain caller. Looking at the dragon head mask from the intelligence reports, Crocodile exhaled another puff of smoke. A man like him realized the situation instantly. The rain caller, who should have been dead according to Robin's report, was sitting right here. And Robin was clearly on his side. The other agents were nowhere to be seen. The meaning was obvious. You betrayed Baroque Works to lure me here. He spoke calmly to Robin, as expected of a woman who survives by constantly betraying others. Nico Robin. Faced with his words, Robin looked nervous. But before she could speak, she heard the voice of the man beside her. That's not a polite way to speak to a lady, Sir Crocodile. Ryaji chuckled. And, betrayed Baroque Works? Where did you get that idea? He stood up, looking at the infamous pirate, and pointed to himself. Then, he spoke the truth, word by word. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryaji. This lady's partner, the president and shot caller of Baroque Works. Or, you can call me Mr. Zero. Even Crocodile was stunned by the sheer audacity of the statement. You're Mr. Zero? Then who the hell am I? I see. But in an instant, he understood. As the founder of Baroque Works, he knew the organization structure better than anyone. Everyone used codenames. From Mr. One down to the millions and billions. And the most mysterious of all was Mr. Zero. No one in Baroque Works had ever seen his face. Almost all his orders were relayed through his partner, Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin. The reason was simple. As a warlord appointed by the world government, he couldn't openly lead a criminal syndicate. In other words, to any member of Baroque Works, as long as Nico Robin acknowledged someone as Mr. Zero, that person was Mr. Zero. Just like now. Ryaji. Crocodile mused. And you, Nico Robin. Not only did you betray me, but you're conspiring with an outsider to steal my foundation. Understanding their goal, Crocodile suddenly laughed. A good plan. He praised them, but there was no humor in his smile. Instead, however, you seem to have forgotten one thing. Only coldness remained. VMMM. As his anger rose, the floorboards beneath his feet silently disintegrated into fine sand. Countless grains of sand swirled around him like loyal guards. He raised his left hand, the golden hook glinting. What do you think Baroque works was built on? Why do you think it has survived and thrived on this sea? He took the finished cigar from his mouth and dropped it. It is Baroque works because of me. Because of my power. The cigar vanished into the sand, swallowed as if by a bottomless abyss. And then, boom, the abyss-like sand erupted, surging forward like a tidal wave to engulf everything. Crocodile's figure dissolved into the sandstorm. Only his voice echoed, layered and magnified by the grit. On this sea, the only thing that truly decides everything is power. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 33, Chapter 33, Let me show you. The gap in our abilities. Bam. Chapter 33, Let me show you. The gap in our abilities. Bam. In Alabasta, when people speak of nature or disasters, what comes to mind? The answer is beyond doubt. In a country where over 70% of the land is desert, nature and disaster refer to the same thing, the yellow sand that covers the nation. And right now, where the Spider's Cafe once stood, the power of sand was on full display. Rumble. The sand-covered earth moved like a living creature, devouring everything on its surface. The sand was its mouth, its teeth, its claws. The entire cafe had already been dragged underground. In its place was a massive, swirling sinkhole over 100 feet wide, desert sunflower, continuously swallowing everything in its reach. Above the ground, Crocodile hovered, carried by the desert wind. Desert sunflower. His lower body had completely transformed into a flowing stream of sand. This was the power he relied on, the power that let him stand near the peak of this sea, the Logia-type sand fruit. Click. He calmly took out another cigar, snipped the tip, and lit it. Phew. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he looked down at the sinkhole. Ryaji, he must be connected to that Yuji. Members of the same organization or pirate crew. He guessed. And Nico Robin. His expression darkened. His Operation Utopia wasn't just about usurping Alabasta. Its most important goal was to obtain the intel on Pluton hidden within the kingdom. Nico Robin was indispensable for that. But now, he had been forced to kill her. That annoyed him. Of course, he didn't regret it. Tolerating betrayal was a fool's decision, and he knew that better than anyone. Whatever. He thought calmly. I'll take Alabasta first. As for deciphering the poneglyph, I'll find another way. First priority is to confirm the status of the others. I can't lose my warlord status yet. I need new agents. If the executives are dead, I'll have to pause the plan, find new strong subordinates to rebuild the company's strength, and then restart. Thinking calmly, Crocodile turned to leave. But, he had taken only one step when he frowned, sensing something. He stopped and turned back around. He looked at the massive sinkhole in the desert. Karark. Karark. From within the shifting sands came a crisp sound, the sound of sand freezing solid. Crocodile raised an eyebrow. The next moment, boom, the sand in the entire sinkhole stopped flowing. And then, shatter. It exploded outward. Crocodile saw Ryaji and Nico Robin emerge. Robin's face was pale with lingering fear and shock. But Ryaji walked calmly out of the pit. What's wrong, Crocodile? I heard you fought Whitebeard when you were young. You got crushed, sure, but you've seen the world. You didn't think that little attack would kill me, did you? He looked up at Crocodile, his voice mocking under the mask. Hearing this, Crocodile's face grew even darker. His crushing defeat at the hands of Whitebeard was the one thing he hated being reminded of. Is that so? Coming from a guy who hides his face, you talk big. But you look pretty weak to me. As a warlord of the sea, Crocodile wasn't one to lose a battle of words. Coincidence? Ryaji laughed. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Crocodile, you can't beat me. As the words fell. Ha! With a sneer, Crocodile's body dissolved into sand. An instant later, he reformed right next to Ryaji. His golden hook flashed cold, whistling through the air toward Ryaji's head. But immediately, Clang! An ice wall materialized out of thin air. Crocodile's hook slammed into it, the tip embedding itself in the ice. Freezing. So that's how you escaped the desert sunflower. Crocodile's pupils constricted. But before he could pull his hook free, he saw Ryaji move. There's a lady present. Let's take this somewhere else. Ryaji whispered with a chuckle, his fist clenching. Tekai, steel fist. And then, boom! Crocodile saw the fist flying toward his abdomen. Tekai, one of the Rokushiki. Crocodile recognized the technique instantly. He wasn't surprised. While the Rokushiki were created by the world government, they were widely known across the seas. What he truly cared about was no haki. His observation haki confirmed it. There was no armament haki on that fist. And as everyone knew, against a Logia user, an attack without haki was meaningless. Idiot. Crocodile concluded. He didn't dodge. Just like he had done for years against all those rookie pirates in Paradise. Let me show you the gap in our abilities. Guho. Crocodile's confident smirk froze before it could even fully form. Because at that moment, he felt it, the sensation was wrong. The fist didn't pass through his sand body. Quite the opposite. Bam! It felt like being hit head-on by a rampaging beast. Crocodile's torso caved in. Hot blood sprayed uncontrollably from his mouth. His body was launched backward like a kite with a cut string. Crash! He flew like a cannonball, smashing through rocks before slamming heavily into the desert sand, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Ryaji slowly retracted his fist. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What were you saying you wanted to show me? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 34, Chapter 34, This Stuff Works Better Than Haki. Chapter 34, This Stuff Works Better Than Haki. With a single punch from Ryaji, Crocodile was sent flying. Dust filled the air. The battlefield was dead silent. Nico Robin, standing in the massive sand pit behind Ryaji, covered her mouth in shock. That crocodile, he was actually. To be honest, she had chosen to betray Crocodile and cooperate with Ryaji largely because she felt she had no choice after her identity was exposed. But deep down, she wasn't optimistic about this betrayal. As Crocodile's partner, she knew his power all too well. He was a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, handpicked by the world government to balance the great pirate era. Crocodile was undeniably a dangerous existence. Especially his strength. Robin had never even seen him injured. Before him, anyone seemed as insignificant as a human facing a desert storm. That was why, despite knowing about his cruel plan for Alabasta and hating it, she had never dared to openly resist. But now, that invincible warlord had just been blasted away right in front of her eyes. This man. Her gaze unconsciously shifted to Ryaji's back. The executive of the Zodiac, codenamed Ryaji. Just like when a person has a rare chance to fulfill their true value, but misses it, and ends up having to hide back in a dark corner. Is that what you want? His words from before suddenly echoed in her mind. What I want? She murmured to herself. But right then. Hey, Miss Robin. Instead of spacing out, you might want to get clear of the battlefield. Ryaji's voice cut through her thoughts. His tone under the mask was calm, but his words made Robin freeze. Then, she realized what he meant. The battle isn't over. VMMM. As if to prove his point. With a piercing, cutting sound, a massive blade of sand sliced through the dust cloud. It cleaved through a weathered rock formation like it was paper, heading straight for them. Desert Spada. Faced with the attack, Ryaji gently raised his hand. 3 massive ice shields materialized instantly, blocking the path of the sand blade. Crash. Crash. But this time, the powerful sand blade shattered 2 of the shields before finally stopping at the 3rd. Ryaji looked at the figure emerging from the dust. Crocodile. The clothes on his left side were shredded, revealing a clear fist-shaped bruise on his muscular torso. Around the bruise, there were unmistakable signs of frostbite. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. He looked miserable. The arrogance and indifference were gone from his face, replaced by the ferocity of a cornered, enraged beast. No haki attached. So you knew. His eyes were locked onto Ryaji. Both men understood exactly what he meant. Of course there wasn't any haki. Ryaji laughed. He naturally wasn't going to admit, bro, I haven't even learned haki yet. Instead, he raised his hand. Water droplets were continuously condensing on his palm. Against you, this stuff works way better than haki. Yes. Water. The fatal weakness of crocodile, and the sand fruit. Sand solidifies when wet. If crocodile gets hit by water, he cannot transform into sand. Against crocodile, water was even more effective than armament haki. Ryaji had coated his fist in water to land that blow. Patter, patter, patter. As he spoke, rain began to fall from the sky, growing heavier by the second. Like I said, you can't beat me. Ryaji repeated his earlier statement calmly. But this time, crocodile showed no disdain. He bit down on his cigar, looking at the torrential downpour and feeling the sharp pain in his abdomen. He didn't hesitate to admit a fact: he had underestimated Ryaji. Or rather, years of smooth sailing in Alabasta had made him complacent. He knew Ryaji was the rain caller, but he hadn't been wary enough. He thought his weakness was a secret. He never expected Ryaji to use water against him from the very first strike. It had put him in grave danger. If he hadn't sensed something wrong at the last second and used haki to block most of the freezing damage, that punch might have taken him out of the fight entirely. Ryaji's ability was a hard counter to him. For the first time in a long time, Crocodile felt a sense of crisis. But even so, he didn't feel panic. Instead, he felt excitement. How many years had it been? Since his crushing defeat against Whitebeard in the New World, how long had it been since he felt this thrill? He hated being outsmarted, hated being at a disadvantage. But he enjoyed danger. I am Crocodile. If you think just knowing my weakness to water is enough to defeat me, you're dead wrong. He grinned, a savage, terrifying smile. Desert Encierro. Desert Curtain. At his command, the dry sand on the ground surged upward. It writhed into the sky, forming a massive, dense canopy of sand that blocked out the rain and the sunlight. As he said before, Alabasta was a kingdom of sand. And in this kingdom, he was the only king. Even the rain could not fall without his permission. Impressive. Seeing the magnificent curtain of sand blocking the sky, even Ryaji couldn't help but praise him. As expected of a warlord. He meant it. Even knowing the plot and Crocodile's weakness, he hadn't expected Crocodile to have a move like this to counter the rain. He hadn't used this in the original story. A true ambitious villain who made it to the final circles. If I didn't have plot armor like Brother Nika, underestimating him would be suicide. He thought to himself. Crocodile, of course, didn't know Ryaji's thoughts. The warlord looked at Ryaji. Kid, I've figured out your ability. Rain, ice, water on your skin. I don't know what fruit it is, but you can manipulate moisture in the air, right? He raised his golden hook, pointing it at Ryaji again. But you missed your only chance to kill me. From now on, you won't touch me with water again. Hearing this, Ryaji laughed. Really? I don't believe you. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 35, Chapter 35, My codename is Ryaji. Chapter 35, My codename is Ryaji. Outside Illumalu. Phew, looks like a good harvest. Aha led his spot-billed duck, Dodola, as he dug up fresh sand sprouts from the desert floor. These unique plants grew in the Alabasta desert, relying on groundwater and rain. They were delicious, difficult to harvest, and highly sought after by gourmets. Aha's profession was sand sprout merchant. That rain from the rain caller really saved us, Aha sighed, tossing a sprout into the basket on Dodola's back. He had said this countless times recently. People always remembered miracles. He would never forget the sight of the rain caller walking out of the desert. That rain had, in a sense, saved his life and the lives of his wife and child. I just don't know why His Majesty won't admit he knows the rain caller, even though I heard the man entered the palace. Shuh. He lit his pipe, mumbling to himself. Shuh. But after a few puffs, he felt something was wrong. Shuh. He quickly realized what it was. The sound of the sand, it's wrong. Aha frowned. As someone who walked the desert constantly, he knew the sands well. The desert around Illumalus shifted every day due to wind or groundwater, but, since a moment ago, it seemed too active. The shhh sound of moving sand was becoming harsh, almost piercing. No, wait, the sky and wind in the west are wrong too. Aha noticed more anomalies. In the distance, the sky to the west of Illumalus seemed inexplicably dark. He could see the sand in the west moving visibly, but he didn't feel any strong wind coming from that direction. Something's wrong. Aha decided to check. His house was nearby. For the sake of his family, he had to confirm the situation. Dodola. Quack. He mounted his duck and sped west. I remember that's the outskirts. Someone opened a cafe there, right? He was still thinking as he rode. And then, quack. After cresting a sand dune, his duck let out a startled cry. It slammed on the brakes, the sudden stop nearly throwing Aha off. Dodola, what are you? Aha's complaint died in his throat. Because after cresting the dune, the scene before him was nothing short of horrifying. From the sky, torrential rain was pouring down. But the rain couldn't reach the ground. Before it could land, a massive, sand curtain rising from the earth blocked it completely, blotting out the sky. This explained why the sky looked wrong. Even the sunlight was blocked by that colossal curtain of sand. Thud, thud, sounds echoed around him. It was the sound of the sand curtain absorbing the rain, turning into clumps of wet sand, and falling back to earth. As these clumps fell, new sand rose to take their place, maintaining the barrier. But this magnificent scene wasn't the most shocking part. Rumble. Aside from the sand curtain, the entire desert for hundreds of meters around was churning. Countless grains of golden sand formed giant waves, surging and rolling. It no longer looked like a desert, but a storm-tossed ocean of sand. On this sea of sand, everything was gone. The rock pillars, the shrubs, even the cafe Aha remembered, all gone. That was why Dodola had stopped. One more step, and they would have become part of this desert. As a citizen of Alabasta, Aha was familiar with this sight. Quicksand, Alabasta's most common and terrifying natural disaster. But the problem was, what is that? Aha's whisper was almost a delirious mumble. Because he saw it, inside that churning sea of sand, there were two figures. Boom. One figure's lower body had completely merged with the swirling sand. His left hand was a golden hook. Every time he swung it, he whipped up sand waves that blotted out the sky, forming massive scimitars of sand. Wherever these blades passed, the desert was cleaved into deep chasms. Looking closely, Aha realized that the center of this entire shifting desert was this man. Opposite him, the other figure was familiar to Aha. The majestic dragon head mask. It was the rain caller. And this mysterious guest was also displaying impossible power. He walked on the violent quicksand. Beneath his feet, a thin layer of ice spread with every step. No matter how turbulent the sand, the moment it neared him, it froze solid, becoming a firm foothold. Whenever Crocodile launched a desert spada, massive ice shields would erupt around Ryaji to block it. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Aha began to doubt his earlier judgment. Everything before him screamed a singular fact: this was not a natural disaster. It was the work of these two men. Their battle had literally changed the landscape. Are they really human? Aha couldn't help but wonder. Then, worry set in. Even though he knew nothing about fighting, he could tell. On this battlefield, the man controlling the quicksand had the clear advantage. The rain caller seemed to be suppressed. But for Aha, he didn't know why they were fighting, but he knew one thing. That rain caller is the hope of our country right now. He murmured anxiously. On the battlefield. Kid, I told you, you won't get another chance to touch me with water. Crocodile's voice came through the flying sand, filled with arrogance. Swish. As he spoke, another sharp, desert spada roared forth. Clang. Ryaji waved his hand, summoning ice shields to block the blade. Before the sand could cut through, he leaped back, dodging the strike. So your definition of a no chance is just not letting me get close. Ryaji shook his head. I thought a warlord's strategy would be a bit more domineering. He pointed out exactly what Crocodile was doing. Ever since realizing Ryaji knew his weakness and could manipulate moisture, Crocodile had chosen to keep his distance, triggering this massive quicksand. Using this vast sea of sand, he attacked Ryaji from afar with his sand fruit abilities, never engaging in close combat. Strategies are only judged by whether they bring victory, Crocodile said calmly. Face and honor, those things only appear on tombstones. As he spoke, he swiped his right hand. A giant hand made of sand rose from the sea, grabbing at Ryaji. VMMM. Ryaji leaped, dodging the grasp. Crocodile didn't care if he missed. He was a Logia user of the sand fruit. Logia users represented nature. Their power was equivalent to a natural disaster. Paramecia and Zoan users consumed massive stamina to create large-scale destruction. But Logia users were different. They could generate their element from nothing. For them, wide-range attacks were easy. Especially in their own, natural environment, the stamina cost to control existing elements was negligible. This was why Logia was called the strongest class of devil fruits. For Crocodile, controlling the sand from a distance to attack Ryaji was as natural as breathing. It cost him almost nothing. Your ability is a threat, but there is a difference in the tier of our powers. He waved his hand again. Several sand blades flew out, forcing Ryaji to dodge once more. Victory, isn't it a bit early to say that? Ryaji laughed softly. Under the mask, Roy was actually smiling. In fact, Crocodile's choice played right into his hands. If Crocodile didn't want close combat, Roy wanted it even less. His Ryaji clone, due to limited fruit slots, didn't have any body-enhancing Zoan fruits equipped. His use of Rokushiki was mediocre at best. If Crocodile forced a melee, Roy would actually be more wary. But since Crocodile wanted a battle of abilities, Roy welcomed it. And now, time's up. He whispered in his mind. On the screen before his eyes. Logia sand fruit. Analysis complete, 100%. This meant he no longer needed to conserve stamina. So, I can let other things slide, but saying there's a gap in our fruit abilities. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. As he spoke, Ryaji landed. He slowly raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. And then, Crocodile watched in shock as a colossal object erupted from beneath Ryaji's feet. Rumble. The earth shook. The ley lines groaned. Accompanying the deep, heavy sound was a chill like the depths of winter. A chill so intense it made Aha, watching from afar, shiver. Then, he saw the rain collar slowly rise into the air, or rather, he was being pushed up by what was beneath him. It was a massive, crystalline structure. Carrying bone-chilling cold, it broke through the sea of sand, rising from the ground in a land that belonged only to sand. It was an iceberg. Ice fruit, Frost Mountain. How is that possible? The sight of something impossible in the desert made Crocodile's expression freeze. This scene defied even the warlord's understanding. This is a desert. There's almost no water here. Even Aokiji couldn't create an iceberg this huge in such a short time here. Even a Logia user who can generate their element needs time to change the environment. His thoughts stopped abruptly. His body went rigid. He spun around instantly, looking at his surroundings. Amidst the swirling sand, there was something he had ignored. Throughout the battle, it had been falling from the sky constantly. The clumps of wet sand that fell after his sand curtain absorbed the rain. Crocodile finally realized the danger. From the very beginning, his strategic mind instantly grasped the terrifying truth. This was the opponent's real goal all along. No wonder the rain kept falling even after he blocked it with the sand curtain. Ryaji wasn't trying to get him wet. He was changing the moisture concentration of the entire battlefield. Crocodile. Ryaji's voice came from atop the towering iceberg. His breathing was slightly heavy. Clearly, using an ability on this scale was taxing even for him. But, my codename in the organization is Ryaji. Dragon of the Hour. As the words fell, Crocodile saw the massive, majestic ice peak beneath Ryaji's feet change again. White steam appeared on the surface of the iceberg, shrouding it completely. But even though the view was obscured, Crocodile could hear it. Gurgle. The sound of surging water. Magma fruit, molten wave, modified. No. Gurgle. Boom. Roar. The sound wasn't a trickle. It was a tidal wave. It's just a desert. If I can't summon wind, rain, and waves here, how am I qualified to use this codename? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 36, Chapter 36, It's Just Elementalization, Anyone Can Do It. Chapter 36, It's Just Elementalization, Anyone Can Do It. As Ryaji's words fell, Crocodile saw the tidal wave emerge from nowhere. The meltwater from the iceberg gathered and surged, forming a wave dozens of meters high. It was as if a real dragon was thrashing within the water. With a roar, it charged toward the patch of desert where Crocodile stood. In the distance, Aha stared, dumbfounded. He thought he was dreaming, but a moment later, he knew he wasn't. Even in a dream, he couldn't have imagined such a scene. In Alabasta, the kingdom of deserts, a tsunami had appeared. At that moment, Crocodile felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This was beyond his understanding too. How did he melt that massive iceberg instantly? What exactly is this guy's ability? He had countless questions, but right now, none of them mattered. Only one thing mattered: the outcome of this battle. I've really run into one hell of a monster. Crocodile didn't retreat. Against an attack like this, running was pointless. So, boom. He grabbed his left wrist with his right hand and slammed both hands into the sand beneath his feet. Ground death. Erosion samsara. As he roared, the earth shook violently. The desert sand surged even more violently than before. It turned into an invisible wave, spreading out from Crocodile. Everything in its path. Even the minuscule moisture that remained in the desert was instantly sucked dry. Rocks hidden in the sand turned to dust in an instant. And then, sables, pesado. Heavy sandstorm. Crocodile unleashed another technique. The sand swirled into a massive, super-dense sandstorm. The next moment, the power that withered everything and the colossal sandstorm collided with the tsunami sweeping across the desert. Crash. Sand met water, churning into muddy columns. Golden sandstorm against azure wave. The collision was grand enough to be a scene from a myth. But, all stories have an ending. The moment the first droplets of the tsunami pierced through the sandstorm, the victor was decided. Splash. The tsunami smashed through the sandstorm. Mud sprayed everywhere, and the remaining wave washed over Crocodile without resistance. Feeling his body instantly stiffen, Crocodile gritted his teeth. He knew, from this moment on, he could no longer elementalize. And he knew his opponent wouldn't miss this chance. Sure enough. Crack. Intense cold radiated toward him. Crocodile looked up. He saw Ryaji leaping toward him, frost coating his fist. It's over, Crocodile. Ryaji punched down. Yes. But at that moment, a strange smile appeared on Crocodile's face. It is over. As he spoke, bang, from the sand behind Ryaji, which had just been washed by the wave, something burst through the surface. It was a hand. A left hand with a golden hook, the severed stump wrapped in sand. But now, the hook was gone, replaced by a sharp, poisoned needle. Shunk. The hand flew through the air and stabbed directly into Ryaji's right side. Crocodile grinned in triumph. You're strong. A wave that size, even my ground death couldn't absorb it all. But, he stood up. The wind blew his cloak, revealing that his left arm was indeed missing from the shoulder down. Before the water hit me, hiding one hand under the sand, that much I can do. Crocodile knew he had won. The hook and the needle inside it were coated in deadly scorpion venom from the Alabasta desert. Without an antidote, death was certain. But before Crocodile could declare victory, he realized something was wrong. His left hand didn't feel like it had pierced flesh. Instead, it felt like it had stabbed into something thick and viscous. A split second later, Crocodile felt a searing heat and excruciating pain from his severed arm. Gaah. The pain of bone and flesh melting made even the tough warlord scream. But his willpower forced him to look up. He saw something flowing from Ryaji's body. But it wasn't blood. That thick, scorching, burning substance was magma. He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. Elementalization. He understood what had happened. Ryaji had elementalized at the last second to dodge the fatal blow. But, impossible, the magma fruit belongs to Akainu. With his experience, he knew exactly who owned that top-tier Logia fruit. But Ryaji clearly didn't intend to give Crocodile time to think. Swish. The sound of rushing air returned. Ryaji's fist was already there. And in that instant, Crocodile saw his opponent's impossible form. The majestic dragon head mask seemed to split into two colors, red and blue. And his body followed suit. Steam wreathed him like a white sash. Half of his body was made of frozen ice. The other half was burning magma. Dual elementalization, Frostfire avatar. Water dripped from the melting ice, silently answering Crocodile's question. His ability was never manipulating moisture. Ice and magma, two completely opposite elements, in one body. This defied Crocodile's understanding of the world. He was certain that if he told anyone what he saw, it would shake the world to its core. But clearly, he wouldn't get the chance. I told you, didn't I? The voice from the mask was calm. The eyes beneath it held only stillness. You can't beat me. The fist of magma and ice grew larger in Crocodile's vision. He closed his eyes. The Zodiac. Ryaji. He whispered the name he had heard for the first time today. He knew this man was destined to shake the seas. Just like he once did. The excitement of first setting out as a pirate, the thrill of growing stronger, the helplessness of defeat against Whitebeard, the pride of becoming a warlord, countless memories flooded his mind. He thought of his unfulfilled ambitions, his grudges, his pursuits. But, as he had said, in defeat, those were just useless words carved on a tombstone. Winner takes all. Loser eats dust. That was the rule of the sea. I really am unwilling to accept this. That whisper was Sir Crocodile's final thought. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 37, Chapter 37, Morgans, I want all his intel within 2 days. Chapter 37, Morgans, I want all his intel within 2 days. Grand Line, an unnamed island. Flocks of news coups swarmed above, coming and going in a constant stream. In the center of the island stood a massive structure shaped like a giant birdcage, topped with a globe-like device. On the main gate, the sign read, World Economic Journal. This was News Coup Island, the headquarters of the World Economic Newspaper, WEP. In the editor-in-chief's office on the top floor. Not enough. Not explosive enough. A giant albatross wearing a top hat and holding a cane slammed a draft newspaper onto the floor. This was the president of the WEP, the emperor of the underworld who monopolized information and public opinion across the seas. Big news, Morgans. Look at this garbage. The princess of the Goa kingdom gets engaged. Who cares? Readers don't subscribe to us for this trash. Spittle flew from his beak. Warlords. Emperors. Powerhouses who can ignite the world, that's what people want to see. But, President. The bald reporter standing before him, face covered in spittle, looked miserable. I submitted a report about a warlord before, and you rejected it too. Ha. Morgans raised an eyebrow and rapped his cane on the reporter's bald head. Are you joking? Lizard King, Hanafuda's fleet was defeated by a supernova. Sure, that's news. But you wanted it on the front page. Front page. He continued to rant, spittle flying. What was the recent front page? Reread it. It was the Celestial Tribute heist. It was the Triforce demonstration. That is front page material. He clenched his wings in excitement, recalling the shockwaves that had shaken the sea 2 months ago. And the man who caused them. Any news on Yuji? The editorial department hasn't found anything, President. Yuji seems to have gone into hiding after that incident. Useless. Morgans rapped the reporter's already bumpy head again, then sighed. As a true newsman, he craved the big news. But even in this great pirate era, truly explosive news was rare. The Zodiac. Pity the government won't release any intel on the organization itself. All I have is the name. He muttered, his voice full of regret. As an underworld emperor with a tacit understanding with the world government, Morgans could get intel even on classified subjects. But clearly, just a name wasn't enough for a report. When will that Yuji show up again? Mumbling to himself, Morgans returned to his desk and poured a cup of hot coffee, a premium blend from the West Blue he'd been enjoying lately. Just then, bang, the office door was thrown open, and a young reporter burst in. Ha, ha, ha. He was clutching a telegram, his voice cracking with excitement. President. Big news. Big news. Morgans frowned. Young people these days, no composure. Calm down. I remember telling you in training, a journalist must always be calm and composed. He elegantly lifted his coffee cup and took a sip. Speak. What news? It's a warlord. Desert King, Sir Crocodile, has been killed. Pfft. The elegant, big news sprayed a mouthful of hot coffee directly onto the bald reporter's head. President. The bald reporter, now bumpy and coffee-stained, looked at Morgans with a mixture of pain and betrayal. What happened to calm and composed? Morgans ignored him, leaning his massive body forward. Killed? By who? Give it here. Cough, cough. Let me see. Remembering his composure halfway through, he tried to lower his voice, but failed miserably. Yes, sir. The young reporter handed over the telegram. Morgan snatched it and scanned it rapidly, but after just one glance. This is. His gaze sharpened like a hawk's. The coffee cup in his hand shattered under his grip. Ow! Shards of ceramic rained down on the bald reporter's head again, eliciting another yelp. But Morgans didn't hear him. The albatross was breathing heavily, staring at the photo attached to the top of the telegram. It seemed to have been taken from a great distance. It was in the desert. The scars left by the massive wave were clearly visible, the deep crater, the lingering water, the torrential rain falling from the sky. Even in the blurry photo, the devastation was terrifying. The landscape had been completely altered. It spoke volumes of the battle that had taken place. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was, in the center of the photo, Morgans could see two figures. One had fallen. Morgans recognized him, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the famous Desert King, Crocodile. But now, the great pirate's body was ravaged. Covered in frostbite and burns, his left hand missing. It silently screamed a fact: Crocodile was dead. That alone was earth-shattering news. But for Morgans, the focus was on the victor. Because he instantly recognized the majestic dragon head mask. A sea beast head mask. Every feather on Morgan's wings stood on end. As one of the smartest men on the sea, he immediately realized the possibility. Is it the second member of the Zodiac? His heart began to race uncontrollably. Who is he? He looked at the young reporter, his voice almost a roar. And not sure yet. We only know he defeated Crocodile. We're waiting for more details. Then investigate. Now. Morgan spun around, his wings flapping wildly, sending piles of documents flying across the office like a hurricane. A warlord has been defeated and killed. The world government will definitely send people to Alabasta. Before they lock down the information, get everything you can. True or false, get it all. Editorial, analysis, independent investigation, send everyone who's free to Alabasta. 3 days. No, 2 days. I want all his intel within 2 days. This headline, it's him. It has to be him. A moment later, the entire WEP headquarters was in a frenzy. Reporters rushed out of the office. Transponder snails rang incessantly. Alone in his office, Morgans listened to the chaos below with pure enjoyment. He waved his wings like a conductor. Yes, yes. That's it. He laughed loudly. A peaceful sea is boring. Too boring. The Zodiac. He whispered the name of the organization that was still largely a mystery to him. But his instincts told him. In the chaotic era about to unfold, this organization might be the center of everything. It would bring countless big news. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 38, Chapter 38, The Dead Must Make Way for the Living. Chapter 38, The Dead Must Make Way for the Living. 2 days later. While the World Economic newspaper was furiously preparing its latest report. Alabasta, Alyaburna. The Royal Port. King Cobra stood on the deck of a royal merchant ship. Shaka and several guards stood with him, their expressions grim as they protected their king. A voice came from above. Your Majesty, they're here. The report came from a falcon soaring in the sky, Following his words, Cobra looked toward the distant Sandora River. A warship was slowly emerging. It wasn't a marine ship. The flag flying from its main mast, across within a circle, revealed its origin. It was a ship directly under the world government. On the deck of that ship, tap, 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 footsteps approached. The owner was a man dressed in a white suit and a white bowler hat. His eyes were strange, one black, one white, with no visible pupils. His entire face was stark white, making him look incredibly distinctive. If not for the beard on his chin, one might think he was wearing a mask. Flanking him were two tall men, also in white, wearing masks. "Wait here." The man gave a casual order to his companions, then vanished. Swish. Using extremely fast Soru and Jeppo, his figure flickered through the air above the Sandora River. In seconds, he crossed hundreds of meters, landing directly in front of Cobra. Schwing. Shaka and the guards drew their weapons, warning the intruder not to move. But Cobra raised a hand, stopping them. He stepped forward, looking at the man, and announced himself. "I am the king of Alabasta, Nefeltari Cobra." The man removed his bowler hat and placed it over his chest in a bow. "CP0, Guernica." That's right. The man named Guernica was an agent of CP0, 80, the strongest intelligence organization in the world. "We are here on government orders to handle the matter of the royal warlord, Crocodile." He put his hat back on. "Now, please explain the situation, King Cobra. Who killed Crocodile?" Following the plan he had prepared before arriving, Guernica got straight to the point. But to his surprise, according to my information, the killer calls himself Ryaji. "I will explain the details shortly," Cobra nodded. "But before that, Igaram," the king shouted. "Bring it up." "Yes, your majesty," came the reply from the cabin behind him. The cabin door opened. Led by Igaram, several guards carried a large chest onto the deck. Thud. One of the guards stumbled, twisting his ankle and letting out a muffled grunt. Guernica glanced at the guard but said nothing, turning his attention to the chest. "This is Mr. Guernica," Cobra continued calmly. "These are documents given to me recently by a lady claiming to be an insider. They detail the attempt by the organization known as Baroque Works to overthrow Alabasta. They call it Operation Utopia. The lady also told me the identity of the organization's leader." Cobra spoke steadily. Guernica's expressionless face seemed to darken slightly. As a top agent of the world government, he knew many things. "You mean to say? I cannot verify the authenticity of this information myself. So, I thought perhaps the 5 elders could verify it for me." Cobra asked softly. "I understand. Please wait a moment." Guernica nodded. He took out a small, encrypted baby transponder snail and walked to the side. "Puru puru puru." Click. Guernica spoke quietly, relaying the situation to the other end. After receiving instructions, he nodded. "Yes." He hung up and returned to Cobra. "King Cobra." His voice was solemn. "The 5 elders are deeply regretful about the natural disasters in Alabasta this year. They were shocked to learn that Mr. Zero of Baroque Works was hiding in your kingdom. This was an oversight by the world government and the Marines. The government is willing to provide a massive disaster relief fund for Alabasta. As for the truth you mentioned, the government is also willing to take these documents and investigate them thoroughly for you. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" He explained the situation in a few crisp sentences. Hearing this, Cobra finally nodded. "Of course." Then, he added, "But as you can see, there are many documents. This is only a part of them. So I think, when the government sends the relief aid, I will hand over the rest. Is that acceptable?" Guernica nodded again. "Of course." Interestingly, during their conversation, the clumsy guard seemed to lose his balance again, nearly falling over. Igaram shot him an annoyed glare, resolving to increase the Royal Guard's training intensity. Having reached a consensus, "Then, I shall take my leave, your majesty." Guernica wasted no time. With another leap, he flew back toward his warship. Watching Guernica disappear into the distance, Cobra was silent for a moment. "Igaram, you may all leave." "Yes, your majesty." Igaram nodded, his gaze falling on the clumsy guard. But just then, "She stays." Cobra pointed at that specific guard, his voice commanding. Even Igaram was surprised. "Your majesty," he thought Cobra was angry about the guard's clumsiness and wanted to explain. But Cobra said nothing, just giving Igaram a firm look. Yes. Igaram understood his liege. He gave the guard a good luck look and led the others away. Once they were gone. Take it off. That armor is heavy. And the lifts in your boots must be uncomfortable, Cobra said gently to the guard. The guard said nothing, but the body under the armor trembled slightly. Cobra shook his head. Vivi, I am not a father who cannot recognize his own daughter's voice. But you are not a good king. Hearing this, Nefeltari Vivi finally snapped. She ripped off her helmet and threw it to the ground. That man, Crocodile, he was the mastermind behind everything, wasn't he? She looked at her father, shouting with uncharacteristic sharpness. You knew it was all his fault. Why didn't you tell the government? Why did you cover for him? Just as said before, Cobra had kept her out of the loop regarding Ryaji. But Vivi was never an obedient princess. She had been investigating in secret. When she overheard Igaram's wife, Terracotta, mention that Igaram was going to the port, she made a plan. She secretly replaced a guard, came here, and witnessed her father's conversation with the government agent. She knew what those documents meant. They were proof of Crocodile's crimes. They were the truth owed to the countless citizens who had died in the drought. But hearing Vivi's outburst, Cobra wasn't angry. He looked at his daughter and sighed. I didn't want you to face these things so soon, but... He shook his head with a bitter smile. You are just like your mother. Never one to follow the rules. After a pause, he spoke again. Vivi. He held up a finger. I have 2 stories. The first story, the royal warlord, Crocodile, was actually the leader of a criminal syndicate. He attempted to usurp our country and caused a 7-month drought. Then, a powerful man named Ryaji defeated him and saved our nation. He held up a second finger. The second story is... He looked at his daughter. There never was a conspiracy. Alabasta's drought was simply due to extreme weather this year. The man who defeated Crocodile was Mr. Zero of Baroque Works, named Ryaji. Crocodile just happened to fight him in Alabasta and was killed. Which story do you think the world government prefers? Hearing her father's question, Vivi fell silent. Which story? The answer was obvious. The second one. In the first story, a warlord handpicked and privileged by the world government turns out to be a monster who tried to destroy a founding member nation, killing countless innocents. And a criminal from the Zodiac becomes the hero who stopped him. How could the world government accept that humiliation? The second story was much cleaner. The government made no mistake, Crocodile was just weak. His death fighting a criminal even proved that picking warlords to fight pirates was the right policy. Vivi understood. This was a transaction. To ensure the second story became the truth, the world government had to buy Cobra's silence. Guernica realized this instantly, which was why he called the 5 elders. And the 5 elders paid up. To protect the government's face, that sum of money will not be small. Cobra gazed into the distance, toward Alabasta. With that money, we can repair the damage our people suffered this year. Did he want to reveal the truth? Of course he did. But, Vivi, do you remember the words of our ancestor, Lily? The past must compromise for the future. The dead must make way for the living. He said softly. We are the rulers of Alabasta. We must strive to protect the well-being of the living. Weighing the heaviness of life and the stability of the kingdom against the truth was the only thing that didn't matter. Why? Vivi interrupted him again. She looked up at her father. But this time, her tone wasn't accusatory. It was a soft question. Why did you do all this without telling me, father? If you had told me sooner, I could have shared this burden with you. She understood everything now. She understood why her father hid the mastermind's identity. He probably had this plan from the moment he learned the truth. And she knew that for a man of his character, this decision was agonizing. Making the enemy a hero, burying the truth, it was a decision born of guilt and pain. So she didn't understand. She was sensible. She would have understood and made the same choice, just like when she apologized to Wapol years ago. She could have shared his pain. I know, Vivi. Cobra gently stroked his daughter's hair. He remembered the Levely 3 years ago. When he heard she had been bullied, and she had smiled at him with tears in her eyes, saying, Father, I'm fine. I know you would do that. He knew how exceptional his daughter was. And that was exactly why. That is why I didn't want you to do it. Guilt and pain, it is enough for me to bear them alone. The king of Alabasta shook his head. I am already a bad king who hides the truth for villains. So I thought, at least let me be a good father. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 39, Chapter 39, Changes in the Encyclopedia, and a Special Fruit Slot. Chapter 39, Changes in the Encyclopedia, and a Special Fruit Slot. Marineford, Training Ground 73. Black Lance, Giant Iron Spike. With a low shout, Hina extended her hands, and massive black iron bars emerged, forming a giant, heavy spike which she hurled forward. White Smoke, Jit Break. Opposite her, Smoker didn't choose to elementalize to dodge the attack. Quite the opposite. The White Hunter, already drenched in sweat, gripped his Jit tightly. White Smoke coiled around his wrist as he swung the weapon, smashing it directly into the iron spike. Clang! With a deafening crash, the giant iron spike was shattered by his blow, the pieces falling heavily to the ground. Ha, ha. Phew, phew. Both Hina and Smoker were clearly exhausted. Yet, their actions were synchronized. Hina pulled out a slim cigarette, Smoker grabbed a cigar from his chest strap, and they lit up simultaneously. Whoosh. X2. Exhaling smoke, their expressions relaxed slightly. And then, Hina started to speak, but stopped abruptly. She saw a news coup flying over Marineford, dropping 2 bundles of newspapers, clearly meant for them. The World Economic Newspaper. Isn't it too early for the next issue? Hina frowned. An extra edition? What happened? Smoker had the same reaction. Hina extended a hand, catching her paper with an iron bar. Smoker used a tendril of smoke to grab his. They both looked at the front page. And then, their brows furrowed in unison, shock flashing in their eyes. This really is big news, Hina said gravely. At the very top of the front page, a bold headline screamed, "Warlord, Sir Crocodile, killed in battle." That single sentence was enough to shake the seas. But that wasn't all. The truly critical information was in the details below. The world government claims Crocodile was killed by the leader of the Grand Line criminal syndicate, Baroque Works, codenamed Mr. Zero. However, after verification by our reporters, an insider source reveals that Mr. Zero calls himself Ryaji. He is seemingly connected to the criminal, Yuji, who recently shook the world with the Celestial Tribute heist. They both belong to a mysterious organization known as the Zodiac. Baroque Works may merely be a subordinate organization to them. Reading this, Smoker gripped the newspaper tightly. Crocodile is dead, and Ryaji is in the same organization as Yuji. His voice was low and serious. Yes. First stealing the Celestial Tribute, and now killing a warlord. The Zodiac seems like a very troublesome organization, Hina said, taking a drag of her cigarette. Big news, Morgans. He's daring to print this. Isn't he afraid the government will come for him? Hina was sharp. She knew the Marines had strictly locked down information regarding Yuji. Aside from Roy and the others directly involved in the Master Port incident, almost no one in the Marines knew the details. Yet, here it was in the WEP. Combined with the fact that this was a sudden, extra edition, Hina could guess that Morgans hadn't cleared this with the world government. Morgans, that guy lives for chaos. It's not surprising, Smoker shook his head. Then, he decisively tossed the newspaper aside. Back to training. We're still 83 reps short of the target. Hina froze. So, what is wrong with you? You don't care about an event that's shaking the balance of the seas. All you think about is training. What stimulated you recently? Hina does not understand. She couldn't help but complain. Recently, Smoker had been dragging her into training every single day, and the intensity was terrifying. Even Hina, who didn't mind training, felt like she couldn't take it anymore. Shaking the balance. I never thought the warlord should exist anyway, Smoker said around his cigar. Rather than caring about who beat that guy, I have more important things to do. He was telling the truth. Normally, he might care about a warlord's defeat, especially regarding this Zodiac organization, as Morgans intended, the name was shaking the seas. But right now, he had something more pressing. The Triforce demonstration. Roy. Smoker was competitive. As a peer and a friend, he naturally felt a rivalry with Roy. Before, while he admitted Roy was strong, he always believed himself to be stronger. After all, he was a Logia user, and Roy wasn't. But after witnessing Roy's clash with Zephyr, his thoughts had changed. That guy has quietly grown to that level. Thinking about the upcoming demonstration, and Roy's threat. If I really lose to him, that bastard might actually try to make me his adjutant. I'd never hear the end of it. He was afraid his brother would suffer, but he was also afraid his brother would drive a Range Rover that was Smoker right now. So he trained like a madman. But even with this insane training, Smoker felt uneasy. He became Instructor Zephyr's disciple. And Zephyr said he would teach him the true essence of his martial arts. Smoker worried. It's been half a month. That guy, he must be training bitterly every day, getting stronger by the minute, right? Just thinking about it made his cigar taste bad. He looked at the bewildered Hina. Come on, back to training. I changed my mind. 50 extra reps today. Huh. Hina frowned, tilting her head. Looking at Smoker's determined, I absolutely cannot lose, expression, she could only shake her head helplessly. Hina is speechless. While Smoker was worrying about his hard-working friend and training himself into the ground, he had no idea. In the dormitory of Zephyr's private training ground. Burp. A loud belch echoed. Although it was broad daylight, Roy was still sprawled on his bed. Phew. Awesome. I drank a whole bottle in one breath. I really have gotten stronger. Looking at the empty cola bottle in his hand, Roy's expression was extremely satisfied, as if he had accomplished something great. Bitter training? Impossible. Not because Roy was lazy, but because Zephyr's training was strange. Since Zephyr said he would take him as a true disciple and teach him the true essence, Roy had been prepared for hellish training. But the reality was different. Zephyr brought him to the training camp and only had him do basic strength exercises. The only special thing was the comprehensiveness. Muscles, bones, strength. Zephyr made him train everything and recorded detailed data. Aside from that, Roy rarely saw his cheap master. And Roy was happy with that. Do some basic strength training, drink cola, soak up the sun, drink more cola, life was good. Especially these last few days. The business from Baroque Works is in hand. And in a while, King Cobra's payment will reach Ryaji. Just thinking about it made Roy want to laugh out loud. His plan in Alabasta had targeted Crocodile from the start. Baroque Works, a massive criminal organization with over 2,000 members, wasn't just for show. Bounty hunting, black market trading, mercenaries, sea beast hunting, its business network was extremely developed. Roy had been eyeing it for a long time. And his plan had gone smoothly. Ryaji was the perfect counter to Crocodile. After dealing with Crocodile, Ryaji, with Nico Robin's help, had officially become Mr. Zero. Baroque Works now belonged to him. Of course, the nature of the business needs to change a bit. Roy had a bottom line. He would never touch human trafficking or illegal drugs. But even so, just from the legitimate businesses of Baroque Works, after deducting operational costs, I can get at least 6 billion berries in net profit annually. It's a pity Crocodile spent most of the liquid funds on Operation Utopia, or I could have gotten a huge lump sum right now. After learning the details from Robin, Roy was extremely satisfied. No wonder Crocodile could establish the Cross Guild in the original story and put bounties on Marines. The man might not have been the strongest fighter, but he knew how to make money. And that wasn't all. Don't forget his deal with King Cobra. For the rainfall, Cobra had already paid 1.5 billion berries. Plus, the reward for saving the country, another 3 billion berries, would be sent to Ryaji soon. With that much money, Roy could upgrade quite a few fruits. But for Roy, even that wasn't the biggest harvest. The truly important gain was displayed on the glowing screen before him. Fruit Encyclopedia. Holder, Roy Amos. Total Encyclopedia fruit count, 34, Paramecia, 16, Zoan, 12, Logia, 5, Special Paramecia, 0, Mythical Zoan, 1. Fruit slots, 3-4. Current berries, 1,275,430,000. Currently equipped, Oxox fruit, model, Rhino LV2, Ryu no Mi, model, Quetzalcoatlus LV3, Human fruit, model, Daibutsu LV1, empty. As the screen flickered, Roy clearly saw a new, phantom page opening in the second half of the fruit encyclopedia. And on that page, new text appeared. Total recorded fruits has reached 30. Special fruit slot, unlocked. Upon reaching 60 total recorded devil fruits, the 5th fruit slot will unlock a special function, fruit fusion slot, -30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 40. Chapter 40. The Wonder of the Body, the Black Body Style. Chapter 40. The Wonder of the Body, the Black Body Style. Indeed. For Roy, the text displayed on the glowing screen was his greatest harvest. Counting the 2 guardian deities of the Alabaster royal family, and all of Baroque Works' top agents from Mr. 5 to Mr. 0, Crocodile, and Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin. In this Alabasta operation, he had obtained a total of 12 devil fruit abilities. This had directly unlocked his 4th fruit slot. And the appearance of a 4th slot was another massive power-up. But that wasn't all. A special fruit slot. Roy looked at the text in the encyclopedia, lost in thought. Clearly, the change in the fruit encyclopedia had exceeded his expectations. But at the same time, he wasn't overly surprised. In his 8 years of studying the encyclopedia, he had already noticed something. The encyclopedia appeared as a book, but he could only access the section for recording fruits. The latter half of the book had always been unopenable. So, he had always suspected his cheat had more secrets. And now, it was confirmed. Collecting 60 fruits unlocks a 5th, special slot. It's 3 times harder to unlock than a normal slot. Does that mean it's 3 times as strong? Roy analyzed. Fruit fusion. Just the name was enough to make his imagination run wild. As I analyze and collect more fruits, will the encyclopedia open even more pages and unlock more abilities? Roy felt the excitement of finally leaving the starter village and seeing the vastness of the world. But he quickly suppressed that excitement. Forget unlocking more functions, just collecting the 60 fruits needed for this special fruit slot was still a long way off. He was barely halfway there. Dreaming about the future was good, but getting ahead of himself wasn't. So, Roy quickly turned his thoughts to another problem. I need to recall Yuji and Ryaji to refresh their status. That way, I can give them an extra fruit ability with the new slot. Roy knew this was crucial. But meeting them is going to be tricky. Both Yuji and Ryaji were now criminals under intense scrutiny by the world government. Getting them to infiltrate Marine headquarters to refresh their status was impossible. And him sneaking out to meet his clones was also risky. If he was caught, his cover would be blown instantly. In other words, I urgently need an ability that allows me to meet my clones secretly, without anyone knowing. Roy frowned. Coincidentally, he knew of a very powerful fruit that fit this requirement perfectly. But that fruit wasn't at Marine headquarters. After my training with Teacher Zephyr is done, I need to find a way to leave headquarters. Just as Roy was thinking this, Roy. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Binns. Roy opened the door to see Binns standing there. What's up? Roy asked familiarly. He and Binns had become friends over the past few weeks. Teacher Zephyr asked me to take you to training. Binns smiled. Training? Roy paused, then laughed. I don't need a guide. I know the way to training room 3. But to his surprise. No, Roy. You're not training in room 3 today. Binns grinned mysteriously. Teacher Zephyr asked me to take you to the center of the Z training camp, the 0 training room, which only he uses. Hearing this, Roy's expression changed. You mean? He looked at Binns seriously. Binns nodded. Exactly what you think. Teacher says, starting today, your real training begins. He turned to leave. Follow me. Roy took a deep breath and followed. Soon, after winding through various training rooms with Binns, Roy arrived at the 0 training room. This room was unprecedentedly huge. Roy immediately recognized that the surrounding walls were also made of the special Z alloy. Most notable was the center of the room. There was a platform, and above it, a massive pipe-like structure hung from the ceiling. Black Arm Zephyr was standing on the platform. Seeing Roy, Zephyr grinned. So, were you getting impatient? Did you think this old man was scamming you? Zephyr laughed loudly. Honestly, a little bit. If it wasn't you, teacher, I would have reported you for fraud by now, Roy said with a straight face. The master and disciple looked at each other and laughed. Come on up. This is where you train. Zephyr beckoned. Roy didn't waste words. He walked onto the massive platform with a serious expression. And then, nothing happened. Roy, muscles tensed and ready for anything, looked at Zephyr in confusion. What are you doing, old man? Don't rush. Seeing Roy's confusion, Zephyr laughed again. I told you, you have talent, so your training will be unique. But before that, I need to ask you, how strong do you think I am? How strong? Roy looked at Zephyr, puzzled. Teacher Zephyr, you are incredibly strong. In fact, you are the strongest person I have ever fought. He said it sincerely. It was the honest truth. He still remembered the punch he exchanged with Zephyr. In that punch, Roy had used one of his strongest physical fruit combinations. Although he couldn't use the beast or hybrid forms to maximize his strength due to his cover, the combination of the Quetzalcoatlus, Rhino, and strong fruits was still immense. He was confident he could wrestle a Sea King and win. But against Zephyr's serious punch, he was still sent flying. Even an aging, retired, maimed admiral was still an admiral. They represented the absolute peak of individual power on the sea. Zephyr was clearly pleased with Roy's honest answer. The old man chuckled and continued, then where do you think my strength comes from? Haki, of course, Roy answered without hesitation. Zephyr's nickname was Black Arm. It was obvious his strength lay in his armament Haki. That was what Roy wanted to learn most. With armament Haki, dealing with Logia users would be much easier. Not every Logia user had a weakness as obvious as crocodiles. But, correct, but also wrong. Hearing his answer, Zephyr shook his head gently. Haki is just the result, Roy. He looked at Roy. The real answer is physique and technique. He spoke of the conclusion he had reached over his many years. Logia, Zoan, Paramecia, Devil Fruit users have unique gifts and talents that naturally surpass ordinary humans. For non-ability users like us to catch up, we can only rely on physique and technique. He didn't notice the strange look on Roy's face at the words, non-ability users. Zephyr looked at Roy, enunciating each word. Because he understood this, Garp created his Iron Fist. Roy understood. Almost every Marine at headquarters knew about Marine Hero, Garp's unique training method. Without using Haki or abilities, he punched the sea stone plating on the bottom of warships, again and again, year after year, tempering his fist bones. Until finally, even without Haki, he could shatter mountains with a single punch. That was why he was Garp the Fist. Zephyr's meaning was clear. Like Garp, I also have my own unique training method and martial art. Zephyr's voice was filled with pride. Unlike that reckless idiot Garp, who focused everything on his fist, what I pursued was the tempering of the entire body. He looked at Roy with expectation. And this is what I am going to teach you. He raised his left fist. I am used to fighting with my arms, so people call me Black Arm. But in reality, whether it's skin, bone, muscle, organs, or even blood, the perfect martial art that tempers and unleashes the potential of every part of the body is the true essence of my style. Its name is the Black Body Style. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 41, Chapter 41, Time to Show My True Talent. Upgrade Me. Chapter 41, Time to Show My True Talent. Upgrade Me. The Black Body Style. It wasn't a particularly flashy name, but it fascinated Roy. He figured it made sense. Zephyr had trained Kazuru, a master of kicks, and Akainu, a brawler who only used his legs for walking. Clearly, this man's martial arts weren't just about fists, but about tempering the entire body. Roy was excited. He knew that physique and technique were the foundation of everything, even for ability users. Leaving aside the stamina cost of using abilities, a strong body and martial arts skills provided a massive boost to any power. Take Admiral Aokiji. As Garp's disciple, he had mastered the Iron Fist. Combined with his ice fruit, his punches were terrifying. For Roy, who had practically unlimited fruit abilities, adding a powerful martial art to maximize those abilities would bring him very close to the true peak of the world. But alongside his excitement, Roy was puzzled. If Zephyr's black body style was just about tempering the whole body, theoretically anyone should be able to learn it. Just like Garp's Iron Fist. A few years from now, the young Kobe would join the Marines and learn it. As long as you weren't afraid of breaking your arms, anyone could learn the Iron Fist. Yet Zephyr had gone years without finding a true successor. It was strange. Zephyr seemed to sense Roy's confusion. He didn't explain, just shook his head. The black body style is special. Ability users cannot practice it at all, and most people cannot survive the training environment. He glanced at Roy. I observed you for a long time to be sure you wouldn't die from this. You'll see why soon enough. Huh. Roy blinked. Did I hear that right? Did you say, die? That sounds a little unsettling. Before he could finish, Zephyr nodded to Binns. Binns walked to a corner of the training room and found a control console. Hey, wait a minute, Roy tried to speak, but it was too late. Click. Binns pressed a button. The platform beneath Roy split open. Roy saw a void beneath the platform. And at the end of that void, azure seawater. Get ready. We're going. Zephyr laughed heartily. Wait. Before Roy could react, the massive pipe above them suddenly extended downward. Whoosh. A tremendous air pressure hit him, and Roy felt his body uncontrollably sucked down the pipe. Zephyr didn't hesitate, leaping in after him. After falling for a long time. Thud. Roy landed heavily at the bottom. Ouch. Of course, with Roy's constitution, a fall that would have killed a normal person 10 times over only made him wince slightly. Thud. Zephyr landed beside him. Only now did Roy realize they were still inside the pipe. The pipe was semi-transparent. He could faintly see a rainbow-colored sheen wrapping around it, and beyond that, pitch-black silence. Coating. Roy recognized the rainbow sheen immediately, the unique coating technology of this world. Is this the deep sea? He realized where he was. Correct. This is 5,000 meters below sea level. The limit of the SSG's special, coated extension pipe. Zephyr nodded, pulling a coated bubble from the pipe wall and putting it over Roy's head. And this is your first lesson. Roy was confused, but he had a sinking feeling about what Lesson 1 entailed. Sure enough. Zephyr grinned, flashing his white teeth. Go. With a shout, he kicked Roy in the ass. Before Roy could react, he was kicked right through the pipe wall. The material acted like a coating membrane, allowing him to pass through. The moment he left the pipe. Ugh. Freezing seawater engulfed him instantly. And then, he felt it. Pain. Agonizing pain from every part of his body. Every inch of skin, every bone, every muscle, every cell felt like it was being crushed by a massive force. Roy felt like his bones and muscles were creaking and snapping. He knew what this was. It was the inevitable pressure of the deep sea, pressure strong enough to crush steel into a pancake. Inside the coated pipe, Zephyr watched, his tense body relaxing slightly. His voice, transmitted through the coating, reached Roy's ears clearly through the water. Do you feel it, Roy? He said. Tempering every part of the body equally is extremely difficult. Normal training, no matter how precise, can't do it perfectly. There will always be weak points. But, the sea can help you. There was pride in the Admiral's voice. Using the deep sea as a hammer and water pressure as an anvil to forge a strong body, this was the fundamental logic of the black body style he had developed and practiced. Hearing this, Roy, dazed by the pressure, finally understood. No wonder it requires an insanely strong body and recovery ability, and ability users can't practice it. Training at 5,000 meters deep, an ability user would be dead instantly. Zephyr continued. But don't think this is all there is to the black body style. I've tested your data. It's amazing, but still not enough. Far weaker than I was back then. Zephyr said gravely. So, you can't start the real training yet. I've set a goal for you, adapt to this water pressure within a month. Once your body becomes tougher, I'll take you to the real training. His tone was strict, like a teacher scolding a disappointing student. But in reality, Zephyr's eyes were full of admiration. He knew his words were only half true. He had accurately judged Roy's body strength, which was why he dared to bring him here. Roy did need time to adapt. But, to survive here without Haki, he's already a monster. Zephyr knew this well. He was a genius in his youth, unrivaled except for monsters like Garp and Sengoku. He had created the black body style at 5,000 meters deep, but when he did, he was already a top-tier haki master. It had taken him a long time, using haki and his physique, to train here. But Roy, he knew zero haki. He was tanking 5,000 meters of pressure with sheer physical strength. That was a true monster physique, far surpassing Zephyr in his youth. This was the source of Zephyr's hope. He had taken many detours developing this style. By the time it was perfected, he was old, past his prime, and riddled with injuries. He could never fully realize the limit of the black body style he envisioned. But he can. Watching Roy grimace under the pressure, Zephyr was filled with endless anticipation. But at that moment, adapt for a month, then start real training? You mean this isn't even the real training yet? Roy, unaware of Zephyr's thoughts, frowned internally. A month just to adapt, plus the real training after that. That's too long. Roy thought. I have things to do. So, time to show my true talent. Fruit Encyclopedia, upgrade me. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 42, Chapter 42, Coach, I want to learn this. Chapter 42, Coach, I want to learn this. Inside the coated pipe, Zephyr, who was watching Roy closely, noticed something wrong. Roy's body, previously hunched under the crushing water pressure, slowly began to relax. And then, under Zephyr's astonished gaze, Roy straightened his back. Clack. Sounds like metal snapping echoed from his bones. Then, Zephyr saw Roy gently raise his hand and wave at him. Zephyr knew exactly how much strength was needed to make such a simple gesture 5,000 meters underwater. Roy, kid, your body. Even the former admiral, who had seen everything, couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He had been studying Roy's training data meticulously. He thought he knew Roy's body better than Roy himself. But without a doubt, Roy had shattered his understanding once again. Yeah. Roy nodded without hesitation. I think I've adapted, Teacher Zephyr. Once is chance, twice is a pattern. He had already planted the seed that Roy Amos is a monster-level genius with a special talent. So now, he didn't need to make up any extra excuses that would just be suspicious. And it was true. Adapted. Zephyr's expression was grave, but he didn't doubt Roy. Roy was literally in the ocean. He obviously wasn't a devil fruit user. A physique like this, truly unheard of. Zephyr shook his head in marvel. Teacher Zephyr, I don't like the sound of that, Roy retorted righteously. What do you mean, physique? My strength isn't all natural talent. It's also my genuine hard work, okay? Hard work. Zephyr rolled his eyes. He knew exactly what Roy had been doing at the base, lazily drinking cola every day. Hard work had nothing to do with it. But he didn't press. Are you sure you've adapted? Don't push yourself. Bones, muscles, organs, tell me if you feel any discomfort. He would rather slow down the training than let his only successor get hurt. Of course. Roy smiled. I'm sure. Everything's healthy. As he spoke, if Zephyr could see inside Roy's body, he would have discovered. Whether it was his bones and organs, or his muscles enhanced by the Quetzalcoatlus, Daibutsu, and strong fruits. Everything now had a metallic, steel-like sheen. In Roy's vision, the screen clearly displayed the truth. Fruit slot 4, empty dash, dice fruit LV3. Dice fruit. Fruit ability, can turn any part of the body into a blade and harden it. Effects by level. LV1, gain faint fruit effect, slightly enhance defense and hardness. LV2, gain partial fruit effect. Can turn body into blades and enhance defense. Hardness level, rough iron. Requires 60 million/20 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV3, gain full fruit effect. Can turn body into blades and enhance defense. Hardness level, steel. Requires 300 million/100 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV4, fruit deep dive development. Can rotate and reshape blade body parts. Hardness level, refined steel. Greatly enhance hardness and sharpness. Requires 1 billion/300 million berries for permanent/temporary unlock. LV5, Fruit Awakening Omni Cut. Can turn the surrounding environment into blades to slash enemies. Sharpness enough to cut mountains. Hardness level, alloy. Requires 6 billion/2 billion berries for permanent/temporary unlock. That's right. Roy had equipped the Dice fruit, Supa no Mi, into his 4th slot. This upgrade was part of his plan. The Dice fruit isn't a top-tier paramecia. In terms of versatility, it's inferior to the Arms fruit. But its body hardening effect is incredibly practical. And as long as I don't turn my body into visible blades, it's almost impossible to detect. Roy knew the advantage of this fruit: practical, cheap, and great value for money. He had planned to use it for his next clone, but he hadn't expected to use it here first. Confirming that Roy really had adapted to the 5,000-meter pressure. Zephyr sighed again, then hesitated no longer. Since you've adapted. Armament haki began to coil around Zephyr's body. The jet-black haki completely enveloped him, making him seem one with the dark ocean. Zephyr leaped, passing through the coated pipe and into the deep sea. Follow me. He beckoned, leading Roy deeper into the darkness. The deep sea was silent. Even with the Dice fruit's defense handling the pressure, swimming in this darkness was strenuous for Roy. So strong. Watching Zephyr swim effortlessly ahead, wrapped in haki, Roy marveled again. But then, Roy's heart skipped a beat. He sensed a clear change in his surroundings. The water resistance increased. No, that's not it. He quickly reached the correct conclusion. It's the water ahead, something's wrong with it. As he realized this, he heard Zephyr's voice. Here they come. Here they come. What comes? Roy was confused. But a second later, his pupils constricted. In the already pitch-black deep sea, even larger, darker shadows appeared. These shadows were colossal, practically spanning the entire deep sea. They were long, slender bodies, like unbelievably massive, giant serpents. Each one was endless in length, and as thick as a mountain. On their bodies, Roy saw glimmering points of light, like scales. By that faint light, Roy saw what the giant serpents truly were. They were currents. The scales were bioluminescent deep-sea creatures and mineral debris caught in the flow. The massive bodies were the currents themselves. Roy realized what this was. The marine giant loop. Roy was currently deep beneath Marineford. As everyone knew, Marineford, an ice lobby, and Impel Down formed a triangle connected by a unique current, guarded by the gates of justice. The gates were usually closed, creating the current Tarai. Within this unique sea area lay the largest known undersea current in the Grand Line. Its name was the Marine Giant Loop. It trapped almost any ship that wasn't a world government vessel, forcing them to circle endlessly. Correct. Zephyr's voice was deep. This is a black serpent, part of the Marine Giant Loop beneath Marineford. Old man. Roy found it hard to speak. Don't tell me the real training is. That's right. Resisting water pressure was just the warm-up. Your real opponent is these black serpents. You must defeat it. Zephyr's words were clear and forceful. Roy's evaluation was simple. This old man is insane. He knew these old marine legends were all crazy. Zephyr had the nerve to call Garp's mountain-smashing training reckless. Was tanking an undersea current with your body any less reckless? Actually, was that even possible? As if hearing Roy's doubt. Roy, kid, watch closely. Zephyr's aura changed instantly. Roy saw it clearly. The black armament haki on Zephyr seemed to become tangible. The immense haki began to flow like a living thing. Roy knew what this was. Ryu, Flowing Sakura, the advanced application of armament haki. But what Zephyr was using wasn't ordinary Ryu. Roy saw Zephyr's feet, waist, legs, and even his bulging muscles. Every muscle and bone in his body was moving in sync with the flow of the Ryu. Not just the skin. Even the blood and veins inside him seemed to be dyed black with haki. It was as if his entire body was transforming, squeezing out every ounce of potential to match the flow. Watching this, Roy's eyes went wide. Tempering the whole body, unleashing potential. This is. Zephyr's movement confirmed Roy's guess. No fancy moves. No wasted motion. Zephyr simply clenched his remaining left fist and punched, at the black serpent. Black Body Style Secret Technique, Mountain Breaker. VMMM. Roy saw it. The moment Zephyr punched, a terrifying shockwave erupted. The deep-sea water was blasted apart by the immense haki. And on the body of the colossal, unstoppable, black serpent, current, a massive hole, hundreds of meters wide, appeared instantly. Yes. The massive undersea current was severed by Zephyr's single punch. Roy stared, slack-jawed. And then, only one thought remained in his mind. Coach. I want to learn that. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 43, Chapter 43, Roy, I really need a hacky fruit, thanks. Chapter 43, Roy, I really need a hacky fruit, thanks. Phew. Zephyr slowly retracted his fist. The powerful haki surrounding him faded away. His muscles, which had been shifting in sync with the haki flow, returned to normal. Beads of sweat formed on Zephyr's forehead. I'm getting old. Feeling the fatigue in his body, the old man sighed internally. That punch, severing the deep-sea current, was his full power, held back by nothing. Using the black body style to control every part of his body and unleash his maximum potential, his already peak-level haki could erupt with incredible force. In his prime, he could have maintained this state for a long time. But now, such a strike placed a heavy burden on his body. In fact, this was exactly what happened 4 years ago when he was attacked by that pirate. Zephyr had crushed the opponent with his full power. But the pirate survived with monster-like vitality, outlasting Zephyr until his body gave out. That led to the tragedy. According to the SSG scientists who examined him and prepared his new arm, in a few years, Zephyr might lose the ability to use the black body style's secret techniques entirely. Even sustained high-intensity combat would become difficult. This was the cruelty of time. Even an admiral who once ruled the seas would grow old. But fortunately, there is a successor. Zephyr took a deep breath and turned to see Roy's burning gaze. He grinned. Well, kid, how was it? Awesome. What else could Roy say? Was that the true secret technique of the black body style? Zephyr said proudly. First, temper your body until you can control every part of it. Then, use that control to guide and master your haki. When you use haki, control every part of your body to squeeze out its potential, syncing it with your haki flow. This was what made his martial art unique. Many strong fighters could use armament haki. Some even had stronger raw haki than Zephyr. But as Zephyr demonstrated, when he punched, it wasn't just haki flowing. Every part of his body was squeezing out its potential. That was why his style wasn't black arm, but black body. Roy had no complaints. What else was there to say? Train. Under Zephyr's guidance, Roy didn't hesitate. He picked one of the countless surging black serpents and jumped right in. And then, the pain returned. But this time, it was different from the deep-sea pressure. If the water pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him, then this massive current was like the mountain grew a fist and punched him in the gut. No. 100 punches. Boom. Even with the dice fruit hardening his body to steel, Roy felt his muscles and bones screaming. Hold it. Feel the changes in your body. Feel the strength in every inch. Your control is terrible. Most of your power is being wasted. Zephyr's voice reached his ears. Hearing this, Roy gritted his teeth. But moments later, his strength gave out. His body went limp, swept away by the violent current like a dead leaf into the deep. Just then, Zephyr flashed. He appeared in the current, grabbed Roy with his left hand, and pulled him out. Before Roy could speak, Zephyr said, "Muscle tears, but the bones are fine. With your recovery, start the next round in 10 minutes. Roy gritted his teeth and grinned. 7 minutes is enough. Good kid. Zephyr grinned, looking even more pleased. 7 minutes it is. I'll go prepare more coated bubbles. He turned and left. Roy floated quietly in the deep sea, feeling his body recover. His eyes were filled with determination. He was lazy most of the time, but when effort was required, he never backed down. 7 minutes later, Zephyr returned. Roy didn't hesitate, diving back into the massive current. Once, twice, 3 times. In the silent deep sea, Roy was thrown back by the black serpent again and again, and dragged back by Zephyr again and again. The muscles in your left calf are much less efficient than your right. Do you know why your scapula broke this time? Because you engage your abs further back. Feel it. Next time, limit your power to 70%. Yes, that's it, control your heart to pump blood faster. Again. How can you sleep at your age? Zephyr showed why he was a legendary instructor. Every time Roy failed, Zephyr pinpointed the problem perfectly. And through repeated failures, Roy felt his body changing. The steel skin from the dice fruit seemed to become denser under the constant hammering. His control over the strength from the rhino and strong fruits became finer. He could clearly feel which muscles were tearing, repairing, and becoming stronger. I'm getting stronger. Without adding any fruit abilities, I'm getting stronger. Roy felt it clearly. This allowed him to ignore the exhaustion and train like a madman. Until one attempt. Crack. Roy stood in the violent current, struggling to balance his body against the massive force. Heart pumping, muscles gorged with blood, he gritted his teeth, extending his arms for balance. And then, VMMM. For a moment, he felt something unprecedented inside him. It was hard to describe. It wasn't a fruit ability. Deep within his bones and muscles, a power seemed to surge. It felt like magma lurking beneath an undersea volcano, present in every part of him. But the feeling vanished instantly. Roy almost thought he imagined it. So when the current swept him away and Zephyr fished him out again, Roy immediately asked about it. You felt it? Zephyr looked at Roy, surprised. It wasn't an illusion. What you felt was your haki. I knew it. Roy thought. So that's haki. He had guessed it. A power inside him that wasn't a devil fruit had to be haki. But the problem was, how do I use it? Roy looked at Zephyr expectantly. Zephyr laughed. What are you thinking, kid? It's not that simple. He didn't hold back, explaining his understanding of haki. Haki exists in everyone, strong or weak. He held up a finger. Except for the rare conqueror's haki. The other two types can be trained. The stronger the body, the higher the potential for armament haki. The sharper the senses, the higher the potential for observation haki. He pointed at Roy. Your body is monstrous, so your armament haki potential must be ridiculous. It's normal to feel it so quickly. But feeling it is just the first step. Tempering and guiding it out is the key to haki training. Hearing this, Roy was disappointed. So how long until I can guide it out? How long until I reach your level? He really needed haki. It was very useful against Logia users. Zephyr didn't hesitate. To guide it out initially, about half a year. To use it proficiently, a talented person needs about a year or two. As for reaching my level, with your physique and talent, you should fully draw out all your haki in about 10 years. By then, you should have mastered the essence of the black body style. Zephyr's eyes were full of anticipation. Roy was not yet 30. In 10 years, he wouldn't even be 40, right in his prime. And Zephyr was certain that Roy would be stronger than him. Garp keeps bragging about Kuzan learning his iron fist. Wait until he sees how strong MY's successor is. But Roy was stunned. Half a year to guide it out. A year or two for proficiency. 10 years to peak. He understood Zephyr's point. His body was too strong, so his haki potential was vast, requiring time to develop. Even Luffy, with max combat talent and plot armor, took 2 years with Rayleigh to master haki basics. Comparatively, Zephyr's assessment was actually rating Roy's potential very highly. But for Roy, that was still too long. Is there, like, a haki fruit or something? He muttered internally. Zephyr, unaware of Roy's thoughts, finished his daydream of showing off his student and looked back at Roy. Rested enough? Then let's go, 10 more rounds today, and we can head back. T10-30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 44, Chapter 44, Mr. Four's Unexpected Intel, Vegapunk's Lab. Chapter 44, Mr. Four's Unexpected Intel, Vegapunk's Lab. 1 month later. Grand Line, Cactus Island. Whiskey Peak. In the hidden Baroque Works branch, the atmosphere was solemn. And that, simply put, is the situation. Ryaji stood at the front of the crowd, speaking confidently. So you're saying you are my Zero-chan, and you only ordered us to assassinate you to test me and these other guys. And now, because you took out one of the warlords, Crocodile, Alabasta is hunting us down, so we need to lie low for a while, right?" In front of Ryaji, the bandaged Mr. Tuban Kure rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Then, I get it now." He pounded his palm with his fist, enlightened. "I knew it. How could someone as strong as you be a nobody? And you defeated us but didn't kill us." Tears streamed down his face, clearly moved. "First, while I am Mr. Zero, I am not Zero-chan. My name is Ryaji. Second, I'm not asking you to lie low. I'm asking you to change your operational methods. The old ways are cancelled. Finally, stay away from me. You're getting snot on my robe." Ryaji silently pushed Bon Kure away. Then, he looked at the others. "Any questions?" Needless to say, the others present were the Baroque Works agents Ryaji had defeated and captured. All of them had been brought out of Alabasta by him. "You said earlier that Baroque Works is now a subordinate organization to a group called the Zodiac. And that the company's business model is going to change." After a long silence, Mr. One asked in a deep voice. "Wrong." Ryaji waved his hand. "To be precise, we have always been a subordinate organization of the Zodiac. As for the business changes, that's orders from above. You don't need to ask questions. Miss All Sunday will handle the specifics." "Any problems?" "Lots of problems." Mr. One thought to himself. Aside from idiots like Mr. Two, anyone with half a brain could see something was wrong. Baroque Works has always been under the Zodiac. They had never even heard of this group before. And the lie about Alabasta hunting them down. Ryaji had walked them right out of the prison in front of the guards. Not to mention, he had personally seen Igaram, the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, sneak onto this island a while ago with a huge amount of treasure. Although there was no proof, he was certain that treasure had gone to the man standing in front of him. Was the original Mr. Zero killed? In fact, most of the agents present had guessed the truth to some extent. But, looking at Nico Robin standing beside Ryaji, everyone tacitly chose not to mention it. Miss All Sunday had defected. The writing was on the wall. Besides, changing bosses didn't fundamentally affect them. A job was a job. "So, oh my, is that so? So it was you all along, boss." Mr. 3 Galdino drew out his words, his voice dripping with flattery. "I guessed it when we fought last time. Where else in this vast sea could we find a powerhouse as incredible as you?" His hands were still bandaged, but he managed a firm salute. "Please, give us your orders. I am absolutely loyal to you. Right, Miss Golden Week?" He looked at his partner, a little girl standing beside him, the only numbered agent who hadn't participated in the siege on Ryaji. Miss Golden Week looked at Ryaji curiously but said nothing. "No missions for now. Just keep a low profile. Also, I will assign each of you a sea area. You will gather intelligence for the organization." Ryaji said calmly. "Intelligence?" "Yes. About special items. Like gold, or devil fruits." Ryaji spread out a nautical chart, marking the areas Baroque Works could cover. He had to admit, Crocodile's business network was impressive. Throughout the first half of the Grand Line, there were billions and millions working for Baroque Works almost everywhere. With such a comprehensive intel system, and the combat strength of Mr. 1 through Mr. 5, he naturally wanted to make use of them. "You can choose your own areas." Mr. 4, you choose first." Ryaji picked him simply because he was the slowest, and waiting for him would waste the most time. Mr. 4 and his dog gun, Lasso, slowly walked forward. But to Ryaji's surprise, before Mr. 4 could speak, Lasso barked at a spot on the map. "Woof. Oh, it's your hometown," Mr. 4 said slowly. "Then, it's decided. Boss, we choose, here." Ryaji made a sound of confusion. Under the mask, Roy's expression flashed with surprise. He suddenly realized he had overlooked something. Mr. 4's gun, Lasso. As mentioned before, it was essentially a gun that had eaten the dog fruit. But the problem was, Roy had never really thought about where this gun came from. The technology to feed devil fruits to inanimate objects. Come to think of it, isn't that Vegapunk's technology? How does Mr. 4 have a weapon like that? Thinking this, Ryaji looked at Mr. 4 and asked directly. "Hometown? You mean the place where you got that gun?" Mr. Four nodded slowly. He didn't hide anything and began to tell the story of him and Lost Su. As Ryaji suspected, Lost Su hadn't always been Mr. Four's gun. He had found it during an accidental shipwreck before he joined Baroque Works. I was just starting out, working as a shipwright. I don't know the details, but there was a huge tsunami, our ship sank. He spoke in his slow voice. But I was born stronger than others, so even though I drifted for a long time, I survived. A few days later, I found a small island nearby. I barely managed to land, and found a huge laboratory there. There were lots of strange robots inside, very dangerous. I got hurt and ran into a room. He pointed to the Dachshund gun beside him. That's where I met Lost Su. With his help, I escaped the island. Hearing this, Ryaji was almost certain. A laboratory, robots, and a devil fruit-eating weapon. Was that one of Vegapunk's early labs? Like the one on Karakuri Island? Ryaji guessed. Naturally, his interest was piqued. Dr. Vegapunk, the genius scientist, was an incredible figure, and his research on devil fruits was unparalleled. Ryaji was very interested in anything he left behind. What else was in that lab? Where is the island? He asked directly. I don't know. I didn't stay long, Mr. Four said slowly. As for the island. He looked at Lost Su. Both looked hesitant. You might not believe it, but after joining the company, Lost Su and I went back to look for it. But we couldn't find the island in its original location. Couldn't find it. Ryaji paused. We're sure the coordinates were right, but there was no sign of any island. Mr. Four pointed to the chart as he spoke. Ryaji looked. Mr. Four was pointing at a blank area of the sea, and near that area was Water 7. Seeing the city near the coordinates, Roy's eyes flickered under his mask. That's a bit of a coincidence. He murmured in his heart. Yes, it was quite a coincidence. Because he knew very well. The fruit he urgently needed to meet his clones was also in Water 7. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 45, Chapter 45, Destination, Water 7. And a new warship. Chapter 45, Destination, Water 7. And a new warship. Inside the Z training camp. Water 7. In his dormitory, Roy, who had just finished a day of grueling training, muttered the intel he had recently received from Ryaji. The fruit he needed, and the unexpected discovery of Vegapunk's lab. It was enough to make him determined to visit Water 7. But the question was, how? Send Yuji or Ryaji? Not a good idea. The heat from their actions hasn't died down yet. Create another slice clone? Also not ideal. With the Triforce demonstration approaching, security around headquarters is extremely tight. Even a clone with flight capabilities would have a hard time slipping away. Plus, Water 7 is basically CP9's home turf. Eyes everywhere, and a nice lobby is right next door. If something goes wrong, it goes really wrong. Roy pondered. In the end, he came to a conclusion. The best option was to go himself. CP9 spies wouldn't be on guard against a Marine. He had no risk of exposure. And once he got the fruit he wanted, everything else would be much easier. Roy. Just as he was thinking, Binza's voice made him jump. Roy took a deep breath. Binz, I know, time for training. His voice was heavy. Yes, Roy had the determination to get stronger, but honestly, headbutting deep-sea currents every day was a bit much. Even he was starting to feel overwhelmed after a month of this. No, not that, Binz said, surprising Roy. Teacher Zephyr went to the SSG today to test the Smasher. He won't be back for a few days. Roy paused. The Smasher. He knew what that was. Ever since Zephyr lost his arm to a pirate, the SSG had been researching ways to restore the former admiral's combat power. The Smasher, or Battle Smasher, was the result. A massive mechanical arm made of the special Z-alloy, embedded with C-stone to counter ability users. According to the SSG, its unique structure and power source would give it the strength to crush anything. They believed re-equipping Zephyr with this arm would return him to his peak. Of course, Roy, who now fully understood Zephyr's power, knew this was a joke. The black body style required control and tempering of every part of the flesh. A mechanical arm could never replace his original limb. But he didn't say anything, just looking at Binns questioningly. Then why are you here? Oh, it's your subordinates. Hans and Fal. They're here to see you. Binns scratched his head. They said their leave is over, and Vice Admiral Virot assigned them a mission. They wanted to ask if you wanted to go with them. Binns looked at Roy. He still remembered Roy's declaration to Zephyr. I will stay in the detention unit, and change it. That is an indispensable part of justice. Those words had shaken Binns to his core. Now, the entire Marine headquarters knew that the legendary, Black Arm, Zephyr had taken Roy as his official disciple. If Roy wanted, he could join any unit under any Vice Admiral or Admiral right now, guaranteeing a bright future. So Binns was curious. Could Roy still hold on to his original conviction? Then, he heard Roy's answer without a second of hesitation. Of course. His voice was clear and firm. Of course I'm going. Binns was moved. Roy Amos, what an upright and loyal man. But clearly, Roy's inner thoughts were quite different. Someone pass me a pillow, I'm sleepy. Hans, Fal, and Old Man Virot, you guys are lifesavers. He had just been worrying about finding a legitimate reason to leave headquarters. This was perfect. A short while later, Roy returned to the detention unit's port. Captain. X2. He heard two excited shouts and saw two familiar figures. I told you the captain would come. Hey, Hans, what do you mean? Do you think I don't trust the captain? I just said Admiral Zephyr is strict, so maybe he wouldn't let him come. Needless to say, it was the dynamic duo, Fal and Hans. And behind them, the other Marines of Roy's unit were cheering. Long live the captain. Long live Boss Roy. Life's easy without the boss around, but it just doesn't feel right without Captain Roy. Clearly, Binns wasn't the only one wondering if Roy would abandon them. Seeing this, Roy couldn't help but smile. He didn't have much loyalty to the Marines as an organization. But these guys he'd spent 8 years with, he didn't hate them. Just then, Hans and Fal sidled up to him again. By the way, Captain, we have a surprise for you. Hans looked excited. Fal looked complicated. A surprise. Roy raised an eyebrow. Yup. Hans gave a thumbs up, pointing to himself. It was Sergeant Major Hans's idea, and everyone pitched in. We made it look like your favorite thing. Oh. Roy was expectant. My favorite thing? Devil fruits? Full of anticipation, Roy followed them to the dock. From a distance, he saw the unique ship moored there. Roy fell silent. In the berth, a sleek but bizarrely shaped warship floated quietly. It still had the outline of the old DT-31, but the hull had been completely renovated. From bow to stern, it curved, remarkably like a bottle. The hull was painted black. The bow looked like a bottle cap, and the mast looked suspiciously like a straw. It looked like... No, it was a bottle of cola. And the sail hanging from the main mast made Roy doubt his eyesight. Written boldly on the canvas. Roy Amos. How about it, Captain? Hans beamed. Are you satisfied? I knew you'd like it. As mentioned before, upon reaching the rank of field officer, Roy could technically have his own named warship and the right to modify it. He was officially the captain of this vessel. That was why Hans was so proud. Since Roy had been busy with Zephyr, he couldn't be reached. So Hans took initiative. You said if you had your own ship, you'd make it look like your favorite thing. Ha ha ha. Thwack. Roy punched him in the head. Still laughing. Roy gritted his teeth, covering his face. Why would my favorite thing be cola? Okay, even if it is. I was obviously joking back then. He stopped halfway, chuckling despite himself. Ha ha ha. XN. The detention unit Marines roared with laughter, except for Hans, who was nursing the bump on his head. Fine. After a moment, Roy let it go. The sea was full of weird ships. One more wouldn't hurt. Besides, he actually didn't hate it. He strode onto the deck and looked down at his crew. All right, you lot. Prepare to set sail. His order received a resounding response. Aye aye, Captain. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 46, Chapter 46, Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Chapter 46, Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. On the azure sea, waves shimmered in the light. A black, cola bottle-shaped warship sailed against the wind. The detention unit Marines were laughing and snacking, clearly in high spirits. The mission had gone smoothly. The criminal they needed to escort was already in the brig. The pirate had even cooperatively revealed the location of his hidden treasure. Another bonus merit for them. For their first mission after leave to go so well, anyone would be in a good mood. But, hey, Sergeant Fowl. Tell Sergeant Major Hans, what do you think the captain is thinking? In a corner of the deck, Hans and Fowl were whispering. Can you stop bringing up your rank? Are you asking for a fight? Fowl glared at him, but lowered his voice. As for what the captain is thinking, how should I know? He muttered, but admitted Hans had a point. While the crew celebrated, Roy was lying on a deck chair on the bottle cap bow, sunbathing. An ice-cold cola and a glass were next to him. He looked comfortable. But Fowl and Hans knew better. Roy hadn't touched his cola in 20 minutes. For Roy, who claimed that, the coldness of a cola must never be compromised, this meant he was deep in thought, and probably in a bad mood. What, thinking deep thoughts but not saying anything, trying to act cool. Hans, as always, had no filter. Don't say that. The captain might actually be cool now, he's Admiral Zephyr's disciple, after all. Fowl ignored Hans. Their guess was correct. What should I do? Roy was thinking. He was thinking about Water 7. He had finally left headquarters, so he naturally planned to use this chance to visit Water 7. He even had a perfect excuse prepared. Water 7 was the most famous shipbuilding island on the Grand Line, known as the City of Shipwrights. Even many Marine officers cooperated with Water 7's shipyards, sending their warships there for maintenance. So, Roy just needed to use ship maintenance as an excuse to go there naturally. But he hadn't expected. That bastard Hans actually did a full maintenance round when he modified the ship. Why are you so diligent? This was Roy's headache. He could still force the ship to go to Water 7, but that would be too obvious. For someone as cautious as him, any risk of exposure was unacceptable. In that case, maybe I should just use a slice clone. Just as Roy was muttering to himself, Captain, Captain. A voice from above interrupted his thoughts. Ship to the northeast. It was the lookout in the crow's nest. A moment later, his voice grew tense. It's a pirate ship. The relaxed atmosphere on deck vanished instantly. The Marines grabbed their weapons and rushed to their stations. Hans and Fowl grabbed binoculars immediately. Their expressions changed drastically, and they ran to Roy. Captain, this might be trouble. Trouble. Roy took the binoculars. He saw the pirate ship. It was a common three-mast ship, with a figurehead of a flaming horse. Spade was written on the mainsail. The Jolly Roger was a skull wearing a hat, topped with flames, and marked with a spade symbol. The ship was tattered, clearly having been in a fierce battle recently. That ship. Roy's tone was thoughtful. The flag looked familiar, but he couldn't place it immediately. Luckily, Hans and Fowl had the answer. Captain, that looks like the piece of Spadil. It's the Spade Pirates ship. The Spade Pirates. Hearing the name, Roy felt a stronger sense of familiarity. Yes, the supernova who just made a name for himself this year, Fire Fist Ace. Fowl looked grim. Hans clearly knew of him too. They say Captain Portgas D. Ace is a Logia user, strong as a monster. He recently destroyed a fleet belonging to the warlord, Lizard King, Hanafuda, causing the warlord to hunt him personally. His bounty shot up past 100 million. Hearing this, Roy remembered. So this was the pirate crew Ace formed before joining Whitebeard. No wonder it looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Captain, let's ignore them and retreat. We'll report it to the nearest Marine branch. Fowl and Hans clearly didn't want trouble. Normally, a pirate worth over 100 million required a Marine admiral or vice admiral to capture. But, retreat. Roy laughed. Looking at the pirate ship in the distance, a plan formed in his mind. Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? He stood up slowly, stretching his body. Bring the ship closer. That's right. It looks a little special, but it's definitely a Marine warship. At the same time, on the piece of Spadil, a tall man wearing a mask over his eyes lowered his binoculars. He was the doctor of the Spade Pirates, Masked Deuce. His expression was dark and worried as he looked at the deck. The ship was heavily damaged, and crew members were lying everywhere, wrapped in bandages. Why now, of all times? Deuce muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Ever since they destroyed Hanafuda's fleet over a month ago, they had been in constant danger. Especially recently, after they took out another tracking ship, the warlord himself had started chasing them. After constant fighting, the only ones on the ship still in fighting shape were him and Captain Ace. They had finally shaken off the pursuit today, but now they ran into the Marines. A fight right now would be bad. Captain, I'm counting on you again. Deuce looked at the other person standing on the deck. A young man wearing an orange cowboy hat, shirtless, with freckles on his face. His arm bore a tattoo of his name ASCE with the S crossed out. Hearing his partner's words, Ace shook his head. Don't mention it, Deuce. He adjusted his orange hat, looking at the approaching warship with a grin. He had some injuries too, but they weren't serious enough to affect his fighting ability. Besides, it's just one warship. One hit will take care of it. As he spoke, scorching flames began to ignite on his body. Then, whoosh! He kicked off the deck, leaping into the air. Flames swirled around his right fist. Fire Fist. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 47, Chapter 47, Daibutsu Fruit LV3, Parting the Sea with One Punch. Chapter 47, Daibutsu Fruit LV3, Parting the Sea with One Punch. Whoosh! As Ace threw his punch, scorching flames instantly dyed the sky and the sea below crimson. This was the origin of his title. A single punch could sink a warship. This was the Fire Fist. But in the next moment, Ace raised an eyebrow in surprise. He saw, on the distant warship, a figure stood on the deck, facing the oncoming inferno. Is he crazy? The thought flashed through Ace's mind. If the man abandoned ship now, he might survive. But meeting the flames head-on, that was suicide. But a second later, Ace froze. He saw the figure on the deck slowly draw back his arm. VMMM. As the fist clenched, a golden glow and intense fluctuations gathered around his arm. Then, boom! With a sound like thunder, he punched straight into the oncoming fire. VMMM. An invisible shockwave collided with the flames, forcefully stopping them less than 5 meters from the warship. Rumble. A massive shockwave exploded from the point of impact, scattering fire into the sea and sending up clouds of white steam. Seeing this, Ace's expression turned to shock. That guy. Since getting the flame fruit, he had met few who could match his power. The only person he'd met who could block his fire fist head-on like this, was that warlord. In other words, this marine who appeared out of nowhere, is strong. At that moment, crack. The deck beneath Roy's feet began to crack and splinter. The railing in front of him shattered. The entire warship rocked violently in the shockwave. Fowl and Hans clung to the main mast for dear life. Whoa! It really was a short life, Sergeant Fowl. Yeah. No, wait. Hans, you bastard. Are you still showing off your rank at a time like this? If not now, when? Even the captains waved fist. Captain. Halfway through their panicked shouting, they saw. Roy was smiling. It was true. As Roy held back the flames, his gaze was fixed on Ace in the distance. There was no fear in his heart, only excitement. Even though Ace just set out, he has the blood of the Pirate King. He's strong. Just right. A perfect opponent. With that thought, VMMM, the golden glow on Roy's arm intensified. No, intensified was an understatement. In Roy's vision, the screen clearly displayed. Fruit upgrade complete. 2 billion berries consumed. Human fruit, model, Daibutsu LV1-LV3. Human fruit, model, Daibutsu LV3, can transform into a giant golden Buddha, gaining immense physical attributes. Can release massive shockwaves from the body. A moment later, everyone saw Roy's fist begin to push forward. The golden light was no longer confined to his arm. His entire body seemed to glow. And then, he punched. VMMM. A tremendous shockwave churned the sea beneath the warship. The crimson flames shattered instantly under Roy's fist. Like snuffing out a candle, the fire capable of incinerating a ship couldn't even struggle. He destroyed the fire. Ace's expression went beyond shock. But this was just the beginning. Roy's fist was still moving forward. Wave fist, boundless light. And then, everyone saw. The entire sea in front of him seemed to turn gold. A colossal golden shockwave erupted from Roy's fist, like a pillar of molten gold, tearing through the air with a shrieking roar. Boom! Where the fist passed, the sea parted. In an instant, a trench over 10 meters wide appeared on the ocean surface. On either side of the trench, the displaced water formed massive walls, fish and shrimp raining down from them. What is that thing? Ace's jaw dropped. The wind pressure nearly blew his hat off, stinging his face. Parting the sea with one punch, is this guy a giant? He immediately prepared to elementalize and dodge. But, no. In the next instant, he realized he couldn't. Behind him was the piece of spadil. His crewmates were there. Ace gritted his teeth, abandoning the dodge. Whoosh! Flames erupted from his body as he and his small striker boat shot into the air. Keijiro. Heat haze. He extended both arms, blasting out a wall of fire to intercept the attack. Boom! The golden shockwave collided with the wall of fire. A deafening explosion rocked the sea. The impact wave spread across the water, turning the calm ocean turbulent once more. Whoa! This time, it was the Spade pirates who lost their footing. Or rather, most of the injured crew were already down. Only Deuce, who was still standing, was thrown heavily to the deck. Guys! Deuce tried to get up to help. But before he could move, he heard, "Deuce, get down." Ace's roar. Trusting his captain implicitly, Deuce threw himself flat on the deck. The next instant, he felt a gale-force wind roar over his head. He cracked his eyes open and saw. Whoosh! The massive wall of fire in front of them had been completely blown away. In the center of where the fire had been, there was a giant fist print in the air. Deuce turned his head, sensing something. And his blood ran cold. The piece of spadil was changed. The flaming horse figurehead was gone. The 3 masts on the deck were sheared off. And most terrifyingly, the cabin at the rear of the ship was gone. It was as if a giant, invisible sword had swept horizontally across the ship. Gulp. Deuce swallowed hard. He knew exactly what would have happened if he hadn't hit the deck. He looked toward the distant warship, his eyes wide with fear. That guy, what kind of monster is he? 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 48, Chapter 48, The Lizard King, Hanafuda. Chapter 48, The Lizard King, Hanafuda. Hiss. That hurts. Hey, the piece of spadil, you're kidding, right? That marine, who is he? Chaos reigned on the piece of spadil. The wounded crew members had almost all been slammed onto the deck. They were lucky that they hadn't been killed outright by that strike. But luck or not, many of their wounds had reopened, and they were groaning in pain. The few who could still move stared in horror at the figure on the distant warship, slowly retracting his fist. That figure seemed as insurmountable as a mountain. They had encountered many Marines on their journey to the Grand Line, some of whom were considered strong. But, parting the sea with one punch, shattering Captain Ace's wall of fire, wiping everything off the deck of the spadil with a single blow, they had never even imagined such a thing. Wait, where's Captain Ace? One crew member's question snapped everyone back to reality. Yeah, Captain Ace, could he have been hit by that? Impossible. That's Captain Ace. Panic set in as they realized their captain was missing. But then, crack, the sound of breaking wood. And then, whoosh. Amidst a burst of flames, Ace stood up from the ruins of the rear cabin. Captain Ace. I knew the captain would be fine. The crew cheered. To them, who had followed Ace this far, he was the embodiment of invincibility. As long as the captain was there, they wouldn't lose. But a moment later, they realized something was wrong. Ace was injured. Bruises covered his abdomen and arms. Blood trickled from his forehead. Even his orange hat had fallen off. The Spade pirates were horrified. Just one hit, and their captain was hurt like this? Even when facing a warlord, he hadn't taken damage like this from a single blow. Ace. Deuce rushed to Ace's side, concern etched on his face. Let me treat your wounds. Thanks, Deuce. Ace thanked him, but his eyes remained fixed on the distant warship. Sorry. I couldn't stop it. That guy's attack was monstrous. I'm just glad everyone's okay. There was a hint of fear in his voice. In that exchange, he had given up the chance to dodge via elementalization and chose to tank the hit with his ability. But clearly, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Roy. Even with his full power, his fire had failed to stop the attack completely, and he had paid the price. That Marine. Roy Amos. Never heard of him. Ace stared at the name on the sail, doubting himself. If that punch had come from an admiral or a famous vice admiral, fine. But he had never heard this name. How can a guy like that be unknown on this sea? He didn't understand. But clearly, it didn't matter. It's fine. No matter who the opponent is. After a quick patch-up, Ace stood up. I will win. Only by winning could he surpass that man, his biological father. But just as Ace was preparing to fight again, Ace. Deuce stopped him. Captain. The masked first mate looked at his captain seriously. We can't fight anymore. He said grimly. Hanafuda is still chasing us. We have to run. Run? Ace paused. As a supernova, as a man aiming to be the pirate king, he didn't fear fighting any strong opponent. He was confident he could beat anyone. He lived freely, doing as he pleased, fearing nothing. But now, looking at his bandaged crewmates, seeing the blood seeping from their wounds, Ace hesitated briefly, then let out a long breath. Okay. He nodded. He understood Deuce. If they continued to fight this terrifying Marine here, it would take time. And don't forget, there was a warlord hot on their heels. If a real battle broke out, victory aside, many of his crew would die. And clearly, Ace couldn't accept that. He wanted to surpass his father. He wanted to prove his existence had value. But if the price was the lives of his precious crewmates, we run. Ace stood up. Normally, escaping with 3 broken masts would be impossible. But not for the peace of Spadil. Ace walked to a specific spot on the deck and stomped hard. 2 openings appeared in the deck, connecting to pipes below. Click, clack. With the sound of gears shifting, 2 massive exhaust ports extended from the rear of the ship. Then, whoosh. Flames erupted from Ace's feet. The fire traveled down the pipes and blasted out of the exhaust ports. In an instant, the piece of Spadil shot forward like a rocket, speeding away. A ship powered by an ability. Meanwhile, Roy watched the fleeing ship. He wasn't surprised. In the future, Ace would have a personal striker boat powered by his fire. This ship was likely the predecessor to that concept. He didn't really care about them escaping. Roy just clenched his fist, excitement in his eyes. He was satisfied with that punch. The Daibatsu fruit, a mythical zoan used by the fleet admiral himself, was terrifyingly powerful even at LV3. And that wasn't even its full power. If he didn't have to worry about his cover, he could transform into the giant Buddha itself, and the power would be even greater. But for Roy, that wasn't the most exciting part. Even with a strike like that, the stamina drain was small. No, the drain wasn't small. I've just gotten stronger. That was what excited him. It was the result of his hard training. Zephyr's black body style was incredibly significant for him. Although Roy's base stats came from equipping fruits, the training he did was real. The muscle and stamina gains he made through training were retained to a certain degree even after he switched fruits. To use a game analogy, Roy used fruit abilities to boost his stats by 100 points, allowing him to clear the 5,000-meter deep-sea current training stage. Each clear permanently increased his base stats by 5 points. Even if he unequipped the fruits and lost the 100 points, the 5 points from training remained. For Roy, whose base strength wasn't originally outstanding, this improvement was massive. In just 1 month, his physique and strength had increased significantly, and his control over his abilities had become much finer. This was the power of a strong foundation boosting fruit abilities. With this, I can definitely try those 2 moves. Muttering to himself, Roy turned around. Hans, Fal, prepare to purr. His voice died in his throat, because when he turned, he saw a sea of slack-jawed faces. The detention unit Marines were still frozen in shock from that punch. Roy sighed. Forget it. Can't count on these guys. He turned back to the railing. VMMM. Powerful fluctuations gathered in his hand again. But just then, boom, 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 he heard a series of loud explosions from behind. Cannon fire. The next moment, Roy saw shell after shell flying past, landing in the water near the fleeing Spadil, kicking up massive geysers. Before Roy could even react, boom, his own warship shook violently as a massive explosion erupted near the stern. Only then did Roy see the fleet appearing on the horizon behind them. The fleet wasn't large, only 7 ships. But they were massive. A marine warship was considered large, but compared to these behemoths, it looked like a toy, barely a third of their size. All 7 ships were identical, hulls shaped like dinosaurs, sails made of pterosaur wing membranes. And on their masts flew the same Jolly Roger. A skull with a protruding jaw, like a T-Rex. And standing on the prow of the lead ship was a figure that confirmed the fleet's identity. He wore a black hooded coat, the hood shaped like a dinosaur head. In his hand, he held a weapon, a scythe on one end, a flail on the other. It was none other than the warlord of the sea, Lizard King, Hanafuda. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 49, Chapter 49, I am very calm. That's why I'm going to destroy him. Chapter 49, I am very calm. That's why I'm going to destroy him. At this moment, aboard the Kolobotl warship, the detention unit Marines felt like everything happening was a bizarre dream. First, while celebrating their mission's success, they ran into the Spade Pirates. Then, Roy displayed that power. Of course, the Marines had seen Roy's wave fist many times before. But, what they just saw was beyond exaggeration, wasn't it? A single punch that almost split the sea, shattering the famous Fire Fist Ace's defense and wiping his ship's deck clean. It made them question reality. Were they really in the detention unit, the unit famous for being weak? But that wasn't even all. What baffled them most was what happened after Ace fled. Another big shot appeared. The Lizard King, he's actually here. Cold sweat dripped down Fal's face. Even the usually carefree Hans gripped his flintlock nervously. They couldn't help it. Even though the prestige of the warlords had taken a hit with Crocodile's death, a warlord of the sea was still a warlord of the sea. One of the 3 great powers, rulers of the Grand Line. And Lizard King Hanafuda was one of the oldest and most notoriously violent among them. It was rumored that this great pirate, who once dominated parts of the New World, had even fought against Kaido of the Beasts, earning his respect and becoming a close ally. Just then, Captain Roy, Sergeant Major Hans, Sergeant Fal. That explosion just now, it was a stray shell hitting the stern. The rudder and engine room are damaged, the hull is breached, and a Marine rushed up from below deck, his face frantic. Moore and Lanster, who were fixing the rudder and engine, were caught in the blast. Their status is unknown. What? X2. Fal and Hans's expressions changed instantly. They gritted their teeth, eyes burning with rage. Damn pirates. Anyone with eyes could see that Hanafuda was aiming for the fleeing Spadil. Their ship just got hit because his aim was terrible. This kind of indiscriminate bombardment was exactly the violent style the Lizard King was known for. At that moment, Fal, Hans. They heard a voice. Turning around, they saw Roy standing with his back to them. I told you before, there's an old saying from my hometown, only those who can keep a straight face while a mountain collapses before them are fit to be generals. What you should be doing right now is organizing the men to search for Moore and Lanster, patch the hull, and take cover. Calmness is the first rule of combat. Because his back was turned, Hans and Fal couldn't see Roy's face. But they could see his clenched fist, and the veins bulging on it. Captain, calm down. I know about Moore and Lanster. Hans tried to speak, but Roy cut him off. I am very calm, Hans. Roy raised his hand, adjusted his sleeve, and cracked his neck. In fact, I have never been this calm. He looked at the ravaged deck and the Marines behind him. As said before, Roy had no loyalty to the Marines' justice. Usually, even if pirates sailed past him, unless they were his target or did something truly heinous, he wouldn't bother lifting a finger. Pirates were worth less than a fat sea beast to him. He had chosen to fight the Spade Pirates not for justice, but for his own reasons. To fight Ace, analyze the flame fruit, and use the battle damage as an excuse to go to Water 7. He also wanted to test the power of the Daibutsu fruit and his own growth. Even if Ace escaped and he didn't get the fruit, it didn't matter. He wasn't Sengoku, he had no grudge against the Pirate King's bloodline. Besides, he already had the magma fruit, the superior version of Ace's fruit. The flame fruit was just a +1 to his collection. That was his goal. Nothing more. He was confident and in control. But now, things were different. He remembered Moore and Lanster. One was a cheerful shipwright, the other an engineer with 2 daughters. Again, Roy didn't care about marine justice. But the men he had lived and worked with for 8 years, that was different. So, I am very calm. That is why. I am going to destroy him. He said coldly. No, that doesn't sound calm at all. Hans and Fal thought. But seeing Roy's reaction, they were moved. Still, they tried to reason with him. Captain, I know you're angry. We are too. But he's a warlord, we shouldn't attack him. Before they could finish, Roy laughed. Idiots. I told you, observe first. Roy looked into the distance. Look, it's not about us attacking him. It's the opposite. Following his gaze, Fal and Hans noticed. The great dinosaur fleet, belonging to Hanafuda, was now dangerously close. And those massive pirate ships showed no signs of slowing down. No, as Marines, Fal and Hans knew. At this distance, even if they dropped sails now, they couldn't stop. They were going to ram them. Admiral Hanafuda, are we really maintaining full speed? On the bow of the flagship Tyrannosaurus, a pirate wearing a dinosaur helmet asked the towering warlord beside him hesitantly. Beside him, Lizard King Hanafuda stood with his hands behind his back. His breathing was heavy and rough, like a dinosaur. He completely ignored Roy's warship, his gaze fixed on the distant piece of spadil. The spadil was already far away, visible only by the flames propelling it. Using a Logia ability to power a ship, wasting stamina just to run away. Port gas D. Ace. Such a weak rookie, Hanafuda sneered. He didn't know about the battle that had just occurred. When his fleet spotted the spadil, it was already fleeing. But he knew one thing. Consuming power like that, he can't run far. I will catch him, and I will tear him apart. He grinned savagely, baring his teeth. He destroyed one of my weapon transport fleets, making me miss my quota for Big Brother Kaido. This shame must be washed away with his blood. A dinosaur's hunt goes to the ends of the earth. No, I don't think actual dinosaurs held grudges like you do, his subordinate thought. Besides, that wasn't what he asked. Admiral, I mean, are we really not turning? The ship ahead seems to be a Marine Detention Unit warship. The subordinate asked again. Wham! With a cry of pain, he was kicked flying by Hanafuda. Idiot! Hanafuda glared at the subordinate. You said it yourself, detention unit. Not Garp's ship, not an admiral, not an elite unit. They are weaklings. I am a warlord. My relationship with the world government is just business. If a weak bug is blocking the road, crush it. He sneered. Power is authority. It is only natural for the weak to be destroyed. This was the creed he lived by. Why yes, sir. Other pirates scrambled to drag the unconscious subordinate away. But before they could, thud, thud, the entire pirate ship shuddered violently. Its speed dropped noticeably, and sounds of collision came from below. Pirates were thrown off balance. They scrambled up in panic. What happened? What's going on? They rushed to the railing and looked down. So cold. A biting chill hit their faces. Then they saw what they had hit, ice floes, rapidly forming on the sea surface below. Why is there ice? They were confused, but they knew what to do. Admiral, don't worry. We'll go immediately and... Turning back, they realized their admiral was ignoring them. The Lizard King stood on the deck, his body tense. His pupils had contracted into vertical slits, like a reptile's. He looked like an alert beast. He was staring at the nearby Kolobotl warship. There. Bang, bang. A figure was leaping from the warship into the air. Jeppo. Hanafuda recognized it instantly. The figure's marine coat flapped in the wind. And on his left fist. VMMM. Golden light and shockwaves were erupting. But unlike before. This time, within the pale gold light, there was a distinct blue hue. Cold air burst forth along with the shockwaves. The ice forming on the sea around them was caused merely by the overflow of this energy. Just the overflow had this effect. Hanafuda could imagine the true power of that punch. Hard to starboard. He roared. But clearly, it was too late. The next instant, Roy, walking on air above the sea, punched. Ice Wave Fist, Permafrost. 30 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 50. Chapter 50. Do you know Fishman Karate? Chapter 50. Do you know Fishman Karate? In the reflection of Hanafuda's narrowed, reptilian pupils, Roy's fist shot forward. The next moment, the familiar fluctuation erupted again. But Roy's fist wasn't aimed at Hanafuda's ship. It was aimed at the sea below. VMMM. A surge of freezing cold exploded outward. And then, the cold began to spread. Crack, crack, crack. The surging ocean currents froze in an instant. Fish swimming below were trapped in ice. Even the wind seemed to carry shards of ice, and the moisture in the air turned to frost. The sea parted just as before, but this time, the waves didn't crash back down. Instead, they solidified into massive walls of ice. Yes. With a single punch, the sea surrounding the great dinosaur fleet was completely frozen. Aokiji's ability? No, not exactly. What is that fluctuation? Seeing this, Hanafuda immediately thought of Admiral Aokiji. But he quickly dismissed it. He had never heard of Aokiji using a move that combined such intense light and shockwaves. But Hanafuda didn't have time to think. Boom! His ship, the Tyrannosaurus, slammed into the ice and came to a jarring halt. To be precise, it wasn't just his ship. The entire, great dinosaur fleet, had been frozen in place by that single punch. But here was the problem. That punch had enough power to destroy any of my ships. Why didn't he? Hanafuda muttered the question to himself. If it were any other marine, he could find a reason. Maybe they didn't want to offend a warlord, or maybe they feared his connection to Kaido of the Beasts. But Hanafuda knew. None of those reasons applied here. Because he could see the marine's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, calm, determined. Without a hint of hesitation or retreat. Those were not the eyes of someone planning to stop. And he was right. In the very next instant, Hanafuda saw Roy move again. He raised his hand once more. But this time, it was his right fist. VMMM. Golden fluctuations swirled again, but this time, crimson light mingled within them. It was the color of extreme heat. Inside Roy's arm, something scorching seemed to flow, turning his limb red. Flame wave fist, boiling sea. Roar. At that moment, Hanafuda's face changed drastically. Abandoned ship. All hands. He let out a roar like a beast. As a top-tier ancient Zoan user, his animal instincts were sharp. And right now, every instinct was screaming. This attack is dangerous. Meanwhile, on the distant sea, whoosh. The flames in the Spadille's exhaust ports slowly died down. Ha, ha, ha. Drenched in sweat, Ace knelt on the deck, gasping for air. Damn it, that injury earlier. As Hanafuda had said, powering the ship with his ability at such intensity was exhausting. Ace. Rest for a bit. Captain Ace, are you okay? Deuce and the other mobile crew members struggled to their feet. I'm fine. Ace waved them off, taking a bottle of water and chugging it. Ha, did they follow us? While focusing on the escape, he hadn't been able to check behind them. No, actually, the situation back there is a little weird. Deuce's expression was strange. Weird. Ace looked back. They were too far to see clearly, only the tiny dots of Hanafuda's ships and the sea is frozen. Seeing the frozen waves, Ace was stunned. That's not Hanafuda's ability. He had fought Hanafuda. He knew the warlord couldn't do that. So the only explanation was that marine named Roy. Ace whispered the name he had just learned. We think so too, Deuce analyzed seriously. He must be fighting Hanafuda, and the ice is probably his ability. The other Spade pirates nodded in agreement. But a moment later, their discussion stopped. Because everyone, including Ace, saw it. In the distant sky, something crimson appeared. It was something Ace knew well, flames born of intense heat. Is that Captain's Fire Fist? his crewmates instinctively asked. No. Ace denied it in his heart. He watched the massive pillar of fire, wrapped in a powerful shockwave, hurtling toward Hanafuda's fleet. He could clearly see the ash left in the wake of the roaring flames. His instincts told him that fire seemed even stronger than his own. But Ace didn't have time to think. He saw the torrent of fire sweep across the sea, piercing straight through Hanafuda's fleet. Boom! A colossal explosion of fire and dust rose from the frozen sea, blotting out the sky. A massive shockwave rippled outward in all directions. Hanafuda's fleet is finished. Even from this distance, Deuce was certain. After that strike, not a single ship in that fleet would survive. But immediately, a bigger question arose. Who launched that attack? A crew member asked. Silence fell over the ship. The answer wasn't hard to guess. The fluctuation within that massive flame shockwave, they had just seen it firsthand. Only Ace's whisper could be heard on the ship. Roy Amos. Hey, are you kidding me? The captain is terrifyingly strong now. Clearly, the Spade pirates weren't the only ones thinking this. The detention unit Marines were equally shocked. Hans and Fal were waiting on the deck. They had followed Roy's orders to send men to search for the injured crew and repair the ship. But they hadn't fully obeyed. Instead of hiding, they stood armed on the deck, ready to fight if Roy fell. But reality far exceeded their imagination. Even through the thick smoke, they could see the devastation on the frozen sea nearby. The great dinosaur fleet was indeed almost annihilated. The 6 escort ships had vanished into the center of the explosion, leaving only burning debris. The only ship still somewhat intact was the flagship, Tyrannosaurus, but even it had snapped in half, its entire hull melted and pierced. 2 hits, and he took out a legendary warlord's fleet. The Marines felt dizzy. Do you think that's really the captain? Maybe it's Admiral Zephyr in disguise. Hans's logic was, as always, unique. What are you talking about? Of course it's the captain. Fal punched him. But freezing the sea and setting it on fire. Did Admiral Zephyr give the captain a devil fruit? Oh, you're right. Hans realized. That's it, Admiral Zephyr isn't an ability user, so he can't be the one pretending to be the captain. Are you even listening to me? While the two argued, you two made 2 mistakes. They saw Roy descend from the sky using Jeppo, landing back on the warship. His expression was calm, even carrying a hint of satisfaction. First, everyone knows I'm not an ability user and haven't eaten a devil fruit. As for what you just saw, that was still the wave fist. He looked at the skeptical Fal and Hans with a straight face. Recently, Teacher Zephyr told me that the fishman martial art, fishman karate, can manipulate moisture in the air. That gave me some inspiration, so I created a new style of wave fist, ice wave fist. As he spoke, blue ripples appeared on his hand. Besides that, Teacher also told me about a sword style in Wano called Foxfire style, that can generate and cut fire. He said many people can use friction to manipulate flames. I even know a pirate and his cook who use similar moves. I developed that idea a bit, and created a second style, Flame Wave Fist. His explanation was, of course, complete nonsense. The 2 new styles were essentially the Daibutsu fruit combined with the heat and cold effects of the magma and ice fruits. Using shockwaves to diffuse these effects created the powerful attacks they witnessed. Previously, the stamina drain of using 2 Logias and a mythical Zoan simultaneously was too high for practical combat. But now, thanks to his physical training, he could handle it. As for the lack of scientific basis for his new wave fist styles, that didn't matter. Because, I see. So that's how it is. As expected of Admiral Zephyr's disciple. As expected of the captain. Hearing his words, the Marines believed him without hesitation. Roy wasn't surprised. This was the key. If the old, ordinary Major Roy Amos had suddenly shown such power, it would be suspicious. But now, things were different. He was the official disciple of the legendary Marine Admiral, the greatest instructor, Black Arm Zephyr. And almost every Marine grew up hearing legends about Zephyr. So, Zephyr's disciple getting stronger quickly? What's so strange about that? In Teacher Zephyr's eyes, I am a monster-level genius. In other Marines' eyes, I am the disciple of a legend. Roy grinned. So now, I can be a little more reckless with my power. After a brief moment of awe, Hans and Fal came back to their senses. Captain, you said we made 2 mistakes, what was the other one? Fal asked curiously. Hearing this, Roy laughed again. The second mistake is thinking I took out a warlord in 1 hit. I've gotten stronger, sure, but taking out a guy like that in 1 shot is still a bit difficult. As Roy's words fell, Marine. Hans and Fal heard a roar that echoed across the sea, and then, thud, 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 heavy, booming footsteps shook the ice. It sounded like a monster walking. Then, everyone saw it. From the smoke billowing around the ruined Tyrannosaurus, a massive, monstrous figure walked out of the fire. This novel is uploaded by Fanfic Novels. Please support me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.